At the same time, I guess if they're your good friends, you probably owe them a little bit of honesty too.
Oh yeah, they're my best friend. I'll tell them it tastes like shit. But if it was like, if it was like just my neighbor, I'd be like, yeah, good.
I've been really lucky, and everybody I've ever met who brews their own beer has been doing it for a long, long time, and they're really good at it.
Right.
Yeah, a couple of my friends have been homebrewing for a long time, and most of it's like good. It's not like whoa, super good, and it's not bad. It's just like it's good.
Just so you guys know, Reuven made the room live now, so just so you know.
Uh-oh. Time to stop talking about the NSA.
Time to put my pants back on.
I'd love to eventually get a little home pot still or column still and make my own whiskey or something. That'd be fun. But then you gotta age it in a barrel for a couple years.
Well, since we went live, I guess you all know what time it is.
All right.
That's tobacco, right?
The finest tobacco.
No.
It's water vapor, right? Yeah, water. Duh.
This is legal and proper medicine.
Oh.
I sure wish Reuven had a mic, because I have about 1,000,000 questions to ask him right now.
Like, what do you sound like? Like, I've been on like a lot of these hangouts, and not once. I thought you would be like moderating or asking people questions. I guess that's just, I don't know.
I like to picture him a short little dude with glasses with a really whiny voice. Sort of an East Coast accent. Y'all get where I'm going with this, right? Right?
Like Danny DeVito.
Well, I was trying to be really terribly stereotypical, but
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, okay.
They didn't have any big smart waters.
oh, that's easy, Reuven.
42.
It's yes.
Come on.
Hey, nice lighter, man.
Hey, thanks, man. The you know, I could try it like this way, but I got a feeling that just ain't gonna get it hot enough. So, oh, come on. Oh, there we go. We'll try it with this thing instead.
What are you? Is that just loose weed, or what is that?
I'm sorry, the torch is a bit loud. I'll turn it off in just a minute, and then I'll give you a thumbs up, and you can ask again.
Actually, Reuven, I was going to ask you a bunch of questions about 2 Peter, but I don't want to take over the room, and it would probably take you all night to type it out.
Oh, it won't. He types faster than I can read. Then again, I'm sort of an illiterate fuck, so.
Well, there are more reasons than just the battery why the phone is less than ideal, but it does improve my or does have better audio quality.
Yeah, you sound great.
Yeah, excuse me. Because I get feedback because I'm basically running on speakerphone, and the Bluetooth headsets are unintelligible on it.
What's unintelligible?
Bluetooth headsets.
Well, at least we can understand you now, though. Much better.
Yeah, I am
And
so sorry.
this is
if
the
I
same.
got-
This is the same network connection the laptop was running off of. The laptop was tethered to this phone, so it's not the network. You see?
It's this horribly slow laptop.
Right.
Yeah, I'm really sorry if I was getting short with you. I wasn't getting frustrated with you or what you were saying. It was that I couldn't understand what you were saying. That's all it was.
He was asking what you're smoking, if it was loose weed.
I am smoking the Jarm Specials.
It's much nicer being able to understand you.
I wanted to know what Sky Daddy was smoking.
Oh, honestly, I don't know the strain. It's some oil that a friend of mine made. Some
I don't
BHO.
think he understands that you're gapping. I don't think he understands what you're actually lighting.
Getting an echo.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad echo.
Yeah, I'm trying to bring up the menu so I can mute again.
Ah, yeah. She said it takes her like a minute to mute and unmute.
Well, that's actually the slow laptop. This thing only behaves that way when it's on the charger.
So to kind of answer your question, and Skydaddy can answer it even more, he's not smoking loose weed.
Yeah, it's a concentrate.
So it's hash or something?
Yeah, it's called hash oil.
Okay, yeah, I know what that is. I was just wondering why you were heating the bowl up.
Because I have to get it hot enough to vaporize. I'm not actually smoking anything. I'm vaporizing.
Gotcha.
If I didn't dislike the buzz or whatever from marijuana so much, I would be a prime candidate for medical marijuana because I have this gastroparesis. It causes nausea and vomiting stuff. And the main documented medical effects of marijuana are with respect to nausea, in particular suppressing the vomiting that you would do when you are drunk to avoid alcohol poisoning. So people die because marijuana keeps them from vomiting when they need to not get alcohol poisoning. I need it just to keep food down. So I would actually be a prime candidate. There's even some pill called Marinol, and I don't use that either. I use a combination of Reglan, the brand name for metoclopramide, Zofran, the brand name for ondansetron, and Phenergan, the brand name for promethazine. And yeah, the Reglan is an ordinary pill. The Zofran is sublingual, and the promethazine is a suppository.
I've taken like 9 or 10 Marinol at a time, and to the best of my knowledge, there's no buzz at all with it. It's synthetic. I want to say synthetic THC, but I don't know that that's right. It's synthetic something or other. Yeah. But yeah, it just don't get you high. I mean, it didn't work. It didn't do anything positive for me.
Yeah, there are two different active things in marijuana. One's the cannabis or cannabinol, and I forget what the other one's called.
Speaking of suppositories, do they make hash oil suppositories?
I have no clue. I don't think I've ever even considered butthole freaking weed.
Excuse me for a moment while I tweak it up.
That would be horrible.
Definitely wouldn't want you medicating on air then.
You'd never know. I could be medicating right now.
I don't even like edibles. I can't even imagine what a suppository would do.
Well, you know why suppositories are involved for me, right? Because if you're throwing up, you can't do a sublingual or a swallowed pill.
Good point.
I'd rather do shots because the suppositories are actually very awkward. It turns out that they're at room temperature. They're very soft, and even in a fridge, it's difficult to get them, I guess, rigid enough to get in and stay in. And beyond, just the process of getting them in, keeping them in is actually a bit tough too. And it's more a matter of it being very awkward to, try to keep a stockpile of it, actually take it, and make sure that you get it all down and stuff, or in, or whatever. Where something like a shot would do a lot better for me, but the only shots are intravenous, and they don't do that for home unless you have a pick.
Can't you just do a handstand for about an hour? Yeah,
They're trying.
Go ahead.
What they're trying to do is prevent seizures and strokes from accidental overdoses. And one of the ways the overdoses happen is that I anticipate so much food being eaten, calculate based on that, and then I barf up the food. And at that point, I'm stuck not really knowing how much really got down, and having more medicine than the food accounts for it, so then I get a seizure.
This is a perfect talk for my Taco Bell meal that I'm enjoying right now.
I actually got a blood clot caused from Phenergan intravenous and had to go in the hospital for a few days.
Oh, wow. I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
That might be why they don't use Phenergan on me anymore intravenously, because I've heard in general that Phenergan IVs are not being used anymore, and I am also DVT risk because of being on exogenous estrogen.
Yeah. Yeah, the nurse like screwed up, and it's very caustic on the veins, and it's supposed to be pushed in very slow. I think it's like a 1-minute push, and she just came up and just like pushed it all in immediately. And like my vein that she injected it into in my forearm, I'd say maybe like 2 days after, the vein was like hard as a pencil under my skin, like just completely hardened up. And then like my elbow started hurting and my shoulder started feeling numb and hurting. And they did a sonogram on my elbow, and sure enough, there was a clot in my deep vein.
Yeah, the reason why I've never had trouble with it is kind of incidental. They don't just do like a shot or whatever, or put it standalone in an IV. I'm generally on IV fluids at the time, and the fluids dilute the stuff, so it doesn't actually nail me that bad. And it's kind of why I quote unquote lucked out on IV Finnegan so much. But yeah, if you're doing IV Finnegan standalone or without a IV drip diluting it, it's a very different experience. I've had it done a few times, particularly when I had the long-running MRSA. They had me shut up with the dilaudid and stuff to do wound packing, and because I'd freaking hurl every time they shot me up with that, they were doing Finnegan ahead of time, and in that case, I was out of ketoacidosis, so I was off the IV drip, and they were doing the IV Finnegan standalone. The rest of the times, it was always still on the IV drip, and yeah, it burned like hell. And the other stupid thing was they didn't wait for it to kick in. The stuff doesn't actually start working right away. You have to wait like 10, 15 minutes. But they always wanted to rush it, right? Because they're understaffed or whatever. They're playing games, they don't have enough people, and because they don't want to pay people. So the game they play is they wanted to, like, you know, do like bang bang one after the other. She up the Finnegan, the order right after, and I still hurl. It didn't work. When I could convince them to, and it was pretty inconsistent because, like I said, they were always in a hurry. I get them to wait like 10, 15 minutes before doing that order after, and then it would actually work.
All right, Sky Daddy, in my boredom, I am looking up hash oil suppositories.
Hey, brother, don't be bored. I'm playing cool little visual videos on the YouTube app. Come and join me over here, man. It's a good
Okay, so this is something where I don't know a great deal, but I know how little I know, and part of that is different things are absorbed effectively as suppositories, etc. Some are not, and there's a question of, you know, if you put it in there, will you actually soak it up, or, you know, will you just let it back out again? And
Well,
I don't have an answer as to what is what, but you know, it's a question for your hash oil.
From what I'm reading, cannabis suppositories bypass the liver and absorb to the bloodstream quickly by thousands of nerve endings, so it sounds like it's plausible.
Yeah, it sounds like that actually gets absorbed through it, yeah. Not everything does. The difference, I don't know, but not everything. Yeah, that's weird that you bring up the liver. That's part of why I can't do the estrogen pills. There are a few different reasons, but the one involved that involves the liver is that I've had a heart attack and have a history of high cholesterol. Now, granted, the heart attack I think was from cardiomyopathy, not arteriosclerosis or coronary artery disease, blockage, etc. But still, the protocol is avoid high cholesterol, take Lipitor and so on, and statins, whatever. And when you metabolize oral estradiol, like ethyl estradiol or oral estradiol valerate, it ends up going through the liver, and as a byproduct of that, it increases your cholesterol. So at that point, they say no way for cardiac reasons, but there's actually more because like the absorption's inconsistent, and I get some pretty bad symptoms if my blood levels aren't pretty steady and absolutely in the normal range and such. So, I mean, one of them is that, of course, they go into ketoacidosis, which is life-threatening. Others that are just kind of like uncomfortable or dirty or also happen. Could someone like give me a body transplant with a like hypochondriac or something? I mean, they would just like be in hog heaven with all the shit I've got going, and you know, I'd be in hog heaven because they don't actually have anything wrong with them.
If only you could do body transplants.
Ideally, if I were to do a body transplant, I would I'd really be set. I'd get like a real female body. I mean, seriously, I look like a fat, balding, middle-aged man wearing a padded bra and sound like one too.
I don't know why the audio is so low on that YouTube video I just added.
Yeah, the audio is awful.
Let me find a different version.
Are you convinced it's not my network connection?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And I'm not poking fun at Naughty at all with this video. I literally watched this on YouTube earlier tonight, and this guy's just hilarious.
Which one?
It's called the Penis Song.
Oh dear. Well, I can elaborate on why the phone's such a pain in the ass. One is the echo. Because the Bluetooth headsets are unintelligible for no obvious reason. Bluetooth processing is just bad. Second, using the speakerphone stuff gets the echo, and I have to mute and unmute and stuff. Third, when it's off the charger, the battery runs down real fast, and when it's on the charger, it gets real slow to respond to the touchscreen. So I'm like banging on the screen trying to get the mute button to come up again, and it's not coming up.
Holy dicks, that song was good.
I thought so. It's nice to see an old fucker with a really good sense of humor.
And a dirty fucking mouth.
All of you out there in the community and talk about a few things that me and Mr. Black kind of bouncing back and forth about. And basically, I just want to share some ideas here that we've been talking about. So a lot of you guys, well, basically what you're looking at is obviously the hash. If you
Oh shit, my fucking mic was open. I'm sorry.
Reason number 4, I don't have a kickstand for this thing, so I have to actually tie up my hands holding it up to myself. And it's a real pain. Because I'm always doing something else.
Hey, John.
How you going? Hey, Sky Daddy, did you see me going? Did you see me in action last night?
Did I see you who?
Earlier tonight, and this guy just.
Hang on a second.
Oops, I didn't mean to pause that. How do I make it so I can't hear it though?
You can mute it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Question. Is my audio coming through?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I have, headphones. And since it's not the mic, you actually can understand it.
Seems to work pretty well.
Yeah, it's a Sennheiser MM100. It's actually a pretty spiffy little device. They're Bluetooth headphones, and with the nice feature of being behind the neck. I'll hold it up, hang on.
Huh, that's kind of interesting. John, did you run to go grab a couple beers?
No, it's a bit early.
5 o'clock somewhere.
It won't be long. Stop tempting me.
Hey, John, let me know when you're ready to start. I'll do a dab marine with you.
Now listen. Did you hear me going off last night at Rob?
Yeah.
What were you guys arguing
and I
about
told
now?
you he would overrun you. He would win, and I was right.
No, listen. I've already
No,
got
you
the.
cried, Uncle.
I got 7 out of 10 for the argument.
Ow, Rob, too much. You started it, and you let him finish. Son, I am at the point.
Okay, listen. Okay, I gave myself 7. Someone else gave me 7.5 out of 10, and I thought that wasn't a too bad job. But I'm going to sharpen up my act. Trust me. Okay, I just need a bit more coaxing from you. You done a good job on me last time. You taught me all the nooks and crannies on how to defeat him, and I'll get up to 8, 9. So you watch.
What did you argue with him about?
Oh.
Everything he could.
It was all about football, man.
If I can rewind a little bit for 2 more points. The first one is Well, did you see the damn thing when I held it up? I wasn't really talking when I did. The headphones, that is. The second one is Sennheiser actually achieved very good audio quality for Bluetooth headphones. It's pretty, kick-ass bass and everything when you're, doing your music. And well, generally, when I crank it all the way up, people hear it across the room. So, I mean, it really is a splendid piece of hardware. Sennheiser MM100. Okay. Back to you, John May.
I'll be back in a sec. Hang on.
Jesus the Magician. I can't read the author's name. Morton Smith?
Okay. I don't know if you know this, but Rob went into another Hangout and I started trolling him. I'll give you fucking one guess what his question was.
Do you know the Two Wolf story?
Nah, you got it's the Gospel of Thomas and the Book of Isaiah.
And Pharisees, of course, too.
It was on YouTube, right, and I was watching it, and he wasn't in the Hangout for half of it, and I nearly fell off my fucking chair when he fucking jumped into the room. I went, what's that cunt doing in there? Anyway, I thought, oh, I've got to watch this now. And he got the last question in, because, the guy says, like everyone can ask a question, you got the last question in. And I went, oh, I know exactly what he's going to fucking ask, and I fucking got it right. But he got his ass handed to him on a platter.
What was this Hangout? What was it about? Like, what was the format?
It's called. I'll just pull it up. Hang on a second. Atheist Analyst. I'll just post you. Oh, it's finished now, but they seem to be. It's a new group. People coming out of Christianity and all that sort of shit, and then they tell their story. And it got a bit boring there for a minute, but it all livened up when I saw fucking Rob jump in, and I went, he's not coming out of Christianity, what's he even bothering going into the fucking shit for? Hang on a second, I just find, here we go. Go and have a look at this.
Yeah, atheist analysis, actually. Yeah, the fucker blocked me for no obvious reason.
Have you seen that group of people before?
No.
Yeah, I have. I've been on a show.
Oh, you've been on the show?
Yeah, I got like 3 words out and they frigging blocked me, and I've been blocked since.
What were the 3 words?
It was like, what is something or other. I was asking a question about this from this guy who was giving this kind of matrix theory or something like that. The usual irrefutable solipsism affair, and they basically just blocked me, banned me, kicked me out, and I never even finished my question.
I don't think that show's for you, Nadia. It's for people coming out of fucking Christianity, and they're sort of like telling their story.
That's not what the show that they were doing was about when I was on it.
All right. Well,
They had a particular person featured who had this matrix solipsism theory, and were discussing their theory with them. It didn't seem to have a direct relationship to Christianity.
Was anybody enjoying the video I was playing at all?
I never saw it. I'm on a phone, so I can't watch it. And before the laptop is too crappy to watch it.
is it on YouTube or screen share?
YouTube app. I shall open it. If you're on a desktop or laptop, it gets a notification. On mobile devices, it's invisible. Those would be tablets and phones.
John, I'm watching Rob's question.
I really...
That's it, no, you cough that lung up. That's it. Cough it up.
I really need to lose 70 pounds. And apparently starving myself.
We don't have pounds
Let's
over here,
see.
we have dollars. So if you convert pounds into dollars, that's about, say,
You mean
$150.
kilograms? You mean kilograms?
Oh, I thought you were talking
I'm
about.
at 85 kilograms. I need to get to 60. I need to get to 55 kilograms. I'm at 85 kilos and need to get to 55 kilos.
Oh, yeah, but you're just nice and cuddly at the moment, Nadia. You're really cuddly. You know, you're
I'm
just a big
disgusting.
you're a big teddy bear, that's all.
I'm disgusting. I'm like Jabba the Hutt.
No, there's guys out there who love that sort of
And
shit, Nadia. They love it. The more bigger, the better, they say.
I don't give a damn what the guys think. Yeah, the fact
know.
is, you know, I'm freaking Jabba the Hutt now, and I need to be Princess Leia.
Are you up to where Rob's question comes in?
Yeah, the guy's answering it. And now he dropped out.
Holy shit, is anyone watching this video?
No, I can't. I'm on a phone.
This shit's called a gauntlet. This guy's got like, I don't know, probably like 30 or 40 dabs lined up in front of him. And he's got like 3 people just torching nails on different rigs. So he's just like dabbing, hitting it, going to another one, dabbing it.
That was a pretty innocuous question, John. He asked about why more people aren't aware of scholarship on Isaiah and Daniel.
Yeah, that's right. There you go. It's the same question every time he comes into a hangout. That's what I was trying to say. And he said, if you heard his answer, he said the reason why he doesn't sort of like, I don't know if he said believe or whatever, he said because the Earth goes around the sun. Did you hear that bit?
No. Oh, he said, oh, the answer guy, yeah, he said it's equivalent, or the reason why people aren't aware of it is the same reason that 40% of the people responded to a poll that didn't know that a year was one Earth rotation around the sun. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, when Rob asked the question, he just talks about what the book of Isaiah and the Gospel of Thomas. It's like it's the same shit in every hangout. Lucky that hangout ended, otherwise he would have taken that one over as well. You laugh, fucking hell! You should have seen me last night. I was fired up to the hilt.
Hey, Rob, what time is it there? Or not Rob, I'm sorry, John. John, what time is it there, John? You're talking about Rob. It was on my mind. I'm sorry. I'm kind of confused.
It's 1:30, but I'm not going to crack a bottle open yet.
Well, okay, just so you know, it's 10:30 in the PM here, and I'm kind of waiting on you.
Well, you waited last night, and I put on a good show, didn't I?
No, I'm waiting for you to open a can here. So, like, that's what I'm saying.
I know. I need that fuel. I know that. I know
No,
I need to.
I'm just saying, you know, I need a drinking buddy. I can't put on liquid courage alone.
Hey, I'm sipping rum right now, so feel free to crack one open.
Now don't tempt me.
No, let's do it, John. Let's get this going.
Why are you waiting for John?
Because I like
I'm
getting John to start early.
I know.
I'm trying to get John to start early. I'm not trying to wait for John. I'm trying to get John to start early. I don't like waiting.
Well, as you can see, am I not good enough to get you started?
Nadia,
I've got a bit of this going.
just keep sucking it, eating that food.
Hey, you're drinking rum too.
I need to stop eating the food, but I can't because I'm going to ketoacidosis if I stop.
Nadia, are you shooting that stuff, or how are you drinking it?
Drinking it straight, like a real man.
Diet Mountain Dew.
You're mixing it with Diet Mountain Dew?
Yep. There's the class.
That sounds really disgusting.
Oh,
You know why?
Cracking open a fucking tinny right in front of me. Oh, fuck. Look at this cunt.
All right, I don't know how this is going to read on camera here, but I'm going to try to do. I'm going to attempt to torch a nail, take a dab, and while I'm holding it, down a beer before I exhale. That's the goal here.
Oh man, I'm glad we're live.
Fuck. Someone's got a fucking toilet in their fucking bedroom. Oh.
Yeah. If I can
Kneel down and do it.
rest a little bit.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Hang on. I've got to go to my spare fridge.
The emergency beer supply fridge.
Of course. Everyone should have one. I won't be long.
So, actually, I shouldn't really say, but shit is hitting the fan, and I've got some damn good reasons. Oh. Guess what I forgot to take? Oh, fucking hell. I better get some of me fast. Speaking of, what a glad.
This is going to be a bit heavy because I haven't, you know, I ate tonight, so that's good, but I haven't been eating a lot lately, so, you know, it's only Budweiser, so I don't think it'll hit me too hard.
Nope. But what you need to do is kneel down, Sky Daddy, so we can see the action. Gotta kneel down and do it.
Actually, you probably don't need to watch me torch the nail. I can do like this.
Yeah, that's perfect. There you go.
Okay, that'll work.
Perfect. I'm gonna get my popcorn.
Or here's concrete. If I go down, it's
Here
gonna
we
be.
are.
Give us your address so we can call 911 for you.
Well, no. If you call 911, you should be able to get them to get my address and hook
Yeah,
up with
I'll
my
just
local
tell them I'm in a
authorities.
Google Hangout and Sky Daddy needs help.
No, like it happened. Someone on Pal Talk hung himself.
I
Wow,
actually have.
Oh, fuck. What's the time? 1:30. Yeah. I suppose it's.
I've never actually seen your webcam on, Mike or John.
I've had every night I fucking put my webcam on. Not all the time. It depends on what hangout I'm in.
Every time I've been in one with you, you've had it off.
Oh, sorry about that. You just tell me to flip the switch. Hang on. There you go. Smoking, drinking, hangouts. I think they all go hand in hand.
So where in Australia do you live?
In Perth.
Oh, okay. And Rob lives in Melbourne, right?
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad he lives over there. Oh, fuck.
I'm
The
gonna
other side.
when I come to Australia, I'm gonna meet up with him in real life. Take him out
I
to
don't.
lunch.
I know. I heard you say that before, and I think you're making a big mistake.
Nah, he's a nice guy.
Really?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. No worries.
What's the worst that could happen?
Oh. What? He'll start preaching to you about the fucking Gospel of Thomas, but he won't do it once. He'll do it every fucking day that you're there.
Yeah, but I'm used to that.
I don't know what drugs do you need to take to fucking get used to it? Because I can't. He has blood coming out of my fucking ears. So just tell me the trick, and I'm onto it.
On the
Failed.
on the call subject, that's actually how I get people to call 911. I can't really tell when I go into ketoacidosis, so I rely on people in Hangouts calling for me.
Well, I
Oh,
can't
you
call
too.
911 for you, Nadia. We don't have fucking 911 over here, so don't get me to call 911. I'll get an engaged signal.
Well, you actually can, but you have to make an international call to a local number in my area. That is not 911 itself.
I can't. I don't want to dial international calls, Nadia. I'm not into it.
It's been done before, but there are others to call upon if need be.
I think
Anyway,
Big B will do it for you. He's already put his hand up. Reuven will do it. Sky Daddy will do it. Yeah.
I am not in ketoacidosis.
Yeah, now John's just trying to be hateful. He would call 911 if he saw you in trouble.
Yeah.
There's so much love in John. He is a loving man. You know, and that's why I mistakenly called him Rob. There is a lot of love in the Great Down Under. I'm telling you, I feel it from both those men.
I had a whole lot of love coming out of me last night, didn't I?
Rob, you know, Rob, I'm on air, so I'm gonna say for the record, Rob is obviously a good guy.
I agree. I think Rob's got a good heart.
He has a bit of diarrhea of the mouth.
Everybody's speakers.
He has a bit of diarrhea of the mouth, but as far as that goes, I mean, I've met a lot worse people than that. There's a lot less personality quirks you could have.
I think his, well, conspiracy theories about Jews are something of a problem.
Yeah, when he starts going off about Ashkenazi Jews, it starts to get
I've never heard
objectionable. He's
yeah,
got
that
this,
sounds like it could be. I've never heard it.
He's kind of hinted at this theory he has that the Jews are kind of secretly in control of all the power structures on Earth, and
oh, fucking!
they're manipulating world economies and wars and banks and all that.
Of course they are.
Yeah,
Which
Why
is not an
can't I see
uncommon
that?
conspiracy. That's a super common conspiracy.
Yeah. Why can't everybody see that? Hang on a second. Hang on. Yeah. It's coming more clear to me now. Yeah. It gets very clear after about, I don't know, 6 or 7 Corollas. I just love these Corollas.
Is that your favorite beer?
Oh yeah, yeah. I buy it by the pallet. You know, I'm not gonna fuck around. Okay. Oh, there we are.
I am muted.
Yeah. I actually muted myself last night. I had to.
Why is that?
Oh, I don't know. Rob does it to you, mate. I'm telling you. I don't know how long you got intentions of staying in fucking Melbourne for, but just make sure that when you go over there, you make sure you got your medication with you so you can take it when he starts. That's all I'm saying. And then when you come over here, you're going to say, oh, John, I'm so fucking knackered, and I'm going to go there, fucking go in my spare bedroom, there you go, have a lie down. And then I'm going to hear you at night time screaming out fucking all this shit, and I'm going to go, see, I told you. I told you. You know?
I can't take medicine willy-nilly. If I take the Lispro, or, I have a seizure, what I'm not supposed to do is, if I take
last night, no.
I'll get deep vein thrombosis, take the vaccine when I was not supposed to, my hair will fall out and I'll get some kind of disease. So it's if you really need the medicine, you can't take it willy-nilly.
No, I needed the medicine last night, Nadia. No, I did. I needed it. And I gave fucking people 4 or 5 days warning. I says, I'm going to explode. And I fucking did. I fucking let rip. I'm surprised my neighbours didn't call the fucking police with all the screaming. They probably thought, what the fuck's going on in John's house? He lives by himself. Who's he fucking talking to? He's fucking gone crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if my neighbours come up to me one day and go, there, Johnny. You feel better? You've been taking your medication? Yeah. I'll go, yeah, I have, yeah. And who are you talking to? John the TV? I feel like I'm in a nut house. Oh.
If the medicine actually did anything, you wouldn't be able to take it willy-nilly. That's my theory.
So, where are you from, DB? What part of America?
California.
Oh, okay. Are you serious about coming to Australia, are you?
Yeah, I have a friend who lives there. He lives in Orange, and I'm gonna come out there and visit. And I'm gonna visit Melbourne, Sydney. I might go to Perth. I don't know, and then wherever else, touristy areas probably. I want to go to Tasmania, but I'm not sure I'll be able to make it there.
Well, you can come to Perth a few ways. You can get on the train. That's a bit boring. If I was you, I'd just get on a fucking plane. It's only like 3 hours.
Yeah.
I think you probably I don't know. It depends on you. You probably might like Perth a little bit better. Depends on where you go. But how long do you intend to go for? You know, like 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 5 weeks? How long?
About a month.
Okay. All right, so it's 2 days at Rob's place, and okay. Yeah, I can put you up for a month.
Hey, I mean, between the Gospel of Thomas and the Good Wolf,
Now,
you know, commend.
you do realise that, you know, like when you come to Perth, you might be coming over by ambulance after you see Rob, but, you know, that's just, I'm warning you.
Actually, I'm gonna bring Rob to Perth with me.
Yeah?
We both want to crash at your place.
I'll call the fucking cops on that cunt. I'll call 911. And besides, anyway, his wife wouldn't let him. There's no way.
We started getting her pissed off the night you and I were arguing with him
Who's that?
Yeah, I know.
about
Yeah, I know.
sensorial experience. His wife started getting involved in the conversation. She was getting heated up too.
Yeah, but did you notice the other was another one where she's always on the side and she's going, you tell that fucking John and you tell him this, and I was going, yeah, that's it. Keep kicking Rob in the fucking legs. That's it. I can hear you. And then I said to him the other night, I says, hey Rob, why don't you give your fucking wife a chance to get on the net? You know, put her in the seat. You go down and have a rest. And he started thinking about it. Oh, and you know what else he said? Someone asked him how many kids he's got, and he had to start counting on his fingers. I was going, well, you don't know how many fucking kids you got.
How many does he?
7.
Like a stable of sons. Just like 30 or 40 husbands, you know.
What?
Oh, I need like 30 or 40 husbands. Forget 2.
So you want a harem of men?
Oh, no, you don't tell us that fucking story again. I'm not up for it.
You're not up for a stable of sons.
Nadia
No,
wants to be the alpha female.
Yeah, I know. She's already told me, and she told me the story what she does.
And carry me in litters. Oh, you bet every night.
Yeah, you want to be gangbanged by fucking 20 blokes. Yeah, I know, Nadia told me.
And then they can serve her Mountain Dew and Bacardi Gold.
Yeah. I don't want to go there anymore, Nadia.
I'm not supposed to have alcohol, but yeah, fucking hell, with the stuff going on, I deserve a little bit of relief or something. I mean, it's not like I'm breaking the bank. It's not like I'm getting like freaking flat out, you know, rolling on the floor wasted either. I might loosen my tongue a little bit, but yeah, there's not a whole lot of you know, stupidity or anything involved. Now and then, enough stress, and you know, when the means are there, you know, the money's not so tight that you would break me. You know, yeah, I figured do it.
Yeah, we're here.
Or New Year's or something.
Yeah,
Sorry?
I hear you. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. You know, it's like
I feel the pain. I feel
not something
the pain.
that I get off on and whatever. You know,
Yeah.
it's like I do not have this alcoholism in me.
Yeah, I feel for you, Nadia. I've got the same problem.
You know, that's me boring out.
Hey, who we got here?
Yeah, I'm holding off on declaring. until I have a stable enough job or a way up to flee the country. So.
You should just get a sugar daddy husband and mooch off of him. Marry some rich old oil guy or something like that.
Hey, Dark Matter, what up?
What is
That might take a couple of surgery. I can't really afford right now, so you're missing a few steps to the sugar daddy. It'd be a hell of a lot sexier to attract such.
Don't worry, he probably can't get it up anyway.
Well, that's no good for Nadia.
But she'll be
Well,
getting
I'd
other
be no good.
benefits, like the money.
I've been
Yeah.
watching or listening to this whole thing while I've been cooking. I've been on the YouTube listening to this room because it was full.
And what are your impressions so far?
You know, that's why I started doing something a little more constructive. You know, like drink more beer and start cooking. I started chopping things up. I chopped up a shitload of vegetables, and right now it's on the stove, kind of cooking. And
But you're gonna have a beer with us, right?
I'm thinking.
yeah, I'm having a beer. I'm on beer. I'm on beer number 3. I knew Jello wanted a drinking buddy, and
Yeah. Well, he
I
picked
thought,
me.
well,
He picked
no,
me too.
you know what kind of a friend would I be if I didn't get drunk with him?
Of course, that's what we're here for.
Exactly.
It's a lot later over here, Jello. It's 10 till 2 in the morning.
And I'm going to break out the cream of chicken soup.
Are you gonna put Bacardi Gold in that?
No. But I'll be drinking that as I eat it. So.
So, how much is that bottle of Bacardi Gold? Is that 750 milliliters?
I think so. It's like 20.
You know, I'd go on cam, but I'm not wearing a shirt right now. I suppose people would think I was probably naked.
It's a 1 liter, not a 750.
Oh,
Few
wow.
more beers and a couple more dabs, and I'm gonna start getting naked.
Cool. Let me make a video about you next.
Well, the good news is that Wednesday is hump day, and 72 hours before the weekend is kind of when they cut things off. If they're going to deliver the police are going to deliver the notice of physical removal or eviction or whatever, they would do it by Wednesday, so they don't. So for whatever reason, it doesn't span the weekend. Ideally, it would make sense to make it over the weekend, but they don't do that. So
I thought you were getting kicked out of your place like a couple weeks ago.
it is still in process, but the process is apparently very slow. So.
Well, that's what you want, Nadia. A good, slow process. String it out as long as
Yep,
you can.
you want it to drag on like death row.
Exactly. Just keep fucking dragging it out, Nadia. That's it. Don't make them, get you out of there. You just hang in there. Make up all the excuses and you can't find your shoe. All that sort of nonsense.
The important thing is, getting it to drag out long enough that I can do something like land a job or something and then start.
Yeah, that's what you want to do, Nadia. Yeah.
Because having somewhere else to go basically means a job.
Put yourself down for president. That's what I'd do.
If you think it's hard to get a job now, just wait till you don't have a residence.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. So,
Nadia, I think you should go into the acting career.
I think you should go into the military.
I am surgically castrated.
Nadia would take advantage of all the blokes.
Also, I have autoimmune destruction of my pancreas, so I can't do it for that reason either.
Hey, have you heard of these people that have various autoimmune problems, and they will introduce like pig whipworms into their system, and their autoimmune symptoms like decline drastically or sometimes even disappear completely? Have you heard about that?
The anti-autoimmune intervention were done before the organs were destroyed. The
Your
organs
are destroyed?
The particular organs are already destroyed. The pancreas and thyroid. So, it wouldn't help me.
No, I understand.
Yeah, got you a bit of education in the medical field there, eh? Yeah.
No, actually, I only have a bachelor's degree in double major computer science and mathematics, with minors in Spanish, German, and economics.
Mathematics, cool.
Yeah, e to the x sine x dx, yeah, all that. Well, Celo's theorem, yours is on so forth.
Do you know much about Shannon information?
Of course, that's a standard computer science topic. I actually routinely dredge it up whenever the creationists dredge up the notion of information in DNA.
That's what I was getting at. Like, I don't think half of them or more even realize what they mean when they're referring to when scientists say that DNA contains information. I don't even think they know what they're saying.
Yeah, that was a fucking hangout was in the other day about that nonsense too. It's not. It's not information.
Not in the sense they're meaning, anyway.
Well, they kept calling it digital, and it's like, well, digital is 1 and 2. And then they started talking about the code on the fucking genes.
Well, it is digital. The triplet code.
Well, digital's... That's not digital. Digital is 2. 1, 2.
Not really triplet, it's base pairs. But
yeah,
so,
digital just means
even so,
3 units.
Yeah, when you're saying 1, 2, you're thinking of binary, brother.
Yeah.
Well, the trouble is that when they have the idea of new information, they're actually contradicted by essentially the potential for the random mutation to the base pair sequence, increasing the information without actually adding more length to the DNA.
Right. Yeah, they'll say, like, for example, like if you take the domestication of dogs, they'll say, oh, well, all the variety of domesticated dog types, all that information, quote unquote, was already contained within the wolf genome. And they won't allow for the fact that if you have a one change in a single nucleotide, they won't say that that's new information, even though that is new information potentially.
According to Shannon entropy, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can have a sequence of 10 letters, and if one letter changes and it's still a sequence of 10 letters, you can have new information. Or 2, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. In the case of two binary symbols, they have a choice of being 0 or 1. You have 2 digits, or message length of 2. And, if it's 00 or 01, it has less information, the minimum, than it does if it's, they mismatch if they're 10 or 01. So, at that point, you can carry out the analogy further to longer messages and a larger alphabet, for instance, 4 symbols instead of 2. So, breaking it down in a dumb way so they can grasp the concept of how Shannon entropy differs. Well, I don't know how much helps make the argument. Might get the idea across. This Shannon entropy, which is the measure of information, can increase simply by, altering the sequence in ways that obviously do happen in DNA.
DB, are you familiar with telomeres?
Yeah.
Yes, I with telomeres, yes.
Where exactly are the telomeres?
The ends of chromosomes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there are telomeres and centromeres. Centromeres are in the middle, center. Telomeres are at the ends. The telo means like ends in Greek.
And curiously, one of the chromosomes in the human genome,
Chromosome 2.
yep, has
46.
Well, one of them okay, if you look at the chimp genome, it has
48.
Exactly, and so the humans have 46, so if evolution's correct, it would mean that there would have had to have been a fusion of two of the chromosomes.
Yeah, I had this argument with guys last night, and they said, no, that's the way fucking God made it.
Yeah, even though the chromosome number 2 in humans has that actual telomeres in the middle of the chromosome.
Yeah, I know. I've seen countless videos, and it's like, it doesn't matter what we fucking discover. It's always, that's how fucking God did it.
Sorry, what did you say, Nadia?
First off, it's called the chromosome 2 fusion event. Second, both the residual telomeres and the residual centromeres are discernible from the sequencing. And so you can very clearly see that some kind of, fully exhaustive Robinson translocation occurred to cause the, chromosome that chimpanzees had to translate to chromosome 2. And in fact, the sequencing aligns the contents of chromosome 2 with the different chromosomes within the chimpanzee. So it's pretty freaking exhaustively verified that it is, common descent with chimpanzees.
Why does my stupid mic keep muting itself? The only other possible explanation would be that, like John said, that God intentionally created the human genome, and specifically the second human chromosome, to look as if it had undergone a fusion event. I mean, that's just stretching so far.
Yeah, I know, but listen,
right? Either the deity is attempting to deceive people by constructing the natural world in such a way that it appears to be naturally arising, or and essentially you're accusing the deity of deceit with this process, or you acknowledge that the natural processes gave rise to it, and so you don't get out of it so easily as they might suggest by claiming, it's merely evidence of the common creator.
Oh no, it's too specific of an event to use the common creator thing. Like that might be superficially plausible in the case of like homology, but in the case of a specific molecular event like that, I don't think common creator is reasonable.
No way to homology. The contents of the chromosomes are individual, what are called, codons, genes with exons and introns and such. So each gene gives rise to a transcribed protein. It doesn't actually matter that much where the particular DNA sequence that gives rise to the transcribed protein resides in, well, the entire genome even. So a chromosome fusion event doesn't do a great deal beyond cause difficulties with meiosis, and those that have differing numbers of chromosomes. So the homology is doesn't really happen at all. I mean, you essentially get what is structurally or phenotypically and identical to the regular species, even though the particulars of meiosis have some difficulties with interbreeding with the remainder of the species. And at that point, I think you go a bit further and actually look for some genes where the actual gene content differs. So we have basically one-to-one mapping between the genes of a human and genes of chimpanzee. The genes of chimpanzee just basically got moved from the chromosome that they got rid of got dumped in its whole, in its entirety, into chromosome 2. Now the GOL-O gene, which causes or is involved with the production of citric acid.
Yeah, is that the vitamin C?
Right, it's the vitamin C gene. That gives individual genes whose differences provide evidence of common descent. The fracturing that's observable aligns with the other primates that share the GOLO fracturing, and also, simply the fact that there is this fracture gene amongst a group of these primates provides more evidence of common descent. So you have two different kinds of structure providing two different linkages between humans and other primates, including other primates so broadly because the GOLO case goes beyond the great apes. Clearly, the chromosome fusion event is a great apes only affair.
Yeah.
Great.
That's one of the things, like, when you're arguing with creationists, that it's hard to, it's one of the difficult lines of evidence to convince them of. Yeah, the fossil record is nice. Yeah, geographical distribution of species is nice. An understanding of natural selection is nice, but molecular genetic evidence is just so overwhelming by itself that, just if we had no other lines of evidence at all, just the DNA sequencing, we could confidently propose something like common descent, and we would have to. And
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I know what you're saying with that because I've heard of people argue. I actually said to them last night when I was in the Southern Hangout, and I said, "Okay, how do you explain Neanderthals?" And I said, "So, and all the other species down the line." I said, "So that was fucking Adam and Eve. What was Adam and Eve? Was it fucking human?" And you know what they came up with? Some stupid fucking answer like, no, they were the perfect humans, and as time went on, we're going down the hill.
Yep.
So we're getting worse and worse and worse. So in other words, we're gonna develop into slime. And I went, so they fucking took it on and fucking reversed it.
Yeah, they have no understanding of natural selection if they're.
Oh.
They have, it is called the top-down theory of evolution or natural selection or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's pretty clearly bogus.
Um, I actually had a creationist on Facebook tell me that entropy didn't even exist until after the fall. And I'm like, okay, how could you have any chemistry? How could you have anything at all? How could you even have time without entropy? I mean, it's just unbelievable, like some of the stuff they're willing to go through. He told me that plants aren't technically considered to be life because according to the Noah's Ark story, he didn't bring all the plants on Earth on Noah's Ark, and so they would have been destroyed by the flood. So so therefore, since Noah's flood story is perfectly, obviously, infallibly true, therefore plants can't be considered life. Otherwise, Noah's Ark story would be wrong.
I heard a different version. I heard, well, like it was okay for the plants to die because they left their seeds behind.
Yeah, but that doesn't work either because there's too many plant species whose seeds would be immediately killed by exposure to salt water.
Don't tell them that. They'll just deny that. They'll say, no, you're wrong. Seeds can survive. Yeah, I know. And I always say, like, where's my fucking Grand Canyon? How come I haven't got one? Why have you guys got one? I want a Grand Canyon. Why haven't I got one? It's like, that's bat-ass shit. It's stupid. Oh, and you know what else I said? I says, okay, if the fucking flood can erode all of that fucking stone in a year, how come it couldn't wipe the fucking Aboriginal paintings off the wall in Australia? Because
they're way older, yeah.
Like I was going, well, it surely should have stripped the fucking paint off the walls. If it can strip down fucking a fucking mile of fucking rock in a year, surely it could have stripped the paintings off the wall.
Yeah, I mean the whole flood geology thing is just completely untenable. I mean, there's no way it happened unless you make so many. You have to make literally millions and billions of exceptions, and to which there's no evidence for, in order for it to be possible.
Of course, but that's what I was saying in this debate that I was having the other day. I was going, yeah, most people on Earth, even children, would say, well, no, that's not possible. But you get fucking idiots like Ken Ham, who spout that shit and put a fucking museum up and saying, yeah, it's all fucking true.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a presuppositionalist. I mean, he's got the truth already, and
overboard.
Yeah, so he's got the truth already. So any explanation that gets his favorite book out of a tight spot is better than any other alternative.
But what amazes me is, like, okay, if you want to tell a little lie or whatever and go around, but to spend $15 million on a museum, it's like, oh, you're fucking serious about this bullshit.
Yeah, they are really serious, yeah.
Yeah, but that's what amazes me, and people give them money to fucking do this shit.
It's just ignorance. I mean, they're not educated. Well, not all of them. Some of them are educated. I mean, there's PhD geologists who are young Earth creationists, surprisingly. But yeah, the most of them are completely ignorant of the science of geology or genetics or anything.
Have you seen that YouTube video where they went into the Creation Museum with a camera and they interviewed that guy, and I think he's got his PhD in geology or something like that. I don't know if you've seen that. He's only about 20 years old. He actually works at the museum.
No, I haven't seen that.
Well, I think it was someone, I can't remember who interviewed him, and they actually pulled him outside and they started talking to him on video, and they said, you've just gone to fucking school and you've learnt all about fucking geology and you got your PhD, and to get your PhD you can't be a fucking idiot, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah, you can.
Actually, well, how do what do you have to do? Say, oh, I'm going to tell the truth here, but when I go to work with Ken Ham, I'm going to fucking turning it on its head and start talking shit.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I don't think humans are necessarily rational. I think they're good at rationalizing. And really smart people are really good at rationalizing. And that's how you get people like Kurt Wise, who's a PhD geologist who is also a young Earth creationist. And like he said, and this is a quote in Richard Dawkins' book, if any of you guys have read it, he said, if all the evidence in the universe pointed to an old Earth, he would be the first one to acknowledge that that's where the evidence pointed, yet he would deny it because the Bible says that the Earth was created 6,000 years ago. You know?
How can you? I know that's what I can't understand.
Yeah, I can't relate to it at all.
It's like, mate, it's like saying, if you chop someone's fucking legs off, no, they really got legs, but they're invisible. You just can't see them. It's just stupid.
Yeah.
That's the part where I'm going, because that's why I think it was Dawkins or somebody pulled this guy out and said, you've just got your degree in geology and you're talking about fucking floods. How do you rationalise the two where you've got your degree and you've had to do it, so you know that it's not possible, but you come over here and you're working here and you're going, oh, I'm tossing all that shit away. All I wanted was the PhD and I'm out of here. So, that's, I don't know, that's totally fucking on me.
I guess you can actually see evidence of floods. For instance, there are various mega tsunamis known to have happened in the past. One of them being 9,000 years ago, where the ice or glaciers or whatever had large chunks fall off into the sea, displacing so much water that a giant wave washed over the Apennines in Great Britain.
Yeah.
Evidence in geological evidence.
The problem
geologists happened, and they don't see anything like a flood that happened 4,000 years ago, globally or even large scale in the Middle East. So.
Yeah, actually, there may even have been a regional flood in the Middle East a certain amount of time ago. I forget the event. There's some volcano erupted or something, and somehow like sorry?
No, it's the Black Sea.
Yeah, what happened with it? I forget the details.
I believe some kind of underwater, some kind of containing formation collapsed, and a rock formation, and so basically, it's like a dam breaking, and something in the Black Sea expanded out.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not it's not hard to imagine why ancient people would have thought there were floods. I mean, you can go up into a lot of mountains all around Earth, or high ground at least, and see, like, you can dig in the ground and find clam shells and marine life fossils, and
but they're not from floods. That's from the mountain rising.
Yeah, but they didn't. But put yourself in the mindset of an ancient person. They had no conception of plate tectonics. They thought the land masses of Earth were static and eternal. So they're like, how the heck did these marine fossils get way the fuck up here?
Yeah, gotcha.
Oh, there must have been a giant flood. Yeah. So it makes sense. I mean, from their point of view, with their limited knowledge, it's a reasonable
2,000 years ago, of course.
Yeah, but the problem is now we have a better understanding, and those old theories, even though they were, plausible for the time with the limited knowledge, they're not tenable today. But people say that these holy, since a particular flood story ended up in a holy book that's supposedly inerrant and inspired, it therefore has to be true. So we're just going to throw out an entire field of science, well, several fields of science. We're just going to throw it away and
Go with the
just go
flow.
ahead with the Bible's true.
I know. It's
Like ancient peoples carrying out a similar process. Originally, the Greeks are in an area where mammoth fossils were common, and
Bless you.
actually dug them up. And I saw an elephant skull, or well, a mammoth skull anyway. And you know how an elephant skull has with its eye pockets.
Has what?
You know how elephant skulls have a single eye socket for both eyes.
Right, they thought they were cyclopses or something, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at, I get an argument about the whole like biblical literalists. Well, they're only literalists to a point. Like, you look at the cosmology of the earth portrayed in the Old Testament, it's obviously talking about, I mean, it talks about the firmament, the foundations of the earth. The earth is like a disc, it's got a foundation, it's got the firmament with holes in it that the rain comes through. Heaven is up above.
stretched out, all the bullshit, yeah.
Yeah, like there's an obvious conception of the earth, and from there, with their limited knowledge,
That's the way they
that's a reasonable conclusion. I mean, you can't blame them. You can't say they're stupid. I mean, from their limited knowledge, that seemed reasonable for them. And the only reason, I mean, even biblical literalists will say, well, obviously, in the account of the sun standing still at the sacking of what was that city, Reuven? No, where God made the sun stand still so that they could complete the sacking of
Yeah, I've read that shit too.
yeah, I forget the name of the city. Anyway, well, obviously the sun didn't really stand still. That's a metaphor. What really happened is God made the earth stop rotating or stop turning on its axis for a certain amount of time. Or you know, the foundations of the earth, that just really refers to, you know, deep down in the earth. Like they're saying that these ancient people actually had a modern understanding of cosmology, but they just chose to portray it in these couched metaphors that sounded like all the other ancient cultural understandings and conceptions of cosmology.
Mm. I wouldn't be so fast to describe it that way. And the reason why I think you need to be careful is because a number of the very basic features of, well, Earth and solar system are so freaking obvious that they are effectively prehistoric, although not necessarily expressed in all cultures over ancient history. The seafaring peoples are, well, prehistoric. Like, people were making boats before they were even truly a human species. Yet, and of course, once you're in a boat and you see the ocean, are seeing things going over the horizon, you figure out you're on the surface. This is really freaking obvious. It's not so difficult to imagine from there that you see the moon, you imagine it to be a sphere much like the Earth's own, and it's just something a great distance away. Ancient Greeks are known to have tried to and we're actually, yeah, the error bars were big, but they were not the right order of magnitude. And even the same thing with the sun. Now, they might imagine themselves at the center, kind of with a lack of imagination. There wasn't the sort of thing of like, Einstein says there's no privileged reference frame, or similar to Galileo. But so, I mean, the basic shapes and I guess proportions were not possible with the sun so far, but at least the moon. I mean, these things that go especially back to before classical, in the case of the distances, or distance moon, and essentially free history on the basic conceptual layout. You also find evidence of attempts to calculate distances in the Hinduism or ancient India, and pretty clearly what you might call I guess ambiguously heliocentric model of the solar system in India, well before. Now, granted, its grounding was before. It's putting out there these ideas in a way are pretty obvious and go back into prehistory. The Bible goes on and says this and that and the other thing. You can actually find things contemporary to the Bible saying otherwise.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I'm not saying that there were no people in the ancient world that had glimmerings of the actual status of the solar system. I'm just saying that these myths, like, for example, the conception of cosmology given to us in the Old Testament, I don't believe that they're meant as metaphor. I believe that they're meant to be, that was their literal understanding of cosmology. Yeah. And by they, I mean wherever this conception originated, the common people, most people in the ancient world, I don't think, for example, thought that the sun was at the center of the solar system. They probably knew about, actually, I don't even think the common people knew about, like, for example, retrograde motion of the planets. Certain people in certain cultures may have known about it, but I don't think this knowledge was widespread and fully understood. I think for the most part, in even most cultures, the common people pretty much had a very primitive understanding of cosmology. And I think the Old Testament description with the firmament, foundations of the earth, floating on the oceans of the deep, and all that stuff, I think that's pretty much what they literally thought about the earth.
Oh yeah, I agree. That's how they described it. That was basically what they were trying to say. Well, it has to be like that because there's no other explanation.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
It's not a fucking metaphor. They only want to call it a metaphor because they know it's bullshit. So I've even heard fucking people say, "Oh, it's not a metaphor. It's a fucking poem." It's like, well, it doesn't even rhyme. It's not a poem. You can call it what you want. That's how they described it. Believe it or not, it was only about a week and a half ago. There was a really good documentary, and they've only just done it. It was on TV a couple of weeks ago. It was about Leonardo da Vinci, and I've seen quite a few documentaries on that guy. But this time they actually went into the vault where they've got all the pictures of the originals, and they went through all the pictures one by one. And like I've seen a lot of those pictures before, but they were actually talking about his relationship with, like the church and all this sort of stuff. And he actually despised the church, and how he made... Yeah, Da Vinci actually hated the church because he knew that they were wrong. And he actually pulled them undone on 2 occasions. And I know the first one was when he said, "Oh, look, the earth goes around the sun." And they said, no, fucking everything revolves around the earth. You're wrong. I'm going to lock you up. That. And there was another one, I just can't fucking remember it off the top of my head, where he pissed him off again. What was it?
Galileo, not Da Vinci.
No, it was Da Vinci.
She wasn't involved with heliocentrism.
Yeah, no, Da Vinci pissed him off. He pissed him off big time.
Pissed the church off?
Yeah. That's where he actually, you know, like they used to actually
How did
call
he
him.
piss the church off? I mean, he got most of his commissions from the church, didn't he?
Correct. But he hated them.
Yeah.
He despised the church.
Da Vinci was Galileo.
Yeah, are you thinking of Galileo?
No, I'm talking about Da Vinci. Like I said, he actually had all these drawings and all the rest of it. You know, like he actually drew the human body. He was into painting and all that sort of stuff, but he was also into, you know, like building machines and all that sort of nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and believe it or not, a lot of his machines are, you know, around today, so to speak. You know, like you know, submarines and all that sort of stuff. But okay, his were very primitive. But he sort of like laid a bit of the foundation with the inventions. You know?
Yeah, he was a Renaissance man for sure.
I know, and I was thinking to myself, I was going, even back in his day, I think it was what 15th century or whatever. You know, the ideas that were coming into his head and drawings was like, I couldn't even do that today.
Mm-mm.
Now, I'll also point out something about well, the common people. Back in the day, the peasants were pretty poorly well treated, and very, very importantly, fed during childhood.
Very importantly, what?
Fed during childhood. Very
What?
poorly fed during childhood.
What during childhood?
Fed, as in food.
Fed, yeah, okay. Malnutrition, got it.
Right. So this does two things. One is it stunts the skill. They were shorter than the rest, whatever. But
Yeah.
importantly for this discussion is it also stunts the brain.
Stunts what?
The brain.
Yeah. So they're
And
cognitive. They had impaired cognitive ability.
And this was was the vast majority of the population, apart from basically kings.
Right.
So if you're talking about bad ideas or wrong conclusions going around in those ancient times, you've got some audience for them who can't tell.
Well, I'm not trying to argue. I'm not trying to justify or anything from back in that day. I'm just saying that. I mean, we can take this back way far back. Like, you can imagine a point in time, maybe even before advanced civilization, before like large-scale agriculture, where people would have, even the intelligent royalty would have had a particular framework in their mind about what the universe looked like. And I honestly think, and not just based off the Old Testament, but a lot of other depictions of cosmology from other cultures, even among well-to-do royalty, you know, people who were well-fed, etc., still had this wrong cosmology. And I'm not saying that they're stupid or anything. I'm just saying that they didn't have an advanced knowledge of. I know that the evidence was there for them to discover.
That's the thing.
They didn't put it all together.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think if you're talking about, you know, someone like royalty who is well fed, etc., with normal cognitive function, is presented with anything descending over a horizon or, you know, obviously celestial objects, they will arrive at conclusions that, well, everyone else did. And, you know, these things are in, I will swear up and down, they are effectively prehistoric. It's not going to be every last one on Earth, who knows? Or every last cognitively fully functional person on Earth, who knows? But we're going to you're gonna go back pretty far in time, pretty far across cultures and all that.
Well, let me ask you this, Nadia. Do you think, in your opinion, if you have one on the subject, do you think that the depictions in the Old Testament of cosmology, of the Earth and its position in the solar system and the universe or whatever, do you think it's metaphorical, or that whoever the authors of that depiction were, do you think that that was their literal understanding of their place, so to speak, in the cosmos?
Metaphorical, it's literal, yet even though it's literal, people believed it, it wasn't everyone by a long shot. It was, those who either were incapable of apprehending the evidence or otherwise.
Ignorant of it.
Well, it's pretty freaking hard to be ignorant of things descending over the horizon. But
yeah, but I mean, just things descending over the horizon, you could just say that, I mean, doesn't it look like the Earth? Doesn't it look like the sun and the moon go around the Earth when you're just casually, uncritically looking at the sky?
It appears that way even now.
I mean, you have to do a pretty in-depth, careful study of the position of the sun and the moon in order to conclude that there's discrepancies with the geocentric model. Just a casual observance, you would say, "Oh yeah, the sun and the moon are going around the Earth. Obviously, it looks like that."
Well, you're gonna have to of the heliocentrism bit, because that is conceptually far involved. Essentially the whole privileging of frames of reference is, you kind of have to realize you're doing and so on and so forth. That it was not there. The idea that these celestial bodies were themselves spheres, and they were, moving through space and so on is that's the part that's prehistoric. You don't have, even as far as in prehistory.
But you still say that the accounts in, like, for example, Genesis, you would say that you would agree with me that those are meant to be taken literally, or no?
They are literal, yes.
Okay.
I mean, you've got a big, peasants who will never be at sea and so on, with cognitive impairments and such, who are ready to swallow it and absolutely will not be spanked for it if they do.
Yeah, I mean, they're completely uneducated. And, I mean, you've got, like, I couldn't remember the name of the city, but at Jericho, in the account of Jericho, the Battle of Jericho, you got an account of the sun standing still.
Well, there are ancient navigators floating around, from even before, the time of Christ and such. And, they went around looking at stars, they had astrolabes and such, into antiquity. And you better believe that someone who did that kind of navigation had some kind of theory of stars, some kind of idea of, how the heavens work, and, saw things going over the horizon, had to figure out, stars going on the horizon, blah, 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 and because if they didn't, they would never have made it there.
So you saying that naval navigation requires an understanding of heliocentrism?
Not heliocentrism, but some of the basic features of the Earth and solar system.
Like which ones? What features?
The Earth is a sphere. That the, celestial bodies are in motion, and the turning or rotation or whatever of the Earth goes on. A few others.
Well,
It's not like my main thrust of anything, but navigation things, spherical trigonometry, only very, but still, when you have, you know, the understanding effectively required to carry out the task carried out successfully, you can conclude there was, you know, some bare minimum level of understanding that was successfully achieved. Accurate understanding, even.
I wonder about that. Like, it makes me think about. I mean, we know from archaeology and everything that the people that colonized Hawaii navigated there from a long, long distance. So they obviously had seafaring knowledge and celestial navigation knowledge, but I mean, can we confidently say that they understood that A, the Earth was a sphere, B, that the sun was the center of the solar system? You know, how much would they have necessarily understood based off of the fact that they could navigate off the position of stars in relation to the horizon?
Okay, there are a few more issues with I guess, the question you're asking. And, okay, the first one is that the sense in which we say things are heliocentric is essentially the gravicentric. You know, the point where gravity between the sun and all the other planets bounces out. And that's basically inside the sun. And because the sun is so very and to the extent that people inferred it in the 16th century, it was because that having the sun as the center, as one of the foci of an ellipse, ellipse is more accurate predictions of astronomical events than trying to use circles or even carrying out heliocentric. And the ellipse versus was the crucial aspect of it. Then finally, the heliocentrism per se is not so crucial of a feature of the solar system to understand for the purposes of navigation. In fact, to the extent you're utilizing something heliocentric in other calculations, you always are translating back to a geocentric because you're standing on the Earth and you have to know what you're looking for is, with your calculations, is what you're going to expect to see in the future with your eyes.
Your perspective, yeah.
So, to the extent that there's knowledge about the features of the solar system and the Earth and so on, they are not necessarily the ones that we think of as being so revolutionary as, you know, well, heliocentrism. You know, these things are spheres, these things are motion, these things are some path, like a circle or cycle, whatever. I mean, they basically are following the epicycles from our point of view. We say that heliocentrism provides similar thing to translate back from our point of view, as opposed to starting from our point of view and then going on about how these things are So the privileging of a frame of reference, you know, it's actually not to be happening, and of course, actually not understood to. But that said, I mean, there's a lot of people did figure out.
Yeah, I mean, my only thing is like, what can we reasonably say that the quote-unquote common person, what was their conception? I mean, obviously navigators had an advanced understanding compared to, say, like a farmer.
That was the point. That was the point with the being stunted in their skeletons and their brains.
Yeah, and that just adds though to the argument.
Yeah. The common person didn't know anything. It was only the smart ones who became navigators and such.
Right.
Hey, DB, I want to ask you a question. Like, I've seen this debate, and they say that the universe is flat. Have you seen that debate, opposed to being round?
Yeah.
I think I know what you're referring to, and the idea of it being flat versus round is a very different concept from what we were talking about with the Earth being flat around.
That refers more to the like future fate of the universe. Like there's a flat, or
well, okay,
there's three conceptions of it, huh?
Yeah, just I'm trying to battle this one in my brain. When they say flat, are they saying it's flat looking from a distance?
No, what it means is that the density is equal to 1 of the universe. So like you could have a spherical universe that would be greater than 1, or like a I guess it'd be hyperbolic, which would be less than 1, and then a flat would be 1.
Okay,
So like you heard about the thing where they say, okay, we don't know, is the universe going to expand forever, or is it going to eventually slow down and contract in on itself? Or is it going to eventually reach an equilibrium and stop and be in stasis? That's pretty much what they're describing.
John, you're right though in asking whether they're talking about on a large scale, like if you saw it from very far away.
Yeah, if you could get like a third-person perspective, quote unquote, that would
Like
you would actually see those a flat shape.
Okay, but a galaxy is flat, right?
Well, it has a plane of, it has a.
Flatness.
Different galaxies are different shapes.
Yeah, but if you're standing back and looking at the galaxy, it's not a ball. It's actually flat, right?
No, some are balls. Some are balls.
Yeah, they are galaxies as such. They're forming, aren't they?
No, galaxies come in a variety of shapes and sizes.
I actually thought the majority were flat. Or flat.
New galaxies that are really forming. Ones that are in existence now are, I think, believed to be the only ones that will ever be.
Right.
And an interesting phenomenon will occur where expansion of space will essentially render each galaxy isolated from every other.
Yeah, in other words, eventually the expansion rate will exceed the speed of light, which means we can't even see the receding galaxies at some point.
Wait, what are you basing that on?
Yeah.
that the expansion can exceed the speed of light?
Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just recounting the.
Yeah, I heard that
Expansion is
today.
not.
Well, I think we know whether that's true or not.
Yeah, but they'll be that far away that the light won't travel. The light will never get to us. That,
The universe is not motion through space. The expansion of the universe is the creation of new space.
Right.
And so there are no light speed limitations on the creation of space.
Yeah, in other words,
space is fucking me over. I think they need a different word than space.
Where does this magical space come from that's being created?
Yeah, I know. That's why the word space is fucking doing my head in.
Yeah,
I need a different word.
I cannot tell you.
So there's magical space that gets created every second, and it can expand so fast that it exceeds the speed of light, affecting the fate of the entire universe, and that's a reasonable belief today.
Well, it's not. It's just that I think that
it's going to rip the universe.
We see a red shifting of objects that are distant from us, and the more distant they appear, the more red shifted they are.
That's not true.
It is true.
No, it isn't. That's not true. There's plenty of galaxies that are moving towards us. There's more that are moving.
Andromeda's moving towards us, but they're going to blue.
Yeah, we're going to collide with the Andromeda galaxy. So how can you
that's
say
100
that?
million years, so don't worry about it.
How can you say that everything that's moving away from us is red shifted or blue shifted? That's
because we know that. We've done experiments. We know that now.
No, that's what they teach you in the popular media, but it's not true that all the.
It is true. That's the Doppler effect.
It's an oversimplification to tell people.
It's not.
Listen.
Simplicity is a fallacy.
Every single galaxy is not moving away from us. That's a bold-faced lie. That is not true.
We didn't say that.
Yeah, we know that's not true, yeah.
We know that Andromeda's hitting. We know that Andromeda is on a collision course with our fucking Milky Way. We already know that, and that's a blue shift.
But it's not just Andromeda, though. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I just gave you an example. All right.
They simplify it to where they say that everything's moving away except for. Fine, you can say except for Andromeda. Everyone knows that Andromeda is moving towards us. But that is an oversimplification. It's the average. It's the average.
No, that's not true. They don't calculate it based off the average. They have what's called as a standard candle, which based off of physical laws, a supernova will have a particular brightness, and they calculate the distance of supernovae based off of how redshifted it is.
Right, but what my only point is that in a lot of books and a lot of TV specials and stuff, they oversimplify it to where they say pretty much virtually every single thing is moving away. That is not true. A lot of galaxies are appearing to move toward us. And they don't tell you that. They oversimplify it.
Yeah, I agree they oversimplify it because, I mean, obviously they can't go into every single minutia.
Well, they could because it's actually really important. If the universe is really expanding, and evidence of this is that all of the galaxies are moving away from us, but it turns out that all of the fucking galaxies aren't moving away from us, then it kind of has a hole in the theory.
Well, like, for example, if you have, based on our current understanding of physical law, if a supernova happens at a particular mass, or has a standard brightness, why would it be shifted more toward the red? Why would different galaxies, different supernovae be shifted more into the red? Like, what would be the best explanation for that?
If you stand between two sheets of glass, does it distort the color of something?
If I stand between two sheets of glass?
Yeah. Depending on which angle you're at, something is going to look a different color. Why is that? If you're standing behind a window and then you're looking into, say, a car, so you're looking through two different sheets of glass, and then you look from one point of view and then you look from another point of view, why do things change appearance? Why does the hue of something change?
Snell's law.
What? Snell's law?
Snell was the name of a person who discovered it or whatever. Snell's law.
Okay, but so does that prove that when you're between two sheets of glass, magical particles are changing the universe and space, time itself, and all this weird, string theory and other dimensions, or is it just something more simple where it's slightly distorted because of the position?
Well, so we have an observable phenomena, which is different amounts of red shifting
No,
on
I'm talking about
supernovae.
in the instance of looking out the window. I'm not talking about. I'm using that as an analogy, but in the instance of looking out the window, why does that happen? Is it something magical with particles and extra dimensions and expansion of space?
No, I mean,
rip the universe apart, or is it?
I would say it probably has to do with like properties of refraction, but I'm not an expert on light dynamics, so I.
So when we see a similar effect with stars and galaxies, why don't we look for, like, why do you assume that it's something crazy that can destroy the universe?
It's not a similar effect though, because in the case of the stars, it's a consistent pattern of increasing red shifting.
Okay,
whereas
but
in the case of ordinary refraction, it's not like that at all.
Doug, you're a smart guy. Listen, if you were surrounded by a sphere of glass, right, a thin sheet of glass, right, and then there were other spheres of glass outside of you, and stars and galaxies behind each one, what's it going to look like?
I honestly don't know what that would look like.
Is it going to look exactly the same as if the glass wasn't there, or is it going to distort the light?
It's going to distort the light, but that depends on like the properties of the glass. It depends on the refraction metric of the glass. I mean, it depends on a lot of things. It's not going to consistently redshift everything. For example, if you
can go do this right now, you can go stand outside and you can do this in your house and just look through glass, look through. I mean, if you've seen this on rock and roll album covers of white light entering a piece of glass and it turns it into a rainbow. Everyone knows this. When something enters,
space is not glass.
Okay, but the atmosphere does the same thing. Why does the color of the sky constantly change?
But we can observe this outside of the atmosphere.
Okay, but Doug, is the atmosphere expanding faster than the speed of light, or is there droplets of water that change the color of the sky?
What I'm saying is we could launch a satellite that's outside of the atmosphere and observe the same effect.
I think you're missing my point. It's an analogy. It's an analogy.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, when we see the distortion of colors, right?
Yeah.
There are other more practical, obvious explanations for this than to think that magical dark energy creates these new particles that don't exist, that can't exist, that are impossible, that can defy all the other laws of physics and do impossible things, and it's going to destroy the universe and all this crazy stuff that
But
if you were talking about anything else, people would think you were a lunatic.
That's quantum physics, okay? Atoms come into existence and disappear.
No, they don't. There's a law that says that nothing can be created or destroyed.
Best not you argue with us. You better go and have a bit of an argument.
Only
with Lawrence
information
Krauss.
can't be.
Matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Tell Lawrence Krauss that.
Okay, I will. I mean, I'm friends with him on Facebook. I'll tell him right now. Listen up, fucker. He won't listen to me, though. I've tried to communicate with him. He
I wonder why.
Well, because he's a dogmatist.
He didn't get that job because he was a dickhead.
Okay, so why does the Big Bang Theory and all this stuff get to defy these laws of physics where
they don't?
Energy cannot be created or destroyed, right? That used to be a law of physics. That used to be.
Yeah, but the total energy of the universe is zero.
No, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is.
No, it's not. There's
Oh.
lots of energy in the universe.
Yeah, but it totals 0.
No.
Yes, it does.
Are you talking about the cosmological constant?
Am I?
Yeah.
No. What do you mean when you say the total amount of energy in the universe equals out to 0? What do you mean?
Everything
I
what's
mean
in
that
the universe.
if you add up all the dark energy with the observable universe, you end up with a zero sum.
What is dark energy? Doesn't exist. Someone just made up that term for it's a question mark.
Right, it is a question mark. That's
and they
true,
made a
but
word
it's
for the
still an
question.
observed phenomena.
No, it isn't. Dark energy is not observed. It's not a
Yeah,
real.
because based off of our current laws of physics, the formation of galaxies, etc., are not explicable. So we
Come on,
can't
bro.
account
Come
for what
on.
we see.
Come on, man. Come on.
We can't. We literally can't. Based off of our everyday understanding of gravitation, we can't fully account for like
Okay, what's the
all of,
everyday understanding of gravitation? Is that Einstein's theory or what? What are you going by?
I'm saying that if you look at galaxies and you assume the laws of gravity, you see phenomena that are contradictory or would be not allowed under that theory.
Right, contradictory to what, though, is what I'm asking you. Contradictory to Newton, contradictory to Einstein, contradictory to quantum mechanics. What is it contradictory to?
As far as I'm aware, it's contradictory to whatever our current understanding of the law of gravity is.
Okay, so what
because
are
we can't explain certain features of galactic
so
formation.
in science, what are you supposed to do when evidence doesn't match the theory? What are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to take a question mark and turn it into something that doesn't exist, or are you supposed to reevaluate the theory and try to fix it?
Well, there's a multiple approaches. I mean, you could either completely throw out the theory if it's a major flaw, or you could modify the theory.
I saw that these things are, number one, quantitative. For instance, the matching will only be to some degree, and greater degrees are, of course, better than lesser. The other is that their usage makes a big difference. For instance, on the scale of the solar system, even, Newtonian physics does quite well. Einsteinian physics improves it slightly, albeit not in time scales that are important to take, for instance, many years to observe the precession of the perihelion of Mercury.
Nadia, your audio is really bad.
How did that happen?
You switched to your Bluetooth.
No, the mic is still the built-in one on the phone.
If I can paraphrase, you were saying that Newtonian physics gave us a pretty darn accurate understanding of, like, for example, the motion of bodies, and relativity gave us a more precise understanding, and we're continually increasing our precision. Is that correct?
Yes, we're increasing our precision, and we are also increasing the scale to which, precision is.
Okay, so a few hundred years ago we had Newton. 100 years ago we had Einstein. What's the current version? What's the improvement on Einstein?
Well, I think quantum theory.
We don't have a quantum theory of gravity, though, right?
Not a definitive one, not a settled one, but there are hypotheses out there.
Right, but
quantum what, Nadia?
Loop quantum gravity?
Yeah, loop quantum, that's one of them, right.
Yeah, but that's not a scientific theory so much as just I mean, it's a framework, right? It's a hypothetical mathematical framework.
And what's your point?
It is essentially.
It's not a real. It's not real science.
Oh, okay. When does it become real science?
When
Well,
it
when you
actually makes
say-
testable predictions and stuff like that. When it actually.
It's testable predictions. The trouble is they're the same predictions that almost everything else makes.
Right, it's got. I mean, it needs to be. You need to be able to falsify it and test it. So.
Yeah, and the key thing is it has to be distinguishable from alternatives.
Right. Right.
Yeah, that.
Because if you have multiple hypotheses that make the same, or basically the same predictions, you would need a reason to prefer one of the alternatives over the other.
And that's the real bottleneck with all the different alternative quantum gravity theories. They can't really be told apart as far as what we can now observe.
Right. So
yeah,
so
that's my understanding of the state of physics right now. Like, we're at a point where we have a bunch of hypotheses, a bunch of different models, and we're not quite yet at the point, and maybe we never will be, I don't know, but we're not at the point where we can definitively test the veracity of one versus the other.
So Doug, this is what I don't understand though. You're saying earlier, well, we know all this stuff. It has to be true. All this, and as if the current state of science actually makes sense and is comprehensible and all this sort of thing. But now you're admitting that no, it's not, or maybe you're not. Are you admitting that, like, the current state of physics is like incomplete and fucked up?
Well, my philosophy of science, so to speak, is that science is always provisional and always subject to revision based on further evidence. So I would never say, for example, that our current understanding is, quote unquote, the true reflection of reality. I would just say that it's our best effort of explaining the phenomena we see in the most efficient, parsimonious way we've come up with to date.
Predicting.
Okay, but do we?
I mean, predicting.
Sorry, Nadia?
And predicting. Prediction value.
Prediction is a big part of that, right?
Right, but epicycles made predictions, right? When you had the Ptolemy system.
Yeah, and they are in a way very accurate. And the difficulty with heliocentrism was that ellipses were needed instead of circles.
Right, but even if you did epicycles with ellipses, it still makes predictions. It's still a perfectly usable theory.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can just carry out coordinate transformations to take the predicted elliptical orbits, or even, orbits in terms of elliptical functions, using something like this, two-body solution for the perihelion of Mercury precession, and from there, translate your coordinates. You'll get something like epicycles.
Right.
Sorry, I accidentally closed the wrong window. What did I miss?
Just kind of recapping on epicycles and ellipses.
Yeah, try the coordinate transformation someday. They're not that far out. You can do them with trigonometric functions, assuming ordinary ellipses. But I should point out that the elliptical functions, or Jacobi elliptic functions in particular, are pretty useful there too.
Yeah, like what I was going to say is, since you mentioned trigonometric function, like up to a certain range we can measure just using trigonometry, because we now have satellites that are accurate enough. the distance of certain stars within a very modest range of the Earth. Like, for example, we could measure the angle at the Earth in June, and then in December, whatever the opposite ends of the sun are. And then combined with that, we can look at how redshifted is that same object. And we inevitably see that there's a consistent pattern between of the objects within that range. There's an inevitable tendency toward increasing redshiftedness
Right,
based off of the. Sorry?
An average tendency, right?
Yeah.
The majority.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, but that's true of no matter anywhere you were in the universe. That would be true, right? It doesn't matter where you are.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So that's an effect, right? It's an illusion. It's not real.
Well, it could be real. I mean,
how could it be? If it's real, we're the center of the universe.
Well, no. Like, for example, like put a dot put like a grid of dots on the surface of a balloon and blow it up. Every dot, from the perspective of any given dot, it would appear as if every dot was moving away.
Okay, but you can get that same effect by putting dots on sheets of glass. Sorry to keep using glass. Well, let's say you have a series of a mirror behind a mirror behind a mirror, right?
Mm-hmm.
You put 9 dots, each 1 inch away from each other, right? Or you know what I mean? The top 3 are an inch apart, and then the bottom ones are an inch apart from those.
Gotcha.
And then do the same thing on the next sheet of glass, and the next sheet of glass, next sheet of glass, next sheet of glass. It's going to look exactly the same as what you're describing. It's going to look like it's expanding, and if you look at it, it's going to look like there's a point where it began, that it won't get any smaller, and if you look from the other direction, it's going to look like they just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger if you turned it around, right?
Is there such point?
Same size.
I should also point out the trigonometric method for measuring is called the parallax method. PARLLAX.
Doug, don't you see that it's just, I mean, it's exactly the same as what I just described. It's just one extra dimension.
But in the metaphor, what is the glass standing in for?
The glass is just so you can keep the dots up. You don't really need the glass, but how are you going to imagine the dots being there? You know, pennies on a sheet of glass, or pennies hanging. I mean, they could be hanging from strings. It's just to get them up to where you can look down it.
Well, what I'm saying is, in your metaphor, like I gave the metaphor of the balloon, and you blow it up, and all the dots marked on the balloon before it was blown up. If you are sitting on any one of the dots while the balloon's expanding, it would look as if all the other dots, no matter which dot you pick, it would look as if all the other dots were moving away from you. But
right.
in the metaphor of the glass, like you were saying, that there's glass in between us and the perspective of, say, a distant galaxy or star.
Right. Okay, think of it this way. You have red button. You have three red buttons on the top. All the top and sides and bottom are all red buttons, and there's one blue button in the middle, right? Are you following?
What kind of shape are you envisioning?
Buttons. So it's just a 3x3 grid of buttons, and then the center one is blue.
Like a cube of buttons?
No. Just a flat. It's
2D.
Glass still. So think you have a sheet of glass, and you have buttons, like glued to the glass.
Okay.
Okay, and then behind that sheet of glass is exactly the same thing, right? And behind that
another sheet, buttons glued on it.
Right, exact same configuration. Behind that sheet is the exact same thing. If you took a photo of the one in the back, and centered it on the blue button, and then superimposed a picture of the next closest mirror, and superimposed that, and then took a picture of the closer one, and took a picture of that, it'd be exactly the same. It would.
I see what you're saying. So each successive layer of glass would alter the perceived from the blue button, would alter the perceived color.
No. I'm not talking. Sorry, that's confusing because earlier I used glass as as an example of something that will distort the color. Just ignore the glass. I'm just using that as something that's transparent that you would be able to see through to see the other buttons.
So for the purpose of the metaphor, the glass is what effect is it having? Why is it there?
So you can visualize it, so you can see through the glass to see the one behind it. If you didn't have glass there, let's say you use paper, for example, you can't.
Let's just say they're floating out in space and there's no glass.
But you can't do that. You can't just stick buttons in space.
Why not?
Because they don't just stay. I mean, we don't. You can't do that. You can literally go do this with glass. Is my point. You can actually go and see it for yourself. You can't go and stick buttons in space to see my example.
Planets are buttons.
But what is the glass in the metaphor? What is it? What is its equivalent in the real world?
Just space.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm asking. So you're saying that
it's just holding them in place so that they're in
the space between button A, which is X distance, and the space between button B, which is X squared distance, the space itself is altering our perception of the color of the buttons. Is that right?
You're making it too complicated. Think of it like an animation or something. Your balloon example, right? If you did the same thing with my frames of buttons and glass, it would look exactly the same. If you, from the point of view, if you centered everything on that central blue button, it would appear to be in the center and everything's moving away from it. Exactly the same as the balloon example. Only in one example you have something that's actually physically expanding and you have to exert an energy and a special shape to the object and all this stuff to make the balloon expand. In my example, it's just a matter of you have matter in space and then you have matter farther in space and you have matter farther in space, and there's an apparent phenomenon that isn't actually doing anything. It's just a matter of perspective.
So,
optical.
Okay, to dispense with the metaphor, like what exactly is the cause of the red shifting we see? I mean, if it's merely apparent, there must be something
like
that's...
I said, I don't think that the red shift is anything special. I think it is just a consequence of optics.
Of ordinary optics?
Yeah, the space between us and the stars is going to distort it. There's nothing interesting or special at all about it. It's not even...
But if we look at like a mountain range that's 20 miles away and we shine a light at the end of the mountain range that's a certain frequency of light, we don't see, if that light in reference to us is stationary, we don't see any redshift whatsoever.
Okay, we'll go to a star 14 light years away and do it or something.
Well, we could, for example, we could test this. We could go to the moon and install a laser which emits a particular frequency of light, shine it at the Earth, and because of the distance amount of space between us and the Earth, we would say that the frequency emitted by the laser would have to be observed as a different value on Earth.
Why?
Well, isn't that what you're arguing?
No, that's not. I didn't say anything about something as close as the moon. That's not even 1,000,000 miles away.
So how far away would it have to be before this effect?
I don't fucking know, man. Just look at the stars. They're redshifted. There's obviously just an illusion. It's not that complicated. I don't know how it works. I'm just saying it's obviously something that isn't magical.
Well, I mean, if you don't know how it works, then, I mean, what's the relationship between distance and redshifting?
No, but this is what I'm saying. When I look through a sheet of glass and I see colors distorted, I don't really understand exactly how that works.
But they're not. The thing is, they're not distorted in a consistent direction.
Yes, they are. What do you mean? It's entirely dependent on where you stand.
It's entirely dependent on the refractory properties of the sheet of glass you're in between.
Okay. So, what's your point?
My point is that if your glass is a stand-in of some metaphorical phenomena, you'd have to say that there's some consistent piece of glass, so to speak, betwixt
No, but
us
that's the
and
thing.
all the
We
other
know-
objects in the
okay.
universe.
But we know. Use the sky as an example. What color is the sky?
The sky? What do you mean by the sky?
What color is the sky? What do you mean? What do I mean by the sky?
Well, if you mean the color of the atmosphere during the daytime, I'd say it's a shade of baby blue.
Okay, but is that the only color it ever is? Is it always baby blue?
No, the apparent color changes depending on if it's night or day.
Not only that though, it doesn't just get darker, right? It's not just the light source goes away.
No, there's a gradient of color shift depending on how far off the horizon you are.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, I don't understand. I don't know how else to explain it to you.
But what I'm saying is, like, we could launch a satellite that's outside of the atmosphere. So if you're saying it's only an atmospheric effect, we can test
are
that.
you really think that's what I'm implying? I'm not saying it's an atmospheric effect.
I'm saying it's an effect of space itself.
Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry. Why does the angle matter? What is distorting the color of the atmosphere?
The thickness of our perspective.
The thickness of our perspective. Okay, what makes up the thickness?
Like, for example, if we're looking straight up,
thickness?
we're looking through less atmosphere than if we're looking lower down on the horizon. We're looking at more because our angle of attack is greater.
Okay, but what is it made of? That's my point. What is it made up of?
Like an ozone layer and that sort of thing. Is that what you're trying to get at?
What's what made of? Up of the atmosphere?
You said it's because of the thickness. You're being vague. So what is the thickness made of? I'm trying to get you to think.
It would just
in
be
an
all the
analogy.
gases and particles that are
So gases, right?
composed in the
Gases and
atmosphere.
particles.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay, so you were asking me earlier, I can't remember how you worded it, but as if I needed to have some kind of glass, right, in my analogy of the redshift, the cosmic redshift. I kind of lost track of my point, but at this point, the point I was trying to get to was the atmosphere, the color of the atmosphere is distorted, not because there's a solid object, right, but because there's these little tiny droplets, these little tiny molecules, right? They can be incredibly far. Like if you zoomed in on them, compared to the size of those molecules, they could be like extremely far away from one another, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't have to have a solid object in space. You don't have to have space be a fabric or a sheet of glass or a substance that can grow in all this imaginary bullshit. There can be little specks of things, and there can be gravitational specks of gravitational influence that can distort light. We know that gravity distorts light, right? Well, guess what? The farther you look into space, the more little instances of gravitational distortion you're going to see, right?
It doesn't distort it, it bends it.
Well, bending is a distortion, right?
No, it's not.
It's not?
No.
It's not a color distortion. It's merely an angle distortion.
Yeah.
That's exactly what is changing the apparent color of the sky. Is the angle. It's
No, the sky has
not
no
the angle,
colour.
it's the frequency of light.
The sky has no colour, right? There is no blue sky, right? The light gets filtered out. So the red gets filtered, the green, the blue remains, right? There is no colour in the sky, right?
What about like during a sunset? Why is the sunset red or orange?
Okay, have a look at the sky at fucking night time and tell me what colour it is. Where did the blue go?
Well, it's not lit up in the nighttime.
Well, where did it go?
What do you mean, where did it go?
Well, you're telling me you can see at night time perfectly well.
I did?
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, there is no colour, okay?
You don't believe in color? That's fine. That's fine with me.
No, it's not about... No. There is no colour, right?
There is no color. Okay, I understand that you
Correct.
believe that there's no color.
Yeah, but I think there
It's
is
a
color.
reflection.
I
This
think
is
we're
a
supposed to
this is a
believe in color,
crackpot theory of
except
John's.
for like Nadia.
There's no color that is, for instance, okay, have a at night time, go in your backyard and tell me if you can see a green tree. You can.
The reason why
It's nighttime right now.
the reason why
Yeah,
it's
why isn't it green? Why isn't it green?
because there's no
not enough
light shining on it. It's a light spectrum thing. That's the
That's
reason.
right. So it's not really green as what you'd see it green at night.
It is green.
It's a
It's just that
shade
there's
of
not
light.
a sufficient amount of photons reflecting off of it.
John,
Okay, so that,
John, I
that's
agree with you. It's not green.
It's sufficient. It's the frequency of the photons that are reflecting.
I agree.
That's right.
Number of
It just-
photons.
So therefore, it's a frequency of
So you're
photons
saying if you
reflected. So there's no
increase
actual
the
green.
amount of photons bouncing off that object by say 10 orders of magnitude, you wouldn't be able to discern color differences? Is that what you're saying?
That's a luminosity change, not a Kelvin variation of the frequency.
Whoa! Oh my God, that was incredibly.
Then why is it that when the sun is up, we can discern like green leaves or orange flower petals?
They're filtering different spectrums of
And
light.
why are they doing that?
Because that's what they do. It's like I see
how is
fucking
it
red
that- how
flowers,
is that
I see
achieved?
green flowers.
How is that
They're-
achieved?
They're absorbing all the other colors of the spectrum.
And so
And
why
they're
aren't they
reflecting
why aren't they absorbing the different layers of light in the same proportions when there's a lower level of
Because they've got different levels of spectrums where there's no blue sky. Okay, that's an illusion. There is no blue.
Simply the color of the light going through the gases, the argon, the oxygen. all
Takes
these-
out. That's why the sky's always fucking blue. It's not a reflection of the sea. There's fucking blue skies in the desert.
Right.
It's not a reflection. Right? Because people used to say, oh, it's a reflection of the ocean. It's fucking not.
but
Nobody's saying it's a
but chlorophyll-filled leaves are always green.
Well, at night time they're not.
No, because there's not a sufficient amount of light to reflect the properties of that.
But if you have
absorbency.
light, they are.
They're all shades of grey. Everything is a shade of grey.
Then how can we discern, say, red from blue if it's all just really a shade of gray? How can we tell the
Because there's
difference?
light, one's filtering out another colour.
Right.
That's
Right.
color. That's the definition of color.
Everything's
Yeah, but
great.
It's
I
a
agree.
reflection. It's actually an illusion, believe it or not.
Well,
not
yeah,
really
but
red.
what's an illusion? I
don't
mean,
see
that's
red.
color.
Yeah, but it's the illusion of red, whatever you want to call it. It's still an illusion. It's
Perception.
really a shade of grey.
But that's the definition of color.
I know, but it's not real. Colour is not real.
Right. So, right. I think we can all agree on that. The color is not. The color is a perception, right?
Yeah, they're not real. It's a shade of
The
grey.
point is the frequency of light the eye can, photo optics can receive.
Well, the definition of the word illusion is that something's being wrongly perceived or interpreted by the senses.
That's right. You're correct.
And in this case, I don't think that's correct.
No, it is correct because color isn't really a true property of the universe. It's a
No, it's just a label of the brain to distinguish between different predominant frequencies.
right.
Yeah,
So,
it's sort of the quality experience, kind of like wetness is, you know.
Right.
right. So
In what sense is it false or an illusion?
because objects aren't actually colored in the ultimate in true
But
reality.
if we define color as our perception of the label that our brain applies to different frequencies, then it's not an illusion. It's an accurate
No, it's an
representation of
illusion
reality.
because your brain is interpreting reality incorrectly. Reality is not colored.
I would say that the word illusion is incorporated in the definition of the interpretation of color. That's part of it.
Right, but this is getting into like a stupid philosophical thing. I think
So then how is it we're able to tell the difference between like orange and red?
What?
Because of the light. during the day we can see those colours, but they're not real colours, right? It's like you said, you shine a white light through a piece of glass and it splits up the fucking colours, right? The atmosphere does the same shit. That's why it's always fucking blue.
But you're
It's
saying
taking
the
out all the other
colors,
colours.
you're saying all the colors themselves are merely brain labels.
No, they're getting filtered out. That's why there's no blue sky at night.
But if
There's
there
still
are no
light,
colors,
there's
how could there
moonlight.
be colors being
It's
filtered out?
moonlight. Why can't we see a little bit of blue? They're not. It's not really blue. It's just a filtering process. It's really a shade of grey. We only perceive it as blue.
And why do we perceive it as blue
Because that's
versus red?
I just told you, because that's the frequency what is allowing that blue colour to come through, and our eyes can see blue. That's why some animals are colourblind to certain fucking things. They don't need to see fucking blue.
Right. So in other words, their brains have labeled certain
Correct.
perceptions of frequencies of light.
Yes.
Okay, that's the definition of color.
Yeah, well, if that's what you want to, if that's the definition of color, yeah, I
Of course
agree
it
with that.
is. I mean, color's only perceptible by your brain.
Yeah, it's like fucking monkeys don't need to see certain colors. They're only interested in fucking yellow and green probably because they eat bananas. They don't need to see probably blue. You know, and dogs have only got, I think, 3 color. They can't see a certain color as well. They don't need to.
Right. But
Yeah.
what, I mean, what does that have to do with the whole? I mean, we were talking about something else, and we got off on this tangent. What's the point of getting into the philosophy of color and all this stuff?
Well, he was saying light's being diffracted. It's not a diffraction.
No, I was saying like for example, if you have an ambulance that's coming toward you and then going away from you, you can
Right.
see a shift in the frequency.
Yeah, blue's coming towards you, red's going away. I know, I understand that.
Hear it.
Yeah, you hear
of course you
you
can.
hear
That's the
even though you know the siren is emitting the same frequency.
It's called the Doppler shift.
Right, exactly.
Right,
So
and that's because when the ambulance is in one spot, space is contracting, right? Or is it expanding?
It's expanding.
There's something called
No.
dark energy, and it fills up the space between you and the ambulance.
no.
And it shrinks that space until the ambulance is right where you are, and then it goes away from you because
No,
it has a
That's
negative
not how the
effect.
Doppler effect works.
Oh, it's not?
No,
But that's
of
how it
course
works
not.
in space. That's how it works in
No, it
space.
works exactly the same way as it works in sound.
That's how it works in for stars and galaxies.
No, it if you have an ambulance coming toward you, the perceived frequency of the sound will be increased because the wave peaks will be hitting you more quickly.
Right, right. But when galaxies do it, it's because of dark energy and
No, it's
magical-
because they're moving away. Just like if an ambulance is moving away,
Yeah, but what do you believe
fixed
is
frequency
causing
of the
them? Do you
siren.
believe that? What do you believe is causing them to move
the
away?
Doppler effect.
No. The effect is what you're observing. Why do you think it's happening?
No, there's an actual physical effect. So in other words, if
That's not what I'm asking. I'm
hold on,
asking what do you
hold
think
on.
is causing it to move?
Hold on. If an ambulance is emitting a 500 hertz frequency out of
Right.
its speaker,
Right.
and it's moving away from you at a certain speed, you can calculate the perceived frequency of the sound. Okay?
Right.
And it will be different than if the ambulance is moving toward you at the same speed. It will be
Right. I
less.
understand that. Everyone understands that.
Okay, that has nothing to do with dark energy, anything. That's just a fact.
Okay, but answer my question though. Why are you?
Because it's waves.
Right,
So
that's just a property of waves.
Okay, but you believe that.
I guess an analogy to what he's asking is why is the ambulance moving as opposed to the
No.
effect.
That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is
What's causing the universe to expand to trigger the Doppler effect
is
we perceive?
expanding.
No, I'm
That's
saying
what-
we observe a Doppler effect. Why do we observe it? What's the explanation? What's the best explanation for the Doppler effect that we observe in the universe?
I guess that the photons are both a particle and a wave.
No, seriously, that's a question. When we look out in space, we see
It's
redshifting.
inflation.
What's the best explanation for it?
Inflation. It's not an illusion.
It's an optical illusion, no different than looking down the street, seeing cars look smaller farther away, and they look bigger up close. It's
That's
exactly
perspective.
Okay.
That's not waves are completely different.
It's exactly the
If
same
it was
thing.
an illusion, you'd only get one type of illusion. They'd all be red. But we're getting two sorts of illusions. We're getting red and blue. So you can't have two illusions happening at the same time. That's why it's called inflation, right? Some galaxies are moving away. Some are actually moving towards us. So don't say your illusion is doing two tricks at the same time.
It's expansion, it's not inflation.
It is. You don't even know what inflation is.
I mean, I do know what inflation is.
Well, explain it to me.
Inflation is a theory that Alan Guth came up with to try to fix the problems with the Big
And
Bang
Vilenkin.
Theory. And he proposes that there's an inflaton particle that interacts with an inflaton field that is
I've never heard of an
impossible and all this
I've
stuff.
never heard it.
Huh?
Keep going.
Right, that's what inflation is. Expansion is just the ordinary supposed expansion. Inflation is a form of expansion that uses magical particles to speed up expansion for a very small period
They're
of time.
not magical, by the way.
Well, I mean, yeah, it is. If it defies the laws of physics, it's supernatural. Therefore, it's magical. Yeah, it's impossible. Expansion. I mean, inflation theory is not a real theory.
Well, what's the universe doing now? Is it stagnant according to you? Is it deflating? Is it stationary? What's your definition of the universe as we see it today?
The universe can't deflate or grow. It's one set size. It can't change size.
All right, so it's been like this forever.
That would be like asking if the number line is like growing or shrinking. It doesn't
Well, no,
grow.
I
The
actually-
numbers are there. There's not new numbers in between 1 and 2 every day.
Right, so if we could wind the clock forward, say, 1 billion years, are we still going to see what we see today?
We'll see exactly the same thing.
Oh, okay, no problem.
So let
In
me
a
ask you
billion
this.
years- in
Let
a
me ask you
billion
this.
years- Wait, let me finish. In 1 billion years, the apparent age of the universe will be exactly what the apparent age of the universe is today.
Okay,
Then
let me
nothing's
ask you this.
changed, it's stagnant.
What is the best explanation for the
Yeah, I think that's
structure
right.
of the universe we see today?
Say that again. The structure of the universe.
Like, for example, the particular orientation and clustering of all the galaxies. What accounts for that particular position versus any other alternative?
The clustering of galaxies and superclusters of galaxies.
Right.
Gravity.
Well, beyond that, it seems to map to the dark matter scaffolding.
There's no such thing as dark matter.
Dark matter is a placeholder for an unknown gravitational effect. So yeah,
Right. We see a phenomena of. In other words, if we just take traditional gravity, there's discrepancies when we look out in the universe. So we invented dark matter as a placeholder for some phenomena that we can't yet identify.
When you
but
say
yet we can
traditional
see
gravity,
the effects of it.
when you say traditional, do you mean Einstein? Do you mean classical? What do you mean by traditional?
I'm assuming we mean like Einsteinian gravitation.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if you meant Einstein or Newton by that. So sorry, I'm sorry I interrupted.
No, it's okay.
What was your question?
I'm saying, like, if we look out in the universe and we see that like galaxies are clustered in a specific arrangement,
right?
It seems reasonable to say that there's some particular reason that they're structured in that way.
Oh,
versus
dumb. You're
any
so-
alternative structure.
You're such a believer, buddy. You're such a true believer. Do you understand why they need dark matter? Because the age of the universe, if the universe is only 14 billion years, those structures could never have formed. They need something special because they're assuming there's a limited period of time for those to form, and they wouldn't have the time to form.
Dark matter has more to do with rotational.
If you
speed
have
of galaxies
if you have
versus
enough
the
time, that would
gravitational
just form
effect
by
of the
itself.
mass.
Sorry, I didn't catch that, Steve. Or either one of you. I didn't hear what you said.
Sorry, I had a little lag here. Dark matter, it has more to do with the rotational speed of galaxies that should be predicted based on the mass of the galaxy. The rotational speed does not match the visible mass that we see. You know, it's nothing to do with the formation of the universe. It's more of a property of how much rotational effect would we anticipate based on a universe or a galaxy of a certain size, yet the rotational speed doesn't match it. So they're trying to account for what changes the difference.
But they're assuming a certain time period. That's the problem.
Not for that. That's got nothing to do with the age of the universe. That's strictly a rotational effect. And they don't have to do they don't have to do a sample much longer than a few hours to be able to observe it.
Okay. It's
But
still
it
a
doesn't
matter of
reflect
time,
light.
right?
Hence the phrase dark matter. It doesn't reflect any light.
No, that's just invented.
No, that's not right.
They just completely made up dark matter. Dark matter isn't a real thing. It's just a question mark.
Yeah, physicists agree with you. They agree it's not a real thing. They're
So
saying it's a question mark.
So why are we talking about something as if it's real?
Because it's a discrepancy, that's why.
Why are we talking about this problem as if it's a real thing? It's not a real thing.
Only layman news articles are discussing it as if it's a real thing.
No, we're discussing it as if it's a real thing. It's like the
I'm not.
singularity of the Big Bang Theory, as if it's a real thing or a real event. No, it's a problem with the
Those
theory.
are two different things. What we can observe is the rate of rotation doesn't match the math based on the expected mass of the galaxy. That's an observational, but why? What's causing the discrepancy is what we call dark matter, or call it X as if it's an algebraic equation.
X. Let's call it X.
The alternative is that variable gravity. That's one of the other alternatives that eliminates dark matter, but nobody wants to go down that road.
No, because that would mean that there's different constants throughout the universe.
The problem is,
thank you.
The problem is that you guys are assuming, it seems, that X is a real thing and not a problem with the...
We're not assuming X is a real thing. We're saying that if you look at a galaxy and you look at its rotational speed, and we can see how much mass is contained in that galaxy.
How can you see the mass that's contained
just
in
by looking at it. We can look at it through all the different spectrums of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Just by looking at it?
Yeah, you can see the stuff that's emitting X-ray, infrared, visible, microwave, etc.
So if there's a billion black holes, you can just look and see, oh, there they are.
That gravitational lensing actually gives away the positioning of that.
And we can just look and see that, right?
Yeah, we can see the bending of the light, similar to the optic effect of light bending through moving through water. The gravitational lensing has an effect. The stronger the gravity, the more the bend effect on light. And that's something they've only seen recently that confirmed Einstein's...
Can you hear me now?
Adam, how old do you think the universe is?
Hi, can you hear me now?
It's distorted a little bit, Nadia, but I can hear you.
Okay.
I don't think that there is an age to the universe. I think the universe has always existed, will always exist, and it's infinite.
It's so in other words, you're saying it's in an eternal steady state.
I think technically it would probably be an eternal steady state, but that terminology describes other theories that are not at all what I'm describing. So
yeah, I was going to say Fred Hoyle would love you, man.
Now, well, Fred Hoyle still uses expansion, though. That's the thing that I don't understand. He still believes that the universe is expanding. He just adds. I mean, it's silly. I don't go with Fred Hoyle's version of it.
So, Adam, you
I'm not
saying it's
his theory, but I thought he rejected expansion.
Huh?
Give the universe an age. You know, like you've said, it's eternal, but give me a number to work on.
It's infinity Planck seconds. So after infinity Planck seconds have gone by, then everything will repeat.
So basically, it's a Googleplex.
No, he's saying that after an infinite amount of time, it will repeat.
Well, it sounds sort of what he's talking about as the Big Bounce theory. I don't know. Maybe I'm incorrect. I
Nope.
don't know what his theory is exactly.
Well,
Big
an
Bounce
infinite
would
amount of time will never happen, because if it's an infinite amount of time, doesn't it
Right.
mean we'll never reach the end of that particular amount of time?
Say that again, Doug.
Like, you said that after an infinite amount of time, everything will repeat. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah. I mean, to me, that's obvious. That has to be true. Based on
But
everything we understand,
if it's truly infinite in between the repeat and now, doesn't that mean we'll never reach the repeat?
Oh, of course, we won't even reach the death of the Milky Way galaxy, right? We won't meet the death of our sun. We're not going to reach jack shit. We're not even going to reach the death of our great-great-grandchildren, right?
Yeah, but is the sun ever going to burn out?
Oh, of course.
Well, then.
Will the universe ever repeat?
What do you? Of course, I mean, there's the concept of it repeating is wrong. This is the problem: is the concept of repeating is incorrect, because the amount of time it takes the universe to go through that cycle is just the entire time. That is what time is.
Okay,
It doesn't go over and over.
Restart.
I kind of see what you're saying. You're saying that it's just one singular loop of time.
Yeah, but it's not curved.
Right. It's infinite. It's like a circle with infinite radius or circumference.
It's exactly what. It's not like that. It's exactly. It is exactly what time is. That's what all dimensions are. That's how dimensions work.
You know, I always thought of time as being.
Now, my question is
space. I mean, if everything stood still, wouldn't time stand still as well?
No, when I stand still, I mean time's still going by, right?
I'm already a labyrinth here.
Do you imagine that time stood still for you?
Even if nothing is happening, it's still time still goes by.
Now, Adam, what could falsify your theory?
Oh, tons of stuff.
Like, could you give me some? Could you throw?
I mean, any claim that I make could be falsified, right?
Like, could you give me a single example of an observation we could conceivably have access to that would falsify your theory?
Let me see. One thing that could easily falsify my theory would be to prove that once something occurs, it could never get back to a state of where it came from. If there's something like that, like say a black hole, if it's proven that black holes do this, it would falsify my theory immediately. Because in order for my theory to be true, everything has to get back to a state of where it started. So if you can find even one thing that we know of for sure in the universe that...
But how could we verify that it would get back to a state where it started?
Even just theoretically. If in theory you prove in principle that...
But is there any practical way to test your theory?
So let me give an example, and then I'll go to practical application.
Okay.
Let's say the idea that within a black hole, information is destroyed, this type of concept. If that were proven true, that, like, for example, my pattern that makes up me, right, the particular arrangements of atoms that make up me, atom lore, that has to happen again. Everything that happens in the future has to lead to this galaxy and this planet coming back. So if something can erase that from ever happening, you've just falsified my theory.
And, I mean, do we have a way of testing that, and practically?
Is that the same question, or is that your next question?
Well, I'm saying, like, for example, like string theory is a hypothesis, but we don't have any practical way of testing it yet. I mean, it's conceivably testable, but not practically testable.
I see what you're saying. I mean, there's aspects of what I'm proposing that can be. I mean, everything can be tested, right?
I mean, could we look out in the universe right now and do a test for your theory?
Oh, absolutely. And the tests confirm everything I'm saying about my theory.
But what alternative would they be inconsistent with?
Everything.
So what I'm asking is, like,
everything is wrong except for my theory, is what I'm telling you.
Okay, okay, that's good. So, like, if we looked out in the universe and say we were making the assumptions of, like, an expanding universe in the traditional, like,
Big
Bang theorist conception,
right?
What is what would we look for out in the universe in order to distinguish whether your theory or the standard Big Bang model is correct? Like, what would we look for that would distinguish between the two?
Good question, Doug. One thing you would look for is to be able to see effects of the smallest scale, such as the Planck scale, on the largest scale. So when we look out into the cosmos, we should be able to see the finest, smallest details of the universe up in space, blown up humongously. Because in my theory, everything that's small is actually humongous, and everything that's humongous is actually small because it's on a loop like that. So size is looped.
So even scale is an infinite loop.
Yes, of course. Of course it is, because numbers are looped, dimensions are looped. Everything is an infinitely straight loop.
So what would be the test is what I'm asking.
Go look outside, go look up into space, go look at the cosmic microwave background radiation, and look for things that you would be able to see on the Planck scale in the CMB.
And I'm asking, like, what would be a finding that would confirm your theory that would disconfirm any alternative?
Well, it's kind of like the epicycles thing. Can you really ever completely falsify epicycles?
They are, strictly speaking, not necessarily false. It's something of an epistemic concern regarding privileging of a frame of reference.
I don't buy into that. I don't think that it has anything to do with the privilege of a frame of reference. I think that there's no such thing as relativity. Relativity is like a metaphor.
Relativity is just, you know, the relative motion of things to each other. I mean, it's not describing such a uncommon or obscure phenomenon.
Okay. I mean, so Doug, let's play your game with what is the current paradigm, right? Big Bang theory and inflation, all that stuff. What could falsify inflation theory? Well, how about one thing is that it's impossible, and we don't have a theory of inflation that actually goes with particle physics. It doesn't work. That's falsified. It can't exist. Boom. It's falsified. Simple.
So you're saying that the Big Bang model is incompatible with our understanding of particle physics?
The Big Bang theory needs inflation, right? You understand why the Big Bang theory needs inflation, right?
Yeah, they had to invent it, so to speak, in order to explain the structure of the cosmic microwave background.
Right. That, I mean, in a sense, yeah. So they invented it. That's good. You admit that it was invented.
Yeah, of course. I mean, every scientific theory is an invention to explain observation.
I don't know if that's true, but...
how is it not true?
Because I think that you're supposed to look at the universe and figure out what it's doing. You don't invent it. You try to understand.
Of course you invent it. Everything's a description. There's no such thing as laws. There's only descriptions.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you say so, I'll take your word for it. But okay, so the theory that Alan Guth and what was the other guy?
Lind.
Huh?
Lind.
Can you spell that?
Linde.
Oh, okay, okay. Anyways, the theory that they came up with involves a particle or a field, depending on how you want to think of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is the inflaton particle or inflaton field. The problem with that particle or that scalar field is that it doesn't fit into particle physics. It's impossible. It cannot fit into the current understanding of particle physics. It's nonsense. It's impossible. It's supernatural. It's not a scientific theory yet, unless they could ever figure out how to make it actually work. And so far, it's not looking like it's ever going to be possible. So it's been falsified.
Okay, I can accept that. My question would be, are there any predictions of the inflationary theory that are exclusive to the inflationary theory that have been observed?
I'm not sure. That's a good question.
Yeah.
Because as far as I know, you could take the CMB, and depending on what paradigm or theory you're going according to, a lot of different ways. Like the CMB fits perfectly. Actually, inflation, the concept of inflation fits so close to what my theory is. My theory is that you're not taking this tiny universe and blowing it up. Alan Guth literally believes that the universe was tiny and at the Planck scale, and that was all it was, and then that is blown up, and then stuff at the Planck scale literally grew to the size of the entire universe. That's what he believes.
Right.
What my theory is, we can just see the Planck scale by looking up. If something's so small, you can see it because it's also so huge that you can look into space, or you can look into the evidence from the past and see indications of that.
But what is it reflective of? Like, let's say we were to look at something on the really tiny scale from our point of reference.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, would we expect to see a particular tendency toward a particular structure?
Oh, of course. I mean, the Planck scale is the epitome of very strict structure. It's a grid.
Regardless of scale, right?
No. On the Planck scale itself. So on the smallest scale, it's like pixels. It's like very strict, discrete cubes.
But aren't you saying that the Planck scale is reflected at any particular scale reference, so to speak?
Oh, no. Not at any particular one. Only... That's like everything. Think of it this way. There's one thing that has one size that's itself dual with itself, self-dual. Think of it like fractions, right? Like 1 over 1 is the inverse of 1 over 1.
Mm-hmm.
But then everything else, so 1/2 and 2 are the same size. 1/4 and 4 are the same size. That's what it means. So 1 billion and 1 billionth are going to be the same size. And 1 over 1 is the Planck scale.
That is a symmetry I don't believe is actually present.
What?
That is a symmetry I don't believe is actually present.
Oh, right, of course. You don't believe anything outside of the dogmatic Big Bang paradigm, right?
I'd say I have greater faith in loop quantum gravities.
You have faith in...
well, in a very colloquial sense.
So Nadia, if what I'm describing is a property of loop quantum gravity, would it give you more confidence in the theory? Or just the concept?
Now I'd probably start looking elsewhere.
Oh, really? Okay, because I actually came up with this idea, and then I found out that string theory has a very similar thing, where something that's half the size is actually the same as twice the size. So I actually I came up with the theory myself, and then I found out that it's actually taken seriously by some of the leading scientists of our time. Very interesting.
Yeah, supposed to turn into Princess Leia, not Jabba the Hutt.
Okay. What about Luke Skywalker?
That's probably about where I started. Oh dear. It's not going well.
Doug, do you think that there's anything that happened before the Big Bang?
Honestly, I have no clue. I plead total agnosticism.
But you believe that there is an age to the universe, right? And that it's roughly 14 billion years?
To be quite frank with you, I am not an expert on any of these matters, and so I give provisional preference toward what the quote-unquote experts say, because they're at least they've looked into it more than I have.
Right, so who are your experts? Who are your authorities in the matter?
Theoretical physicists, I guess.
Such as?
Anyone that's a theoretical physicist.
Right, but what I'm saying is you subscribe to the Big Bang paradigm, right? You buy into it.
No, I would just acknowledge that physicists prefer that model over alternative.
Okay, but which physicists prefer that model?
The ones that accept it.
But many physicists don't. Many physicists reject it.
But isn't there I could be wrong about this, and correct me if I am, but isn't there a consensus?
No, there's not.
Oh, okay.
I would say Cox, Green, Tyson, Sagan, bringing Hawking, Susskind, and Krauss and such.
Did you just list off people that you like, or do you actually have any support of those claims? Would you say that Stephen Hawking believes in the Big Bang Theory? Like, takes it literally?
Yeah, he does.
No, he doesn't. No.
I've got a video where he said yes, but if you've got a video where he says no, put the link up.
I've got a book where he says it's.
I don't want books. I want where he says no.
Stephen Hawking can't talk.
He's got a computer that does a very good job.
I'll tell you what, John. I'll take the excerpt from the book. I'll put it into a program so it sounds like a robot, and it'll be the same as him talking.
Just paste it in the chat.
Okay.
Isn't the general consensus that time did not exist until the single subatomic particle actually exploded, because time couldn't exist until that?
No, there's not a consensus that the singularity was an actual thing.
Well, they don't really go back so far as to say that it was all one single subatomic particle. I mean,
singularity.
There's kind of a limited amount of time that we can go back and rewind things, at least according to that model.
Yeah, in other words, we can't get past a particular horizon point.
Right, a horizon, exactly like looking out at a horizon.
Yeah.
Because it's an illusion.
It could be, yeah. I mean, I'm not married to any particular conception. I'm just, since I'm not an expert, I tend to defer to the experts.
Okay, Doug, you want to read this?
I don't get how we can't. It popped into existence from nothing 5 minutes ago. It's not kind of like cut down as to the transphobic job discrimination.
The problem is that that proposition is unfalsifiable. So.
No, it's easily falsifiable. We know that
it popped into existence 5 minutes ago.
We know that something doesn't pop into existence. So.
Wait, what doesn't pop into existence?
We know that things don't pop into existence. So we.
How do we know that?
What do you mean? How do we know that?
Yeah, how do we know that? That's my question.
I got the quote. This transphobic job discrimination stuff. I mean, come on, people.
Wait.
not relevant to our everyday lives.
Yeah, but we still can legitimately ask about them, inquire about them.
I mean, I've been humoring it for like a couple hours.
Well, I'm not saying we're gonna solve it. We're just, you know, asking questions.
Okay, do you see the link, Doug, that I posted?
I see it. Yep, I clicked
Okay,
on
you want to go read that? It's just an excerpt, so.
it. Am I reading the choosing our universe or the top part, measurements of helium?
The important part is repeated in text below, but I have the pages there so you can see that it's actually from the book.
Oh, I see. Okay, so
And then if you have a copy of the Grand
I'll
Design,
read the text. Is that okay?
yeah, that's good.
Okay, so this is from Stephen Hawking, The Grand Design, 2010. Didn't he co-write this with Ladnov?
Yes.
Pages 128, 129. Measurements of helium abundance and the cosmic microwave background radiation provided convincing evidence in favor of the Big Bang picture of the early universe. But although one can think of the Big Bang picture as a valid description of early times, it is wrong to take the Big Bang literally. That is, to think of Einstein's theory as providing a true picture of the origin of the universe. That is because general relativity predicts there to be a point in time at which the temperature, density, and curvature of the universe are all infinite, a situation mathematicians call a singularity. To a physicist, this means that Einstein's theory breaks down at that point, and therefore cannot be used to predict how the universe began, only how it evolved afterwards. So although we can employ the equations of general relativity and our observations of the theorems to learn about the universe at a very young age, it is not correct to carry the Big Bang picture all the way back to the beginning.
There you go.
And isn't that acknowledged by a lot of physicists? I mean, aren't they pretty candid about the fact that we can't know what happened past a certain point in time?
Most physicists, like in the mainstream media, will speak of it as if there was the Big Bang, and then we don't know. We can't say what happened before the Big Bang. They speak of the Big Bang as if it literally happened. What Hawking is saying, it is you are fucking wrong if you speak about the Big Bang or the singularity as if it was a real thing. It's not a real thing at all. If you try to take Einstein's equations and predict them backwards, the Big Bang part of the theory is when the theory breaks down.
Yeah. In other words, you're saying that once you approach that singularity point, the Big Bang theory is no longer workable.
No. Well, that's kind of what that's what Hawking is trying to do because he wants to kind of preserve it and salvage it. But really, think about this. If there's no singularity and there's no Big Bang, what the fuck is a Big Bang theory? If there's no beginning to the universe and there's no age to the universe, how can the universe be at an early stage? He's presupposing the singularity in that very sentence. You see what I'm saying? He's so caught up in the paradigm that he has to think in terms of the Big Bang as being literal, even when he's describing it as not being literal, because he describes the universe as being young.
Well, I don't understand. Like, where is he? I mean, because he pretty much says that it's inappropriate to talk about the Big Bang as the quote-unquote beginning, strictly, of the universe. I mean, he just flat out says that.
Yeah, he definitely says that.
So, I mean, in what sense is he like trying to preserve it as being appropriate for that?
Look, notice how he says, although we can employ the equations of general relativity and our observations of the heavens to learn about the universe at a very young age, it is not correct to take it all the way back. So he's still assuming that the universe is about 14 billion years and it started at what we used to call the Big Bang, that he's no longer claiming to take literally, but he's still thinking in terms of it literally happening because he's calling the age of the universe young. If there wasn't a Big Bang event, if there wasn't a singularity, the universe wasn't tiny, and it wasn't an age to the universe. There was time before that. There's no genesis. There's no creation event. There's no starting point. He's saying there is no starting point, but he's still speaking as if it had a starting point. See what I'm saying?
So, like, what I see what you're saying about the infinite, like, looped scale thing, but like, why wouldn't that be apparent? Like, why would so many physicists have honed in on like the Big Bang Theory? Is it just like follow the leader?
It's the way that human psychology works. That's how ideas get preserved. You have to have geniuses who figure out new ideas, and everyone's going to disagree with them until it actually gets preserved by the people who disagree with them. And the people who disagree with them are going to disagree with all the new ideas because they're trying to preserve their script. They have a script that they have to preserve in stone. So right now, the script that everyone's trying to preserve in stone is the Big Bang Theory. So when a new theory comes out that will replace that, it's going to have to fight really fucking hard to beat the Big Bang Theory. But then the people who want to preserve everything in stone, they're going to preserve the better theory in stone. So that's how it works.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. I mean, that's how all scientific reversals or revolutions, whatever you want to call it, happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like the old guard is like refuses to accept the new blood, so to speak.
But the thing is, though, too, another thing about science is most scientists are not concerned about what is the true nature of reality. Most scientists don't give a flying fuck what the true nature of reality is. What they want to do is they want to find a theory that has practical applications that they can use to do stuff, even if it's wrong. They don't care about the philosophy of it. They don't care about finding the exact version that's precisely right. That may not.
Can we do that though?
Do what?
Find the exact description that's a true,
sure, of course
unadulterated reflection of reality?
Sure, of course we can. Because all you have to do is this is what you got to figure out. There's a very important principle to everything that has to do with logic and critical thinking, and it's that you can't have parts missing. You have to have, currently in logic right now, it's thought of as a circular argument. It's thought of as being a flaw, right? That's a problem. You have to have everything connect. Every part of logic has to connect to the other part. Everything has to form.
In other words, each step has to inexorably lead to the next.
Not just that, but it has to connect all the way back around at some point. Everything has to connect back around to where you started, or else it's not self-consistent.
Isn't it more about contingency rather than self-consistency?
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Like, as far as I understand it, and I could be wrong, like, a circular argument, so to speak, would be frowned upon because you're using the premise to justify the conclusion.
Well, right, but what I'm saying is, okay, let's pretend that there's only 100 truths about reality, right?
Okay.
Just to simplify things. Though those 100 truths have to form a loop. The logic of it isn't going to be a number 1 and then end on 100. It's going to have to loop back around like a clock.
Yeah, okay, so like, why does it have to be a loop rather than a discrete sequence?
You can't have a starting point with just an axiom that came from nowhere. You can't just have something pop into existence. You can't just have a starting point.
But I mean, doesn't the loop itself have to pop in?
That poses an entirely different question, but that's like a very advanced. That's a very, very advanced question right there.
But is it legitimate?
Oh, of course it is.
I mean, even if you have a closed system, you can still. I mean, I think the question of the origin of the closed system is still legitimate.
That's a good way of putting it, a closed system. It has to be a closed system. But yeah, of course, the origin has to be part of the question, but this is the thing. If it gets back to where it started, what else do you have to describe? All you can do is go to the next dimension up. You've already described the entirety of the four-dimensional object you're describing, right? And you got back to where you started, so you described everything. And the scale even gets back to where you started, so you described everything. All four dimensions, right? So the only thing
there's nothing outside.
No. But now you're asking a question of what's outside of that four-dimensional object. You're no longer asking a question about the four-dimensional universe. You're asking about what's beyond the four-dimensional universe. The question's about the universe, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So once you've answered all four dimensions, yeah, go on to 5 and 6 and 7, all the way up to infinity. But the beautiful thing is, again, once you get up to infinity dimensions, it comes back to 1. So if you can describe all infinity dimensions, you've described all of the entirety of everything, unless there's two everythings, right?
So basically, all of reality is pulling itself up by its own bootstraps, so to speak.
Yeah, but you don't need to pull it up by its bootstraps because it's flat and it's straight. When a circle is so large, it doesn't have to curve, right? It just is. It sustains. It doesn't need to curve to come back. It just does.
But I mean, if you have a discrete point along that curvature, you would never be able to reach that point again.
What's a discrete point? What's a point?
Well, just pick any particular position along that infinite radius or infinite circumference
of a circle.
Yeah.
Okay. And you wouldn't be able to get back to it? Is that what you said?
Yeah. For example, like let's say you had time moving in a particular direction, or either direction actually. Right. And you picked any arbitrary point, any point, doesn't matter.
There's no point, though. Don't say point. Points don't exist. Points are in between reality. Points are not real things. Points are a concept of taking nothing and pretending as if it's actually there. Points are not actual. A point has no size, right?
Right.
And it's not actually in space. It's in between two actual spaces.
Yeah, it's defined as in between two.
So it doesn't exist. So we have this concept of everything. The foundation of everything is based on this idea.
Well, you could say like x minus 1. You could say like the area between x minus 1 and x plus 1 as expressed as the infinite radius of a circle, and you could say if time were moving along at a certain rate, how long would it take to get back to x minus 1 from x plus 1?
Okay, that's kind of confusing, but let's go with it. Another thing, Doug, you're going to find there's a lot of things I reject. I don't like fractions. I don't like negative numbers. I don't like points. I don't like zeros. None of those things are real.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree that 0 is a mathematical convenience.
So there's no such thing as -1 as a number. You just have +1, and you can either go, if you have a line, right? You can either go left or you can go right. It's not that you can go either positive or negative.
Well, that's just our label for it. That's
right.
All.
So there's the only real numbers are 1 and 2 and 3, right? There's no
right, and the negative just the negative just denotes direction.
So there's no -1 and +1 though. You said x plus 1, x minus 1, or whatever. That doesn't.
Yeah,
exist.
but I'm just saying it denotes direction. That's all.
Right. So that doesn't happen though. I mean, if you're trying to understand what I'm describing, let's start at 4. Let's start at the 4th unit, right? Whatever you want to call it, Planck unit, right? Let's start at number 4, right? So you have 3 before it and 5, right? So go ahead and describe what you're saying.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, I mean, we perceive time as flowing in a consistent direction. Is that right?
Absolutely.
So
In ordinary life, absolutely.
okay, so under, as far as I understand, under your conception, eventually, say whatever unit just occurred and is now in the past, we will reach again, or will be in the future also.
Absolutely. Right, yes.
But if there's an infinite space between the event that just occurred and the event in the future, how will we ever reach it?
Okay, because this is the thing. It's pretty straightforward. If something travels for an infinite amount of time, it's going to get to an infinite distance, right?
I guess. I'm not sure. I mean, it's so
What do you mean?
abstract.
It has to. If it can travel for an infinite amount of time at the same whole number, it's not getting fractionally smaller or anything like that. We're not talking about divergence or convergence or something. If something can travel one space per Planck second, right? One unit of space, the smallest space per smallest unit of time. So in other words, one Planck space per Planck second, which is the speed of light, right? Eventually, if it does that infinity times, it will travel an infinite distance, right? It will travel an infinity units of space, right?
I honestly have no idea.
No, you don't. You do have an idea. It's not even a. It's not even.
No, because I mean, I can think of like you can have an infinite series that you could have two infinite series that converge on a finite point.
Only if they get smaller or something, though. That's what I'm saying. It's not getting smaller. It's 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. That cannot converge on onto a finite thing if you do it an infinite number of times, right?
I don't know. I mean, I'm beyond my mathematical knowledge.
No, this isn't.
Honestly,
this isn't something you need to learn. This isn't mathematics. This is common sense. If you go 1 plus 1 plus 1 infinity times, right?
Okay.
It's going to be an infinite amount.
Correct.
Everyone knows that, right? Even like a 2-year-old. I mean, well, maybe not a 2-year-old.
It seems to be common sense. Yeah.
I would go so far to say as it's definitely, absolutely true. It's not. I mean, it's beyond common sense. It's even simpler than common sense.
You're saying logic necessitates it.
It's even easier than logic, though. You don't even have to know what logic is to understand that if you do 1 plus 1 plus 1 65 times, you will reach 65, right? The amount will be 65. If you do it a trillion times, you will get to a trillion, right? If 1 plus 1 plus 1, if you do that infinity times, and infinity is a number, then you will get to infinity, right? It will be an infinite amount. That doesn't mean that you can do it, but if you did
I don't know, because I mean, think of the infinite hotel example. Like, you have a hotel that's got an infinite number of rooms.
Oh my God, you actually buy into Hilbert's hotel.
I don't know. Like, I mean, is it valid?
Absolutely not, because Doug, this is what I'm trying to tell you. There's no negative 1. You know what's next to 1? There's no 0 either. You know what's next to 1?
I don't know.
Okay, if you have a true number line, right? It's made up of units, right? Discrete units. 1, 2. There's no halves, right? So to the right of 1 is 2. To the left of 1 is infinity. Everything in Hilbert's bullshit paradox is solved by that. Because the guy in room number infinity has to move into room number 1, and there's no empty spaces. You can't cheat, and you can't pretend that infinity is this supernatural thing that can cheat and be any number you want it to. That's why math is fucked. That's why physics right now breaks down.
His example presupposes a discrete, finite amount.
No. His example, the way that they treat infinity is that it doesn't connect back to itself. So it just is as big as you want it to be. And if you double it, it's still infinity. And if you cut it in half, it's still infinity. All this retarded supernatural bullshit. If you double
but isn't
infinity,
it still infinity?
No.
I mean, like, Like, let's say you start at point A, and you go an infinite
There's no
amount of.
points, Doug. There's no point. There's no points.
But how are there no points? Like, there's
Points?
there's no moments of time.
Moments of time are the units. Points are imaginary concepts between
But
actual units.
is any particular point or moment distinguishable from any other? I mean,
There's no points.
Are they identifiable?
You agree that 0 is not real, right?
Yeah.
So then points aren't real. There's only one. There's
But
not
if you have a Planck moment or Planck second in which certain events in the universe occur within that amount of
that
time.
is a unit. That's not a point. A point would be, let's say you have Planck second number 1, and then you have Planck second number 2. A point would be some imaginary, non-existent thing between 1 and 2 that never actually exists.
So it couldn't be 1 or 2.
A point is in between reality.
Yeah, in other words, it's infinitely small.
No, it's not even that. You're giving it too much substance. It's not even infinitely small.
In other words, it's just a completely crazy concept. That's
not a crazy concept. It's a very useful concept, but it doesn't actually exist. The concept of something that is nothing actually existing is the problem that we're facing right now. People actually believe that nothing can exist. That's why they believe that a universe can begin, because they believe that before that there could be a state of nothingness.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like
zero.
Nothing by definition can't exist. So
Yeah.
how could yeah.
So you can't have nothing in between something. It's a meaningless concept.
Yeah. I've thought about that. Like I've watched the Lawrence Krauss videos and he says that the universe could come from nothing. But really what he's saying by nothing is he's not actually saying nothing in the philosophical sense. He's saying something else. He's saying nothing is like this underlying brute force nature of reality, like quantum fluctuations, or
He's equivocating. He's being
right. He's playing
a bullshit
fast and
artist.
loose with the definition of nothing.
And he knows it, and he admits it. He's full of shit.
Yeah, because I mean, nothing by definition can't exist, obviously.
Well, you could either have just nothing, or you could have something, right? But we know that something. We know that there's something.
And you can't have nothing.
Right.
Because
The idea that
nothing by definition doesn't exist.
right. So yeah, I mean the way I worded that is confusing. But what I'm saying is there could just be nothing exists at all. Not that nothing has an existence, but just simply there isn't anything.
I don't know. I don't know if that's possible, actually.
Well, of course it's not possible because we know that something exists. But
I
if
don't
you
even
didn't know that something existed,
conceptually possible.
huh?
I don't even think it's conceptually possible.
Well, I don't either, but I'm trying to give you at least some leeway. I don't believe that you can have a physical manifestation of zero or nothing. It just is meaningless. But
well,
it's
an
useful.
abstract. It's an abstract tool.
I shouldn't say it's meaningless, but it is something that you. I mean, I think it is useful to think of, to refer to the points between actual things, even if they don't actually have substance or existence.
Mm.
But it's very advanced. And the problem is we speak of points as if everything's made of points, but there's no such thing as points. There's no fucking points.
Right, because if everything was made of points, there'd be an infinite number of them, right?
Well, that's not a problem. The problem is you just have 0. Plus 0, infinity times is still just 0. There's nothing there. Numbers aren't points. Numbers are discrete units. 1 is just 1. There's only 1. You can't chop it in half. It's the smallest number. Fractions are just interrelationships between actual numbers, whole numbers. So 1/2 is a relationship between 2 units. It's not an actual number in and of itself.
Right, it's a relationship between 1 and 2.
Right, or 6 and 3 or something.
Yeah, but simplified or reduced.
You can't actually have a half, a half of just a true half of 1, I guess. You can't have a half in and of itself. It just can't exist.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, uh, what you're saying is very appealing to me, and I'm totally open to it. But I don't know if I'm philosophically. I don't know if my philosophical armament is sufficient to give you a true rebuttal.
Why are you trying to rebut to it though?
I'm not trying to. I'm saying that everything you're saying seems totally reasonable.
I mean, obviously, I agree with myself. I agree. I mean, I agree. To me, the way I see things, I know this sounds like I'm an egomaniacal freak or something, but the way that I see it seems to me to be the only possible way anything could actually be. Like it doesn't, nothing works except for my way. And it seems so fucking obvious to me, and nobody can point out a problem with it. People can mock it, right? People can mock me or belittle me or say I'm an egotist or say that I sound like a retard or something, but they can't actually point out a flaw with my theory.
That's part of the problem is your audience. You know, I mean, whether you're right or wrong, I won't go down that road. But you need to present your theory to somebody that's qualified to, mathematicians and physicists and stuff, as opposed to lay people like us that are, armchair enthusiasts. So of course we can't put holes in it.
The problem with that is that when I do try to present it to those people, they will not listen because they're dogmatic about their paradigm. They're so stuck in their way of thinking.
Adam, that's the way you perceive it's not true. Because, when you've got a theory, people listen. Right?
No.
Well, it depends.
No, they do. And there's Nobel Prizes waiting there for you, buddy.
But
So
it could be way after your death. Like, look at the guy who came up with
well, Adam's not dead yet, so that's why I want him to do it right now.
Hold on. The guy that came up with plate tectonics was laughed at by everybody originally, but now everyone accepts it.
Right. Well, same as Einstein. Einstein didn't.
How long ago was that?
Huh?
How long ago was that?
19th century.
What, 1920s?
No, like 1850 something.
Yeah, well, science was pretty young then.
Okay, what about Albert Einstein and relativity? He never won any kind of prize for relativity. It's the most important scientific theory of the past hundreds of years.
But if I understand you correctly, Adam, Einstein's theory of relativity is actually it would necessarily be like perspective dependent. Is that right?
No. The theory of relativity is an absolute misnomer. It's entirely opposite of relativity. It's invariance. Einstein wanted to call his theory invariance theory because he wanted to make the point that there is absolutely no relativity in the grand scheme of things.
So you're saying that the quote unquote grand frame of reference is what we should be really looking at.
Right, exactly the same as what I was saying about the expansion. Yeah, from a limited perspective, from a two-dimensional perspective,
the
universe
as though
appears to be expanding. But the universe isn't two-dimensional. The universe is at least four-dimensional. So we have to look at it from a four-dimensional perspective. Huh?
It's two. I'm really sorry to fuck your day up. There's no 4 dimensions, what we've seen.
Right, so the holographic principle, even within the holographic principle, you have two.
That's only 3 dimensions.
Well, 3 spatial dimensions, right?
No, you said holographic. That's 3.
Well, a hologram is a two-dimensional thing that's represented.
No, a hologram's 3.
Well, it represents 3, but it's physically 2.
Well, what are we talking about? Hologram universe or holograms on fucking pieces of paper?
Both.
Well, you can't talk at both at the same time.
The holographic principle, as applied to cosmology, would say that the universe seems three-dimensional, but it's really a
Well,
two-dimensional.
why did you say 4?
Time. I'm including time and space. Space-time. Einstein. Einstein teaches that the universe is a four-dimensional object, which is space-time. There's no such thing as space itself or time itself.
Who came up with the Big Bang Theory? Who came up with that?
I don't know.
All right. Let me tell you something. It wasn't big, and there was no bang.
No, I know.
Right? Sorry?
I know.
Okay. But we use those words to describe it. Right? Because we don't have any other words to describe it. So when they say big, and they're talking about the size of a fucking grain of sand, a grain of sand is not big. And there's no bang in fucking space. There's no sound. But they use those words to describe that theory. Because we don't have any other words to use.
Sure.
It's like I heard you say, I think you were talking about Lawrence Krauss with, what was it, a universe from nothing?
Right, yeah.
Okay, he doesn't mean nothing as in nothing. He actually means quasi-nothing.
Right.
But we have to actually make up new words. He really means quasi-nothing. Right? So when you read his book and you keep looking at nothing, it's not like nothing as you see as in nothing, like you're looking out in space and you see nothing. Right? It's not nothing in that sense.
Right.
But we have to use certain words to describe certain things. And we don't have any other words to fucking use, unless someone makes up a new word. It's like AIDS wasn't invented. We made the word up.
Right.
So Lawrence Krauss, when he wrote his book, A Universe from Nothing, he didn't actually mean nothing as in nothing. That's why people get this stupid idea of, oh, how can something come from fucking nothing? He doesn't mean it like that.
Yeah, but people actually do believe that the universe literally came from nothing.
Yeah, but it's not nothing as in nothing as I got fucking no money, so I got nothing. Alright, it doesn't mean that.
Yeah, but that's what people believe.
I know, but that's what you believe too.
No, I don't believe that the universe came from nothing.
Yeah, because your interpretation of nothing is not Lawrence Krauss's word of nothing.
I don't believe in either version of it. I don't believe that the universe began. I don't think that that's a logical concept.
It's constant. But the problem with your theory is you've got to explain why we have a red shift and a blue shift. That's your problem. You say it's static. It's always been there. If that was the case, right?
No, that part of the universe hasn't always been.
It's not moving. But
Those-
if I've got my radar gun on it, and I put my radar gun on it, and it appears to be moving, then therefore it's moving. And it's either moving towards me or moving away from me. And I've got lots of cars going around a racetrack, and they're all going in different directions. I'll put my radar gun on all of them, and I'll go, that's moving away, and that's coming towards me. In your universe with static, that wouldn't be the case.
No. Okay, so let me explain. I'm not saying that the red shift in the galaxies have always been where they are. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that galaxies don't form and die and come back and stuff. That happens.
How do you explain that?
How do I explain what?
But what I think I see his point. Like, we could like send a satellite out into space that's shooting. Like I gave the example earlier of a laser that's emitting a particular frequency of light. Just one, like say, like I don't know number, like I don't know, like 10,000 hertz or something. It's shooting that back at Earth. Now, if it's moving away at say like 10,000 miles per hour, what would the frequency of light we would be receiving from that object be? What would we predict that it would be?
I don't understand. Say it again. Where are you shooting it from?
Okay, let's say we have on Voyager 1, there isn't one, but let's just say, hypothetically, it's moving away at whatever speed it's moving at. Let's say it's 10,000 kilometers per hour, okay? And on that satellite, there's a laser emitter that's emitting a laser at, and this is just a totally arbitrary number, 10,000 hertz. And it's shooting it directly toward a receptor at Earth. And, okay, now, we know the speed of the satellite, and we know the distance. What will be the received frequency of light off of that, from that satellite?
So that's a real question. You're asking me literally what is the frequency going to be, and you expect me to answer that.
Yeah, like, would we be able to predict that? And if we can,
Of
why?
Of course we
why
can.
would we be able to?
Of course we can predict it. We already
Okay.
can. Right?
Well, I think we can. I'm not positive.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming we could just use normal Doppler effect to predict the frequency. So, but if when we're looking at the satellite, like, why wouldn't we apply the same logic to the satellite as we're
Okay,
applying
Doug, I
to
just now thought
any
of
of the galaxies?
I just thought of a good thing. You'll love this, right? This is a prediction, a way to falsify what I'm saying. This is what I'm going to predict. When you see the red shifting of galaxies, right?
Uh-huh.
When you look out far enough, there's going to be a general value to that, right? And when you look up close enough, it's going to be much harder to tell, okay? But there's going to be a middle range where you're going to get a variation of distortion. You see what I'm saying?
No,
The
no.
distortion.
Well, I mean, that's true with a lot of things. I mean, that's true with radiometric dating. That's true with.
No. That's not true. If the universe is expanding at the same rate, what I'm saying would not be true, because it wouldn't matter. There wouldn't be some weird middle range where different parts of the universe would be expanding differently, right?
Well, there wouldn't be in reality, but based off of our technological ability, there could be a middle range of discernibility.
Right. So, but what I'm saying is, let me kind of explain a little bit further what I'm saying. I'm saying that the redshifting is because just of space, right, and the distortion of
So,
gravity.
well, hold on. Let me stop you. Like, if the laser beam coming off Voyager 1, would we? There's obviously a lot of space in between us and Voyager 1.
Yeah.
Would we expect more shifting than the mere Doppler effect would predict, or less, or the same, and
Less.
why in either
Way
case?
less. Probably too. It would. I don't think you would be able to measure it from that short of a distance.
But if we had the technological ability to,
I'm saying in
what
principle.
would we predict?
I'm saying in principle, there's going to be a certain range where it won't even happen.
And why would that be?
Because the gravitational influence or the space itself, the way that it would act to distort something, would only act on a cumulative level, right? It would have to be a huge accumulation over a huge expanse of time. So
But you're saying that there's like a, it's not just cumulative. You're saying that there's like a mass effect point where like, or a critical mass point where like, there's no effect, no effect, no effect. All of a sudden, there's a detectable effect.
within a very close range, yes. So that's because of the discretization of space-time, right? You're going to have to, at some point, it's going to have to be enough to affect it at least one unit.
Right. And why? What? I mean, what's the reason that of that distance where we're able to detect one unit? In principle, not in practice.
Well, because look, okay, if we see the galaxies, right, and they're red shifted or blue shifted by a certain
Why don't we just take a baseball that a pitcher just threw and he's looking at it with a magical set of goggles that can
There's no
perfectly
such thing as
detect.
magical goggles.
Yeah, but I'm just saying in principle, like if you can imagine a set of goggles that he's wearing that can perfectly, down to the finest possible resolution, measure shifts in light, and he's looking at that baseball that he just pitched.
Right.
Would the shift of the light coming off that baseball be more, less, or equal to the just merely the Doppler effect would predict?
Doug, what I'm saying is because of the nature of light itself, and it's discretized, right? It's discrete.
Right. It's in packets or whatever, right?
So there's going to be a range in which it won't show up.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And because so let me finish my previous thought. Because we see the galaxies and we see how much they're red shifted or blue shifted, and we know roughly how far away, or we think we have a pretty good idea of how far away or how close they're supposed to be, right? So we know that within that range it's going to redshift that much. So based on that, if it redshifted just from the moon or something drastically, we know that it wouldn't do that because the galaxies that are so far away would be so incredibly redshifted that they would be outside of any kind of visible spectrum, right away.
Well, Adam, I've just found something on the internet.
Well, they're already outside of the visible
theory. Right, Adam, you waiting for it? If you're saying that the universe has always been here, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but you understand what I mean by the universe.
No. It's either a yes or no question. Has the universe been here?
As long as we have the same understanding of universe, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, guess what, Adam?
What?
We wouldn't have a microwave background.
Oh, of course we would.
Okay, so your theory right now has just been debunked.
No, of course we're going to have microwave.
Adam, I'm really sorry.
No, of course we're going to have microwave background, we're going to have infrared background, we're going to have X-ray background because there's
Where did that come from, Adam?
There's microwaves and X-rays.
You pull that one out of your ass?
You think I haven't thought thoroughly through this? Of course there's X-rays in the background. There's X-rays outside of our galaxy. That's all that means. That's all that the cosmic microwave background radiation...
Adam? Where did it come from? You're pulling it out of your ass now.
Where did microwaves come from?
Microwave background from the Big Bang. Adam.
No, you're assuming it's from the Big Bang. But we know
where did it come from? Where did it come from, Adam? My fucking microwave oven?
Things don't come from something. There's no creation or destruction of energy and matter.
No, it came from the Big Bang. That's why we've got the microwave background. I've just looked it up on the fucking internet, Adam, and you just
now
on a $1 Nobel Prize for your
You gotta know a little more about the
sorry,
than
buddy.
quick Google search, man. You realize that there has to be cosmic microwave background radiation no matter what, because it's microwave background.
No, you're saying no matter what. That's like saying no matter fucking what I say,
So,
you
John,
have to have. You're pulling that out of your ass.
No, think about it. Do you understand
I
what
don't
the
have to
microwave?
think about it.
Do you understand what microwave background radiation is?
You know where the background come from? The
Do you
microwaves?
understand what background
Your
radiation
fucking
is?
microwave oven.
You're starting with your answer, and you're trying to use that as proof of something. I reject the big.
Listen, Adam. It's not a fucking. It's an answer which has been asked 1,000 times. That's why we've got the microwave background and the cooling of the universe. Okay? So at one stage it had to be fucking hot, and it's cooling down.
Had to be. See how you say had to be? There's no proof that it ever was.
Adam, don't speak over me, all right? Because there's countless of papers on the fucking internet, and it says the cosmic microwave background, right?
Okay, but
if
John,
it's fucking cooling,
that just
means
means
it must have been fucking hot.
that just means
Adam,
radiation
stop
from
pulling
outside
shit
of our
out.
galaxy. That's all that means. That's radiation outside of our galaxy. That has to exist no matter what. It's the signatures. It's the data within that's important.
Adam, it's like saying God has to exist no matter what.
No,
right?
listen.
Pulling shit out of your ass. I've been listening to this for fucking an hour and a half, and you've been pulling the shit out of your ass.
No, it's not shit out of the ass. Listen, even if there was no Big Bang, there's going to be microwaves in the background, right?
No, there's fucking not.
There's going to be microwaves.
Oh, I've got a fucking house. There has to be a fucking microwave background because I say so.
Well, if there's microwaves in the universe, there's going to be microwaves outside of our galaxy. Therefore, there's going to be microwaves in the background.
Come from? Where? Answer the question. Where did they come from?
What do you mean
fucking
where they come
microwave
from?
oven, I suppose.
The ones from Andromeda come from Andromeda. The ones from other galaxies come from other galaxies.
No, yeah.
I mean, can't we
and
identify
washing
microwaves
machine
from
needs
particular
them too.
galaxies?
John, the problem is that what you don't understand is there's certain patterns in the CMB that are important. The existence of the CMB itself doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
No,
It's
it doesn't matter
the
to you.
signatures
It
in there
doesn't
that we
matter
want to
to
look
you
at.
because you've got your worldview, right? And you've won no fucking Nobel prizes. You're spouting shit out of your ass, and I've been listening to it for an hour and a half, right?
And
And
you
you're
just now
saying it
Googled.
has to be, it has to be, it has to be.
You just
Yeah.
Googled the microwave background radiation for a few minutes, and then you're an expert, right?
No, Adam. Go collect your fucking $1 million Nobel Prize. Don't worry about me. Go up there now.
Well, they won't listen because they have the same
Of
paradigm
course
as
they're
you.
not
They
going
have
to
the Big
fucking
Bang
listen to you,
paradigm.
Adam.
John, look, it's like the two wolves. Okay.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Yeah.
It even says this in the Gospel of Thomas.
Yeah, you're pulling shit out of your ass.
Oh my God! No, you're doing like a quick 30-second Google search to try to respond to what I'm saying.
Cats, you're pulling them out of your ass.
No.
Mm.
You realize that alternative
I
theories.
don't realise nothing, Adam. You've been pulling this shit out of your ass for an hour and a half, right?
What
And
I
yet-
would love to see is Adam's theory subjected to.
Don't subject it to anything.
Yeah, I want to see it subjected to the scrutiny of like a professional mathematician and a
Oh no, he's going to reject it.
physicist, and I would want to see for myself the objections that some professional has, because obviously I'm just a complete layman. Now Adam could be, I'm not ruling out Adam. I'm saying he could be right. I'm open to any theory.
Yeah.
Evidence bears it out, but
they won't listen though. I've already tried to talk to mathematicians.
And I believe that that's possible that they're not listening, because
Adam, next time you go to the fucking doctor, what you want to do is tell the doctor the medicine you want and reject the fucking doctor's opinion. That's what you want to do. So when you go there, say, listen, this is what I need. And when the doctor says, I don't think so, say, no, you're fucking wrong.
Right, because a doctor is an authority and I should blindly listen to everything.
Yeah, well, don't fucking go there. That's what I've just said. That's what I just said, Adam. Don't fucking go to the doctor.
Good. Well, I mean, a lot of doctors I have gone to have given me bullshit advice and given me harmful medication that has fucked up my life
that's
for
why
years.
I said, Adam, prescribe your own fucking medication, buddy.
I will.
You know, next time you get in a car accident, fucking panel beat the fucking thing back to fucking normal. Don't go to a panel beater and spray paint it yourself.
Okay.
That's what you want to do, Adam.
Okay.
Right? Because you know what, Adam? You're right. Everybody else is wrong. And that's why I said to you, Adam, go get that fucking Nobel Prize, right? And I'll tell you what, if you win it, I want fucking half.
If they won't even give Einstein a Nobel Prize for relativity, they
He was
wouldn't give
fucking dead when they worked it out that he was right, okay? So stop pulling another rabbit out of your ass.
No, it's not ass rabbits. It's there's a paradigm. There's a dogma.
Listen, no, it's not. Yeah, religion's a fucking dogma, and
Well,
you've
Big
got
Bang is a dogma.
Your theory, right? Your theory and your
Lore
model that you try to
Lore
build.
theory.
No, it's your theory. I haven't even presented my fucking theory.
No, I
So
didn't say your theory. I said lore theory.
Yeah.
L-O-R-E, lore. My name, lore. Lore theory.
by the way, Adam, aren't there like perturbations of loop quantum gravity that actually kind of envision something similar to what you're describing, like a infinite loop kind of thing?
I know next to nothing about loop quantum gravity, so I don't know.
I'm pretty sure there are. Like, I watched a lecture on, and again, it was just a lecture, but one of the guys that got up there, like, had a slide of different conceptions of the beginning, quote unquote, but he said that it might not even be meaningful to talk about a beginning because, and he put a graphic up that was literally just a loop. And he said that in this scenario, every point would be the beginning and the end, or really neither statement would actually make sense at any given point.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, like, if there may be some people out there in academia who maybe have, I don't know if they share exactly your like conception, but maybe they're kind of closer than, say, someone like Lawrence Krauss.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know.
Just to further fuck up the last point, I think just about everybody has at some point or another asked for a second opinion when it comes to medical advice. So in a way, we've all kind of thrown away what a doctor told us when we didn't agree with, or at least attempted. I have attempted to throw away a doctor's advice when I didn't agree by trying to get a second.
Yeah, the argument from authority is obviously a fallacy.
Doug, do you think that the current version of Big Bang and all this stuff, do you think that that should be scrutinized by physicists and mathematicians, or do you think only my theory should be?
No, totally. I think every scientific theory, even evolution, which I'm almost 100% convinced of, I think that should be under just as much scrutiny as creationism. Yeah, I think all scientific theory, in order to be fair, I think every proposition should be tested whenever and wherever it's possible to test it, and should be subjected to just as much skepticism as any other. And to the extent that it withstands series of tests and challenges, then it approaches more and more likelihood of being a possibly accurate reflection of reality.
Yeah. Well, so to me right now, I feel like the way that science is all fucked up right now is very similar. I know we've been talking about this, but it's very similar to the heliocentric model, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it really just took someone, or Einstein, where it really just takes someone to sit down and think about the structure of the universe, or the structure of the solar system. You don't have to do all these experiments and everything to get to conceptualize the big picture, right, and then test that, right?
I guess you don't. Well, I don't know. I mean, with the heliocentric theory, like there is evidence that really almost inexorably points to it, like the retrograde motion of the planets, and there's certain things that undeniably kind of point toward the Earth, at least that the Earth is not the center.
Right, but what I'm saying is you could have been just born on an island, with no other humans around, and just looked up at the stars and the moon, and you see the sun and stuff, and you could figure out that we're going around the fucking sun, right? You could figure it out by thinking about it, right?
I don't think you could figure it out just by thinking about it. I think you would actually need to do some observations.
You couldn't figure it out just by thinking about it. Of course you could.
I mean, how could you without any observational data?
Well, you would have observations of the island, so you would notice that when you see a tiny cave miles away and you get up to it and it gets really big, that it's not actually changing in size, right? And then you can notice that as you go closer to the moon, as you walk towards the moon and walk towards the sun, they don't change in size.
Right.
So they have to be...
That just means that they're at optical infinity.
Well, no, it just means that they're very far away, right?
Yeah, but they're also at optical infinity. In other words, that any given change in the distance up to a certain point isn't going to have any discernible change in the angle.
Okay, I see what you're saying. But I mean, think about it. Okay, and then you can figure out that the Earth is round, right?
Oh, easily, yeah.
On an island.
Yeah,
okay,
totally.
You can see that the moon...
Well, I don't know. On an island, could you do it?
Sure, of course you can.
Because the one case where I'm aware that they did in the ancient world, he had to change several latitudes in order to do it.
It's really easy to guess that the Earth is round. Look at the moon, look at the sun, assume that you're on a similar thing as the moon and the sun.
What would be the justification for such an assumption?
By looking at the moon.
Yeah, but why would you assume you're like the moon or the sun?
Well, that would be something that you could suspect, right? And then you could
suspect it, yeah, but I wouldn't see any reason to prefer it over, say, like the Earth is flat and the moon and the sun are just disks that rotate around.
Well, the Earth is flat.
I mean, like a disk. I mean, a flat three-dimensional disk.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So the roundness would just be the contour of the disk.
Yeah, exactly.
Disk world.
Okay, but we know that from the phases of the moon that it's not a disk.
Right, and that's where I'm saying there would be observations that would contradict the conception I'm envisioning. But you would need observations in order to test it. In other words, just pure ratiocination wouldn't get you there. You would actually need to observe it to confirm it or not.
But Doug, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying, given the information, right, and putting it together, like what they did was they tried to put the information together and they came up with the wrong answer. They thought that everything was going around the Earth, right?
Yeah, because
they had all the parts. They had everything they needed to figure it out.
Well, but they weren't noticing certain things that were available for them to notice.
Right. So if they had suspected that we were going around the sun, then they would have looked for certain things and figured it out a lot faster, right?
Yeah, because like I said earlier tonight, like when you look out in the sky, it looks as if the moon and the sun are going around the Earth. But now we know that that's not the case. So obviously it also looks like we're orbiting the Earth and the moon's orbiting us. It has to, because that's the way it is.
Right.
But somehow we got it mixed up. So yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, appearances aren't always reliable.
But I mean, you can figure that out on an island, right? If you slingshot yourself out of a tree and it looks like something moved over you, but it was really you that were moving, you already figured that concept out. Like fucking
That's a possibility, yeah. That's right, yeah.
Do you agree that a caveman in one day could figure out that the Earth, that you're living on the flat part of a spherical Earth that's going around a gigantic sun really fucking far away? Do you think that a caveman could figure that out?
I think he could possibly figure that out if he were to look at every single bit of data available to him.
Right. So I basically see the current state of science like that. All the pieces are there. We have enough information right now to figure out the big picture. And everyone is going in the wrong direction because they're following this line of progression, right? We went from one thing to this other thing, and there's so much work done in this one field that we have so much put into it that they don't want to get rid of it, you know? No one's really looking at the big picture from a very simple-minded caveman looking out the fucking, looking on the horizon point of view. No one really believes that infinity is a number. Sorry, what was that?
I was saying I love the picture you painted. You put your story together pretty easily. It worked for me.
Oh, cool, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, I don't see any obvious, like, knockdown objections to your conception. Although I'm not clear on the whole Doppler thing still. But like I was saying to John, like I would be very curious to see, even though they could be invalid objections or wrong objections, I still would be curious to see the objections of like a professional cosmologist or theoretical physicist or a professional mathematician. And, maybe they're valid, maybe they're not, I don't know. I would want to see for myself, and even if I did want to see for myself, I'm not even qualified to discern between the two of them, so.
Doug, do you know any physicists or mathematicians? Any of the physicists or mathematicians I've tried to speak to they're 100% fully dismissive of anything I've ever said. They will
Yeah,
not listen to
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. I would just want to see the reasons they give for being dismissive.
You
And if
can't
they
do that. That's what
and
they
if
say.
they
No.
don't give a reason, then that would make me suspect them.
Their reason is nope, you can't do that. There's a rule that says you can't do that. You have to formalize it in set theory. Nope, you can't do that. Nope,
Yeah,
can't do
yeah.
that.
If I saw a objection that I thought was unwarranted, then I would suspect that they were, trying to hang on to a problematic theory. But again, that would be from my layman's judgment.
I've talked to a lot of people, and I get a very similar response, and it's usually like that. It's just there's these set rules that we follow, and what you're saying is different than the rules that I follow, so I reject what you're saying, and you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to think that way. Stop thinking that way. You're wrong. I don't want to listen to anything else you have to say.
Yeah, I agree that that happens. I know that that happens. Like there's a podcast I listened to called This American Life. Have you heard of it?
Yeah.
And one of the episodes was talking about this guy that was certain he had disproved Einstein's theory of relativity. And it seemed to the reporters of This American Life that at least he had a superficial plausibility. They weren't an expert. So they tried to arrange a meeting between him and like eminent physicists, and all of them basically just without question, once they looked at his theory, they just turned down the meeting. But one said, okay, I'll meet with him. And the guy met with the other physicist that agreed to meet with him, and the guy shot him down. Like I said, I'm not an expert, so I don't know if his objections were reasonable or not. But he said like the guy was confusing velocity with momentum or something like that. Like there was some reason that he was incorrect. And like I said, I don't have the capability even to judge whether or not the objection was valid or not. But I think that the tendency to preserve the status quo is a valuable tendency, even if in the light of a true revolutionary theory that's correct, it slows down the transition. I still think it's a valuable trait to have within science.
Right, yeah, I think it works. I think it works great. I think it's great that no one takes anything I say at face value because...
Right, because they want to subject it to complete scrutiny. And if it can stand up to everything, and eventually enough people will say, hey, you know what? We've tried to shoot down lore theory, and we can't do it. Eventually it will take over.
Right, and if I'm a crackpot, then they're just gonna be
continually ignore you, yeah.
reason, and it's not gonna be able to break through.
Yeah, exactly. But the breakthrough is the key thing, because they will dismiss a crackpot in the same way that they would dismiss a genuine revolutionist that has a true replacement theory or updated theory. But the difference is that one will eventually be accepted, whereas the other will just be forgotten.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I would, like I said, I would still be curious to see like the interaction between like your conception and like all the people I mentioned, and I would just out of pure curiosity, I'd love to see like what their responses would be, and I would judge for myself. But again, like I'm not an expert, so I might not even be qualified to come down on one side or the other. So.
Yeah. But you are qualified to find a serious flaw with what I mean. Earlier versions of my theory, I have found serious flaws with it, and I've had to address that. You know.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think I would be somewhat qualified at least to hopefully like recognize flaws in the logic of the thinking, I guess, uh, or like if there's an outright tendency to just double down on the status quo, I think I would be able to recognize that happening.
Yeah.
You know, stuff like that. I think I could. I feel confident that I'd be able to identify that.
Another major problem with my theory is that you have to rethink almost literally everything. Like you have to rethink space and time and numbers and size and like shape, like geometry, to even understand what I'm saying. So that's like kind of a lot to swallow.
Yeah. I don't know though. Like I wish I could find the guy I'm talking about, but that lecture it wasn't a lecture. It was like a presentation of a bunch of different like quantum physicists,
Mhm.
and one of the guys at least, and I actually think it was more than one of them, was, like I said, was talking about a loop type of scenario where it's just an infinite loop.
I mean, I've heard of other theories with infinite loops, but it would be more like something small looping over and over and over again. You know what I mean?
The problem you're having if you want people to redefine all those different categories you just mentioned is you're fighting an uphill battle against Occam's razor. You know, so you're going to have a very difficult time selling, you know, the theory you're proposing.
Well, my theory is actually much simpler, though, than any other theory. So Occam's razor would apply to my simplification of those things.
It can be a simple theory, but if it flies in the face of several different defined categories, you're going to have trouble selling it from that perspective.
Yeah. But that doesn't have anything to say about whether it's true or not, right? Whether I'm right. It just has to say whether the dogmatic paradigm fucking people today will listen to it, and they're not going to.
Yeah, I mean, I would base it on people that listen to you in casual conversation. Like I said, you really got to go to experts in the field. Otherwise, it's just kind of a effort and futility to try to present it to people that aren't qualified to understand it. And I don't claim to be one of them. I'm not a physicist. You know, I'm not a mathematician.
Yeah.
You have to get individuals in those fields.
I mean, I've talked to physicists and mathematicians, and that's what they've done.
What have they done?
They reject. They won't even listen to my theory. They will say you're not allowed to think that way.
Well, I suppose it's a bit like going into a fucking hospital and saying, "Oh, I've got a cure for AIDS. Here, drink a bucket of sand." No, that'll cure it.
Well, let me make a comparison.
You wonder why they kick you out of the hospital. Gee, I wonder why. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe fucking sand does cure AIDS. Why don't you try it?
Like
cancer cures AIDS.
Yeah, a bucket of sand. Yeah, eat a bucket of sand. I don't know why your idea doesn't work. I've got no idea. Maybe swallow a couple of bars of lead.
Like listening to Adam and listening to Rob,
Yeah, I know there's not much difference. I know.
No, I was gonna say there's a gigantic difference. And it may,
Yeah, I know. But they don't want to claim their fucking $1 million prize. That's the problem.
Hold on. I was gonna say that it may just come down to my ignorance on the topics that Adam is arguing on versus Rob.
But not only your ignorance, the rest of the world too.
Yeah, and it could be that way. I mean, it's not likely based off of.
I know. You know, Rob and Adam. You know what they're trying to do? Reinvent the wheel. And it just
some people have though. Some people.
No,
have.
I've never heard anybody reinventing the wheel. Sorry.
But hold on, John. Like, okay, if you take any given amount of people who are saying that the current scientific conception is wrong, 99.9% of the time, you'll be right. They're just wrong and they're crackpots. But the advancement of scientific knowledge always, or not necessarily always, but pretty much always.
It corrects
Hold on,
itself.
well, not really. What
it
happens
does.
is
The wheel wasn't perfectly round, but we're getting it. We're grinding
right.
all
But
along.
what happens is someone
But it's
comes
still
up.
a wheel.
Someone usually will come up with a revolutionary way of thinking about a particular field of science that's either totally revolutionary in that its assumptions are totally different and it's completely contrary to the current status quo, or it will have particular assumptions that are updates of the current status quo. And like I gave the example earlier of plate tectonics, like the guy who came up with plate tectonics, when he advanced this theory, he was completely ostracized, laughed out of
I
academia.
understand that, but that's in the 18th century. We're in the 21st century, right?
Yeah, but the
now
same
listen,
thing happens today, like the Golgi apparatus in the cell. Like no one wanted to believe that it had a function. Everyone thought it was an atavistic structure of the cell. But it was only like I think it was like less than 20 years ago, a young scientist proposed a theory that the Golgi apparatus had a function within the cell, and now everyone accepts that it has a function within the cell.
But that's
so
biology.
this continually
That's biology. All right. I'm talking about what he's.
But you can pick any field of science and this happens.
All right. Yeah. Okay. That's a different field of sciences. You know, like science is the umbrella. You know, you got geology and fucking all sorts of things under the banner of science. He's talking about the universe and how it started, right?
Yeah,
He's
like
got to
Adam's kind of.
He's got to explain the microwave background. He's explained none of that. All he's done is pulled fucking rabbits out of his fucking ass, right? And you keep pulling them out of your ass. I'm saying go get the fucking $1 million, right? And the other children's books that you want to fucking write first, because they're more important to you, right? Put them on hold. Get the $1 million. I want half, and a couple of my mates on here want fucking beers. So I'm gonna have to start buying them beers. So,
and what I'm saying is your reaction to Adam is the perfectly correct reaction, because we want to subject any new potential revolutionist to total.
And he says they won't listen to me.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, your reaction is the correct reaction, or at least the reaction of the professionals he's talked to. Like that's the right reaction, because we actually do want to, any new theory that pops up, we actually do want to like subject it to ridiculous amounts of scrutiny, because we don't just want to be continually replacing our current understanding with any new crazy idea that pops up. So in order for a new idea to become the norm, eventually it has to really survive a constant onslaught of criticism, and survive
it. That's what science does, and that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of science. And the best contradictions of science is other scientists trying to debunk it.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of it. But Adam here, who's not a fucking scientist, is trying to debunk it, and I'm standing on the fucking shoulders of science and saying, you're wrong. And he's going, no, you got to prove it. I'm standing on fucking Lawrence Krauss's shoulders, and he won't go up and get his fucking Nobel Prize.
I'm quoting Lawrence Krauss.
Yeah, quote him out of context, all right?
No, not out of context.
I just seen his latest fucking video, right? And you can't quote him. Everybody's got a consensus and you've got your consensus. You're one out of all the scientists.
Do you want the Krauss video?
Of what?
Of him supporting what I'm saying.
I would like to see it. I'm curious.
Yeah,
I mean,
me too.
I
Well,
was
I'm up for
actually,
that.
I was
I'm up
genuinely
for that. I'm up for
pleasantly.
that because I'll tell you what, it'll be a race between you and Lawrence to get that fucking big Nobel.
Okay, so this is another thing, Doug. I want to ask you if you remember this because it's funny that John brought up the CMB. Do you remember what I said about the explanation of the CMB before John brought that up?
Vaguely, yeah. You were saying that like, 'cause scientists made lots of predictions about what the structure of it should be, and they were wrong many times before, and eventually they narrowed down on the observation.
Do you remember what within my theory though how I explained the CMB?
Yeah, you were just saying that it's basically the accumulation of microwave radiation from sources external to our galaxy.
No, that would be the red shifting, right?
No.
No, I thought you were saying that the
Oh, wait,
cosmic
sorry,
microwave
say again.
background. I thought you were saying that the cosmic microwave background was just radiation from other galaxies in the universe that we were seeing.
Right. Well, that's just what it is, but I'm saying the patterns that we see.
Well, wouldn't the patterns be derivative of the galaxies emitting it?
Not an answer.
Well, there's going to be sources that come from galaxies, but there's going to be sources that are
Not an answer.
extragalactic.
Don't talk about galaxies because they didn't exist before the fucking cosmic microwave background. So don't talk about galaxies because that becomes after. Let's talk about the fucking microwave background. Where did they come from?
But that's actually a serious problem with the CMB is that you have to first cancel out our own galaxy from the data.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do. When they
It's not you trying to fucking take
What do you mean? No, they don't.
steak out of the microwave and go, oh, how do you explain the steak being there?
What do you mean you don't? Yeah, that's what scientists. That's what they do. Because we get our own galaxy. We get the microwave radiation from our own galaxy. So we have to cancel that out.
Where does it come from? It's a fucking easy question. I just want to know where it comes from. In your worldview, where does that radiation come from?
I already told you that radiation doesn't come from.
It doesn't make sense. It's like saying it comes from my fucking washing machine.
There's no beginning.
Yeah, I know. That's where you fuck.
There's no creation.
If there's no beginning, there's no fucking background, okay?
Okay.
And then there's no foreground.
No, our galaxy is the foreground. Anything that's microwave radiation from outside of our galaxy is CMB. It's the pattern.
So where did it come from? You got forward and you got reverse.
It's not just from our galaxy. It's also the age of the particular microwave background radiation. That's how they can exclude for our universe versus our galaxy versus others.
The other thing too that
based on the Doppler.
He's pulled rabbits out of his ass again.
The other thing too that's interesting is I haven't honestly, Adam, like we talked about this once before, and I have not yet looked into some of the stuff you told me, like about like for example, I remember a long time ago we were talking about this, and I brought up an XKCD comic about it was called Science It Works Bitches, and it was like a quote unquote an ostensible prediction of scientists and what the value of the cosmic microwave background should be. But you were saying that that was actually a refinement over decades of predictions that were wrong. And eventually they refined it to where, okay, now they got it right after they got it wrong so many times,
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, the final value that they got was exactly equivalent to the black body radiation, which is something completely separate from, in other words, it's an independent variable. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's no reason ahead of time to presuppose that the cosmic microwave background should be equivalent to black body radiation, yet it was. And that seems peculiar to me, and I'm not totally like for sure on it. It's just that's another question I have, let's say.
Wait,
You ought to, hey Adam, you ought to document your theory and put it out there on like a blog page and let other people read it.
I think he has. I think he has.
People won't. No single human being has ever sat down and listened to my theory in its entirety. No one will do
because
it.
it's forever to describe it to people that may not get all the concepts. But if you write it down, people can go through it at their leisure and research something, come back, research another thing you mentioned.
Right.
They're in print.
I have started a blog where I'm collecting links and stuff. So.
Now write a
That's
book.
good. That's good, Adam.
Write a book.
Well, that would come later.
Why should I write a book?
Eventually evolve into a book once.
I'm just going to be like Rob. I'm going to be promoting my book, and everyone's just going to be arguing with me about it.
No, don't think like that. Because if you have a genuinely like revolutionary theory, I think eventually someone will take notice, and then they'll get other people to take notice, and it will be.
Rob's problem is how he argues, not what he argues as much.
Yeah, and Rob, I think the problem with Rob is like, I mean, he's sure that his interpretations of any particular saying of the Gospel of Thomas is exactly what he says it is, when obviously when it comes to like ancient theological sayings, Gospels, it's not so straightforward.
Right. I think Rob's a good guy, but I guess the point I'm trying to make is who in these hangouts has actually gone and read Rob's book?
I've read not all of it, but I've read probably like
it. He actually got debunked today on a fucking hangout.
I've read probably like 20% of it, honestly, and I've looked through it, and honestly, most of it is stuff he's already told me about, or like memes and graphics from the internet. Like, have you looked through his book? Like a huge.
I've looked through excerpts of it, yeah.
Tons of it is just like little internet memes, images. Like for real, look at the PDF. Have you seen the free PDF?
Yeah, I got the PDF on my phone. But
yeah.
Also, he's arguing a historical interpretation. You're presenting something more in the realm of testable science today. So I think you would have a better case if you put your evidence together. Your case would be a lot harder to dismiss and say, oh, I think the Romans created Jesus, aka Joseph Atwell theory, So you're in a different category than them. So I wouldn't compare how Rob gets treated to what you may or may not get treated.
No, I don't put you guys in the same category at all. Like I think Rob is definitely working under motivated reasoning, whereas I see you as giving a potentially legitimate challenge to a conception of cosmology.
Well, not just that, but I mean, he's talking hard science, as Rob's talking historical interpretation, which are not even on the same footing for being able to substantiate the argument.
I mean, I do intend to eventually write, put my thoughts together. I want to start with the math of it first, but I mean, writing an entire book on it and trying to actually get it published is going to be
thousands of dollars.
You know what I would do, honestly, if I were you and I thought I had a like a truly something valuable that people needed to listen to, like if I were in your shoes, like the first thing I would do is start a blog and just tackle particular objections to the current paradigm.
Well, I've already done that.
Yeah, that's perfect. I would continue to do that.
I have evidence of people saying that the Big Bang didn't happen. I have evidence of scientists everyday scientists that use a generalized circle, which is an infinitely long line that's the same as a circle. I mean, almost like the majority of my claims are not unique to me. The majority of my claims are things that are somewhat obscure, but they're accepted, proven scientific or mathematical.
Wait, when
no,
you
they're
said
not
that,
proven scientific. You got to stop using that word, all right? They're not, because they're not proven scientific. All right?
Okay, which part isn't accepted?
I haven't read your book, right? But what you've told us tonight, whatever, right? To me, it's all bonk, right?
So which part is flawed?
Well, your eternal universe for a start.
Okay, well, I mean, there wasn't
No,
there
you know,
wasn't
you've got to
a
explain
singular.
redshift and blue shift, right? You haven't explained it. All you've done is used your mirror theory, right?
That's just an analogy, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. And guess what? It's a very, very poor analogy, right? Because you were saying, oh, let's put some fucking dots on a mirror and put those dots on a fucking. The universe is not made out of mirrors, so stop using the magic fucking tricks to prove your theory.
It wasn't a mirror. It was just glass.
It was. You actually said you put this, and then you changed it to glass, which has got a diffraction property, and the fucking universe is not made out of glass. So let's get one thing straight here, all right?
I never said that it was made out of glass.
Fucking theories to explain your theory, and you've changed it. So
that's an analogy.
I just kind of popped in here, John, but I'm pretty sure you're taking the analogy a little too seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
when
an
you start
analogy for
using
such
glass and
comparison.
mirrors, when you use glass and mirrors, you know, you start pulling rabbits out of your ass. That's what magicians do.
What are your views on quantum mechanics, Adam? Like, do you
Nothing. Sorry.
I mean,
go ahead.
like, what do you think about like Bell's inequality? Like, do you think that's a legitimate test of whether or not there's outside influences on the probability of an outcome?
No, I don't.
So you don't accept you don't accept the results of Bell's inequality.
I accept the results. I don't accept the the interpretation that is most common.
Really? Okay.
Obviously, he did what he did, but the interpretation of that. There's so many interpretations of quantum mechanics. I personally don't think that quantum mechanics is anything.
There's not a ton of them.
mysterious.
I mean, there's really only 4 major ones. Really,
No,
only
I mean,
3
there's
major
a lot. There's a lot because there's a lot of different combinations. There's like, you can have a huge.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, there's really only 3 really ones that are taken seriously.
There's a lot. There's a lot more than 3, man.
Yeah, I know there's a lot more than 3, but really there's only like 3 that have any like significant following.
Following what in like?
And numbers of people that consider it even remotely plausible.
Right, but I don't use that. See, that to me is illogical to use popularity or authority as a gauge of whether something is real or not. Right? I want to actually look at the examples, look at what it's claiming. You know, if one theory is claiming that consciousness is literally transforming the universe simply by observing it, I'm not going to take that.
Yeah,
seriously.
well, that's one of that. Incidentally, is one of the interpretations.
Yeah. So I really don't think that there's much mystery in quantum mechanics.
The problem is with all of these is none of them are testable currently.
I guess
like the multiverse is not testable currently.
Right.
What is it? The Heisenberg? No, not Heisenberg. What's the other one where the
it's named after a town.
the superposition guy. What's his name?
The superposition guy, Schrodinger.
I think you're thinking
Yeah,
of
it's Schrodinger. There's the Schrodinger interpretation. There's the multiverse interpretation.
There's a lot of misunderstandings even of the interpretations themselves, though, because Schrodinger, his cat example, he was making the point that the cat...
To mock it, yeah.
Yeah, that's a mockery.
But so was the Big Bang Theory. I mean, that was originally envisioned as a mockery, too.
So whatever became of that poor fucking cat?
Well, you don't know until you look at it.
But so far, I haven't looked at the cat, and I'm starting to feel guilty. We've left it in the fucking box for years
That's
now.
the point of the Schrodinger interpretation, is that any in a quantum state, in a quantum system, any outcome exists only as a probability, and that it only exists as a discrete, finite outcome if in the event that you observe it or try to observe it, you interact with it, and that collapses the wave function.
No, I dig that, but what I'm saying is we've ignored the cat for like 70 years now, 60 years, and I'm feeling guilty about the cat.
Yeah, no one cares about the cat. It's just a
I
device.
care about the cat. I care about the
Well, if you really care about the cat, then the cat is in a superposition of being dead and alive at the same time, according to Schrodinger interpretation. Which
So, Doug, do you believe that? Like, are you
no,
just?
I think that's self-contradictory. No,
But you believe that a
I've
particle
always
can do
had
that?
major problems with the Schrodinger
Do you
interpretation.
believe that a particle can do that?
No, I don't think so. No.
So, what do you think a particle does?
I'm honestly torn. Like, I find the multiverse theory as plausible, or it could be. The problem is that the Bell's inequality experiments seem to rule out hidden variables,
Yeah.
and that makes me
Supposedly,
really almost zero in on multiverse. But
Right, but did you know that Bell himself didn't think that?
no, I didn't know that. Nope.
Yeah. So that's the problem, is people believe in what people say about a particular person, but they don't look people don't look at what Einstein himself said about his own theory. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They just listen to what people in the news or what Carl Sagan said about Einstein's theory. So you know what I mean? They don't actually go read the words that came out of Einstein's mouth. They don't go.
Like what was Bell's actual thoughts on it? On his?
I wouldn't try to give a good explanation of it, but I was reading an article the other day where they were describing how have you heard of pilot wave theory?
Yeah.
It was about that, and it was about how the Bell's inequality or Bell's theorem supposedly, proves that there can't be any hidden variables, but that actually, in fact, Bell himself, it's like a similar thing to the Schrodinger thing. He himself wasn't trying to prove that at all, and in fact, he didn't agree with that interpretation.
Well, Bell was trying to test for pilot wave, wasn't he?
Was he? I don't know.
I mean, that was one of the first proposed, like, hidden variables. That was one of the main reasons he did his experiment, was like there were several proposed hidden variables, and he was saying, okay, well, these are testable.
Right.
That's like the pilot wave thing is like Bohm proposed that, and de Broglie and all those guys.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know too much about pilot wave theory, but I think it works pretty well. Personally, what I think like the most basic explanation for quantum mechanics is it's very simple. You basically have a discrete universe, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you have continuous energy being expressed in a discrete universe. And that gives rise to most of the peculiarities of quantum mechanics.
What about like superposition?
There's no superposition. So this is from my understanding of quantum mechanics, this is what superposition is. Let's say you have an energy of 1.5, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can only have a state of either 1 or 2, right? So let's think of those as pixels on a JPEG or something, right? So 1 pixel would be 1 and 2 pixels would be 2, right? But the actual energy is 1.5. Well, you can't have 1.5 pixels, right? So what you're going to have is you're going to have 1 pixel, right? And then the next time you're going to have 2, and then you're going to have 1, and then you're going to have 2. And you will see that 1.5 twice is the same as 1 and 2, right? There's no superposition of 1 and 2. You know, that's silly.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look into that more.
That's all that I mean, to me, that's all quantum mechanics is. There's nothing weird about it. It's just kind of, it's like trying to put discrete and continuous together is problematic, but it's not mysterious or mystical or something. It's pretty simple. It's extremely simple.
Yeah, get a job as a fucking.
Now, what about like quantum entanglement, which we've observed, like where we have two separate electrons that are linked together to where if the spin of one gets altered, the other one corresponds immediately, like no delay whatsoever. In other words, that the signal between the first and the second electron is faster than the speed of light, even like immediate, no delay whatsoever.
I don't know, but did you know that you can do that with just macroscopic fluids?
No, you can't.
Yeah.
No.
Well, even if you can, I mean, it still
can't do
requires
it.
an
Okay,
explanation.
don't listen to him. Don't
Even
listen
if you could do it with trees, I mean, it would still require an explanation because
He won't give you an explanation. He doesn't have an explanation.
Fluid dynamics.
That's not fucking quantum mechanics.
No,
Fluid
I'm saying,
dynamics. Yeah,
I'm
I think
saying-
you've got a bit of fluid dynamics coming out of your ass again.
No, listen. The same problem in quantum mechanics arises in fluid dynamics, and you
No,
can
it
have
doesn't.
you can
No,
have
it doesn't.
you can have a state of entanglement in fluid dynamics.
Prove it.
Okay, do you want? I'll get a link. Are you actually gonna look at it, or I'll get the article if you actually look at it.
now what about like what do you make of the like double slit experiment where you have individual photons passing through?
What's an individual photon?
One photon at a time.
What is an individual photon?
A discrete packet of energy.
Light. Okay, it's light. If he doesn't know what a photon is, it's light.
No, I'm not saying I don't know what a photon is. I'm saying when you say an individual photon.
Okay, well, we don't even have to define it because if you put a detector at the wall point, you'll get a two-bar pattern on the reflection wall. But if you take away that detector, you'll get a wave pattern.
Okay.
So, like, what is causing that?
Well, do you use Photoshop ever?
Yeah.
No,
I'm not an expert on it.
To do with that,
Have you ever layered two different pictures and you get a weird distorted interference pattern?
Kind of. Like two totally different pictures, or like two versions of the same one? Like, what do you mean?
Like, especially something that's not.
He's talking about an interference pattern.
Yeah, like dots, or like like in newsprint or something. It will be printed out on dots, or they'll use dots to print something out, or like a comic book or something.
Yeah, like if you have like a dot matrix printed thing.
Sure. So let's say you have that and you have a copy of that and you move it around. You'll get these weird, crazy effects, right? And it looks really cool. It looks trippy, right?
Yeah, but it's not a wave interference pattern.
Right, but it looks like that, right?
Not really, no.
What do you mean? Of course it does.
It doesn't, because the problem is that like there's two slits at the barrier wall, and if you have a wave propagating from each of the slits, you'll get a particular specific pattern of interaction at the reflection wall.
Right.
Okay, so but if we place a detector at that barrier wall, we don't get that pattern. We don't get that pattern at all. We just get two stripes, and that's it. But if we
Can you explain that, Adam?
if we remove the detector, we get a total, perfect, exact, 100% replica of if two waves, like say dropping two pebbles at two different points against a wall, we get that perfect exact pattern.
Okay.
Adam, have
So
you
it
seen
seems
the
like that experiment.
experiment?
The thing with that experiment is it seems like, okay, well, if we put a detector at that barrier wall, it seems like light's behaving like a Newtonian particle, where it's either going through one of the slits or the other slits, and that's it. But if we remove the detector, we get a wave interference pattern on the back wall, where it seems like the particle's going through both slits and interfering along the way, and creating a wave interference pattern.
So, okay, so you remember what I said about the pixels?
Yeah.
How you'll have a pixel that's, the energy itself is 1.5, right? But 1.5 can't exist in the actual universe. So it has to be
why
1.
do you say 1.5 for then in the first place?
That's the energy.
Well, why is it 1.5 when it can't exist?
Well, this is how it exists, is that it goes from
Oh,
1.
hang on. No.
It goes 1, and then it's filled up to 2.
I know you'd like to fucking muddle up the words. You know, you 1 minute you like to have the 1.5, and now
Doc,
in
do you
your
understand what I'm saying?
now it's fucking one. It's either 1 or 2.
Yeah, it's like you
can't
could have,
1.5.
like the average birth rate in the United States is 2.1 kids. I mean, obviously no one has
but
2.1
Adam likes to
kids.
fucking. He likes to
Obviously
throw
no one has
the
2.1 kids, but
and he throws in the 1.5 when it suits him.
No. This
Now,
is
it's either 1 or 2, Adam.
So
Which one's
maybe, so hold on, John. So I think what Adam is saying is the expression of energy would be 1.5, but of course that can't be expressed in the universe like 1.5. It has to be 1 or 0.
yeah, it has to be one of the
Okay,
other.
well, say it. Say 1.5. 1. Not. Don't go down
You
the
have
fucking
to forgive
path
him
of
for his
1.5.
language not being precise. He's not writing an article. He's talking to us.
I am being precise. I actually explained this earlier. The energy, the amount of energy is 1.5, but you can't have a physical manifestation of that. You can only have 1 or 2. So it has to go from 1, and then the next time it will be 2, and then it goes back to 1, and then it goes to 2. It has to go back and forth.
1.5.
That's what the energy is, though. It wouldn't go. It wouldn't switch back.
Then it's got a value.
What are you talking about?
Then it's got a number.
Okay,
You said.
What's the number?
Well, you said it was 1.5, and you said no. It's either 1 or 2.
No, it
And
goes
I
1,
listened
and
an
then
hour
the
and a
next time
half
it's 2, and
nonsense.
then the next time it's 1.
Sorry?
It's 1, then 2, then 1, then 2. It goes back and forth.
Don't say 1.5.
That's the energy, though. The amount of energy is 1.5. When it's expressed, it can only be in discrete units. That's what quantum means, right? It's quantized. So it can either be 1 or 2. It can't be 1.5.
Can't hear him.
Have you? Okay, so what in your conception, like what about the detector being at the barrier wall is changing the interference pattern we see?
Okay, so think about this. If you have position 1 and you have position 2, and you stick a detector in position 2, what's going to happen?
We don't know.
You're gonna get. We do know, because if we stick one there, we're gonna get a non-interference pattern on the reflection wall.
Right, but okay, look. If the energy is 1.5, but 1.5 can't be expressed, it can only ever be expressed as 1 or 2. When you take a snapshot at position 2, what are you going to see?
You're either going to see a photon going through or not.
No. You're going to see the 2, right? If you put the detector at position 2, it's going to detect it when it's a 2, right?
But is it always going to represent a 2?
You will see a photon going through there or not. That's right.
No. Okay. Let's think of the simplified example I'm giving you. You have pixels, right? You have position 1 and position 2, and you have an energy of 1.5. So it goes from the first frame it's 1, the second frame it's 2, the third frame it's 1, the fourth frame it's 2. If we put a detector at position 2, it's definitely going to detect 2, and it's going to make it be 2.
Why? Why? How does that happen? What's the mechanism?
Look a picture of it when it's at 2.
Why is that mechanism of putting a detector there? What makes that change?
It catches it.
But
It
why?
interferes
You
with
haven't explained yourself. Why did it change? Did the atom go, oh, hang on a second, I see a fucking camera there. I'm going to go through exit door number 2 because there's a detector there. How does it know?
It doesn't know. You put it somewhere, and then it
No, we put
bumps
a
into
camera
it.
there, Adam. We put a
Once
camera
it bumps
there.
into it, it's a tube.
So
right?
you take the camera away, so that photon
so
goes,
it's not there
oh,
to
hang
bump
on, there's no
into
camera there. I'm going to go through fucking lots of fucking holes.
Here, look at this link here. The first link is I think I know where you're going, but they've already done an experiment to test this. It's called the delayed choice quantum eraser. That's the overview of the article, but the main thing is this is the interference pattern. Now they really you need it's so hard to explain. I'm gonna have to post a YouTube video to show you this. Hold on, I'll find a good one.
Oh, I know the YouTube. Dr. Quantum, it's called.
No.
Oh my God! No wonder you're saying all this silly stuff.
Not Dr. Quantum. It's not even.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This is it right here. This YouTube video.
Dr. Quantum, man.
Watch this video, read this article, and hopefully it will make you question whether or not what you're describing is reality or not. Because they designed this experiment exactly to test what you're talking about.
Okay, and what's the result of the experiment?
Okay, so they had the doubles. It's a double slit experiment, except they split the path of the photon up. They redirected it so that like the first one is going to a straight ahead detector, and then the second path, whether it goes to the second slit, that one gets bounced around, and at each successive mirror, either the photon hits it or not, and there's a detector, and you get the same interference pattern regardless of whatever slit it goes through.
Wait, when the second one's bouncing around, where does it go to?
Well, we get an interference pattern. That's the point.
Does it hit the target?
It has a 50-50 chance of hitting it.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Like the video explains it way better than I can.
Yeah, that's.
It sets up the actual
Dr.
design.
Quantum fucking theory, the cartoon. They're still using the same bullshit.
No, this is different than the Dr. Quantum thing.
Well, when they put
Here,
that.
go to 308 on the video, and this is an exact layout
All right,
of the
308
thing.
This is Dr. Quantum, right?
No.
I'm just joking.
This is the original Dr. Quantum one.
Oh my God.
Is something else, like interaction from a physical measurement. But on display, we observe particles. Observation is the mechanism for collapse. This is better demonstrated from the famous delayed choice quantum eraser experiment from 1991. As you can see, this looks complex. I'm going to break this down.
That's very complicated.
So we can understand.
It is, because they're trying to test whether or not they're trying to expand on the double slit experiment to figure out whether or not the actual observation is having an effect, or merely that the observation is interacting.
Oh well, of course. It's you can't make an observation without interacting, right?
Well, that's what this experiment was designed to test.
Well, that doesn't need to be tested.
Okay, well.
He's missed the point again. That's why there's two parts of the experiment, because there's one part of the experiment where there's no interaction with cameras, and it does one thing. Then there's an interaction with the cameras, and it points out another different part what's going on. So there is an interaction.
Yeah, but
right?
we already know that making an observation requires interacting, right?
Yeah, but when how come they got the video when there's no observation and it's going through 2 slits and bouncing off the wall with no interaction, and it is showing 2 fucking slits, so that's no interaction.
Is that what it's
Hello?
doing?
Sorry?
Is that what it's doing?
Yeah, that's what the video is all about.
So you're saying when they watch through a video camera, it changes the path of the particle.
That's
Yeah.
correct. Yep. That's right.
My,
And you actually believe that it's because you're you're a human with consciousness.
no, don't worry about what I believe.
No, no,
All
no.
the scientists
That's
around
not
the
right.
world are
It's
doing
not that you're a
same
human with
experiment.
consciousness.
It's not because there's a camera there, but because there's someone watching through the camera.
Well, like for example, if it goes
How
through
do you think
split,
that's... Oh,
there's a
my goodness.
prism in front of A and B. So any of the photons, whether they go through A or B, or the light, whatever you want to call them, packets of light, if they go through slit A, they can either go straight to detector 0, or they can go on to the first prism, PS. Now, from PS, they can either go to a reflector B, which points toward detector 1, or it can bounce off detector B, which goes to detector 2.
Okay.
Now, depending on where the detectors are, you get different patterns.
So it's not a camera; it's a detector.
That's right.
A
Yeah.
camera is a detector.
We humans
That's
can't
all-
observe individual proton or individual photons.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Thank you for explaining that to him.
Are you sure?
Mm.
Not. I mean, we can't say, oh, there's an individual proton, or sorry, photon.
No, photon. Are we sure about... Can't we... No, I've never known anybody to observe an individual photon. So, unless you know
It
someone...
doesn't matter, even if we can. The point is that the detectors
Yeah.
are filling in the position.
Is it? Let him finish watching the video.
Yeah, the video explains it way better, and the article goes in. And by the way, just in the interest of full disclosure, there are some objections to the results to this experiment. I personally don't find them that compelling or convincing, but there are some out there.
Wait, what are the detectors?
Cameras.
They're basically just detecting whether or not a photon hits it or not.
No, what you didn't answer. I mean, you didn't give me any new information. What is the detector?
It's detecting the photon going through the slit.
Yeah, I don't
What part
know.
of that don't you understand?
I don't know what it is. It's some kind of device that can detect whether or not a photon hits it or not.
So the
Yeah.
detector is a
Oh,
detector.
but they don't exist in your world, do they?
What is a detector? It's a detector. What does it do? It detects. That's what you're saying.
It's detecting the photon. We've explained that to you.
I think what he's saying is he doesn't know exactly what it is. He hasn't.
I don't know how it works, but that's what
Relying on
that's
fucking-
what it
sold or made one. But just
It's
because he doesn't know of one doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There may or may not be a device called a photon detector, and someone that has built one could probably tell you exactly how it works. But it doesn't sound like this gentleman is that guy. And I am having problems muting my mic. I apologize. There we go.
Yeah, don't do it again.
Hey, did you guys watch that Lawrence Krauss video?
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know. Did you link it?
Is that the one on the whiteboard?
I don't see a link for it.
Hey, did you see that Lawrence Krauss
Oh,
did
I
a
see it, yeah.
2-hour meet and greet on Google Plus?
No.
I'm watching it.
Was that
I
good?
saw that. I was like, oh man, could you imagine popping into that chat room? Oh yeah, hi, Mr. Krauss.
Oh no, Adam should have been in there to tell fucking Lawrence, you know, like what's going on.
Yeah. Inform him.
Hey, for the ones that are on the mobile client, does anybody mind posting that in the actual Hangouts chat window as opposed to the one that's missing on the mobile client? Because I can't see any of these links.
Where?
Yeah, on the mobile client, there's no chat, So
Yeah, but there's some other chat that's embedded in the Google Plus.
yeah,
that
but you can't
they
see
take
the
off.
one that we're seeing. So
Yeah, if somebody would be cool enough to paste it into there, that'd be awesome. I'd appreciate it.
I don't think we have access to the mobile one.
How do you get to that?
It shows up on the computer too. I mean, it's the same one.
Where does it show up? Because the one I have is I've
Yeah,
already
I'm not sure if you
posted.
can install a Hangouts component or not. I have it on mine, but it's been there for a year or two. I don't remember if I installed it originally.
I think they're totally separate.
Do you see where I posted in there? Can somebody
Who's
post it?
talking?
That's true.
Yeah, here it's
It's turned into science. And it isn't
it's the
science.
one that says so and so left the Hangout, so and so joined the Hangout.
Who's talking?
Uh,
Theory.
let's see. I'll post it real quick and see if it pops up for anybody.
Nope, nothing. My phone got it, but not my computer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, somehow I installed.
They're totally separate. The mobile chat and the desktop chat are separate. I don't know why they did that.
The one I just posted in there, I get that on my desktop. I must have installed something extra to do it though.
Anyway, just look up quantum eraser experiment if you're interested in what I posted.
Okay, that works. Quantum eraser.
Yep.
Okay.
And a YouTube video will be very helpful because it's kind of complicated.
I like complicated. How long's the video? Is it the
It's like 10 minutes or something. 11:45.
Okay, yeah, there's a couple that were like around 10. Let's see if I got the right one. I asked you to put a laptop on this side of the house. Is it the one by Inspiring Philosophy?
Yep.
Cool. All right, let me add that to my watch later list. Appreciate it.
What am I supposed to zero in on in this Lawrence Krauss video?
The part about not having a theory of inflation.
Yeah. What video is that? If I was gonna Google it.
Yeah, but I think he's emphasizing that using the assumption of inflation, the predictions are so successful that he equates it to the fact that physicists accepted the existence of atoms before the electron microscope was able to like undeniably verify them.
What?
That's what he said.
Wait. Sorry, say that again?
He was saying that he gave the example of he said that inflationary theory, we don't have a what was it? What was the word he used?
Particle physics theory of inflation. Based on fundamental particle physics.
Yeah, he says we don't have a fundamental theory of inflation. But then he goes on and says that like if we have 99 out of 100 predictions fulfilled, that it's equivalent of our situation of the atom, where we didn't have direct evidence of the atom, but so many of the predictions of assuming that the atom existed were fulfilled that we were justified in believing that the atom was real, even though we didn't actually know for sure until the invention of the electron microscope.
That's not what he's saying.
Oh, okay.
He says that we do not have a theory of inflation based on fundamental particle physics, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So we don't have a theory of inflation.
Based on fundamental particle physics.
Right. He also says it's not science. It isn't fucking science. We don't have a fucking theory. It isn't science. It's just talk. That's what he's saying. It's at the current state of inflationary theory is not even scientific. We don't even have a fucking theory. It doesn't work. He hopes that it works. He hopes that we'll find evidence of it in the future. He has faith in it.
Oh, shit out. Keep pulling that shit out, buddy. Dig it out.
So do you disagree with that he's actually saying that?
Just keep pulling that shit out.
Do you disagree that he says that, John?
He's saying that in the theory of inflation that we have right now produces predictions, and 99 out of 100 of them are testable.
What?
He literally says that. I'm like not even paraphrasing.
Here, let me. It's been a while since I watched this game.
The point is that
Adam, dig that shit out of your ass, buddy. This is a big spoon.
it wasn't in our universe, and that's true. Here's the way I think science, and it isn't science.
So he says this is how we could turn it into science, right?
Right.
Well, here's the
I think he's talking about multiverse right there.
way I would see.
He is.
If we had a theory of inflation, which we don't have, by the way, we don't have based on fundamental particles.
Okay, so you agree that he's saying we do not have an actual theory of inflation, right?
Yeah, because you don't even know what a fucking theory is. It's like saying we don't have a theory of fucking gravity.
He's saying that
germ theory. What he's saying is we don't have a theory. It's like saying we don't have a germ theory. So that means germs don't exist.
Adam's right though. Like he's saying that our conception of fundamental physics does not include a theory of inflation. That's a separate hypothesis.
Yeah, germ theory is a theory, isn't it? It doesn't exist.
But let's say we had a particle physics theory that explained why the proton is 2,000 times heavier than the electron, why there are 3 generations of elementary particles, etc., etc., etc. And as part of that theory, inflation occurred naturally. It had to have occurred in the early universe. Now, inflation generically produces many universes. It's a property. In fact, if you had a theory of inflation, you can calculate the process of inflation. So the point is, you could have a theory that make 100 predictions, 99 of which are tested.
He does not say that we do have that. He said you could have that if we wanted it. He's wishing he had it. You realize that?
But I mean, isn't the theory of inflation testable? I mean, isn't that what the whole
There's been no physical
thing?
There's been no physical evidence for inflation yet. There is zero evidence so far.
Yeah, I think that's right. But although I mean, if the gravitational wave things turns out to be not dust, that would be a good indicator of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're hoping you have faith.
Theory. There's
No,
no
I don't have
germ.
faith. I'm not married to
And
either.
it's
outcome.
gravity theory. It doesn't really exist. It's a theory.
You're hoping that it's right?
I'm not honestly.
No,
I
a
don't.
theory is
care
actually
either way which way
is actually a fact. The theory is actually higher than the actual. It's actually that is the fact. The theory is the fact.
The theory is the fact. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. That's like saying, is germ theory, is that real? Or is it a fact? Why do they keep calling it germ theory? Well, because it doesn't exist? It's a fucking fact. There are germs. That's why they still call it today germ theory. That's like gravity theory. The theory. It's there. It's not fucking not there. It's there. That's why it's a theory.
It seems to me like inflation is like an equivalent of dark matter. It's something that we have to inject into our current model in order to make it come out right.
Okay,
Not only that,
let's
it's
explain
impossible.
what dark matter is. Okay.
Dark matter
Let's-
isn't anything. It's just a placeholder for a discrepancy that we can't explain.
No, it's a filler. All right. If you've
Yeah,
got four
that's what I said, a
tennis
filler.
balls, all right. if you've got 4 tennis balls and you put the 4 tennis balls together, in the middle you got that gap, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that is where dark matter is. That is dark matter. It's like Earth and the Moon. What's in between? It's dark matter. That's why we call it dark matter. That's what makes up the universe. Otherwise, if we didn't have
No,
dark
that's
matter,
not right. That's not right.
no, it is right.
It's
all right?
wrong.
No, it's right.
No,
Because
those are
that's
black
like all the planets and all the stars and all the rest of it. There's gaps, right?
No, you're thinking of black holes.
Take away the dark matter, we're left with only like 30% of the universe.
No.
What's made up of it
Okay,
is dark matter.
Like Steve said earlier, if you look at the mass we can observe in any given galaxy, okay,
Right.
and we, based off of the mass we can observe,
Yes.
and our current understanding of gravity, if we
Yes.
predict based off of the mass we observe and our current understanding of gravity what the rotational speed of that galaxy should be, when we observe the rotational speed of the galaxy, we see that it's actually not what we would predict it should be. And we're saying there's some other unknown thing happening that is altering the rotational speed of all these galaxies that we can't account for, and we're going to call it dark energy.
What's the alternative to
There's
that?
dark energy and dark matter, and that is what is in between all of the planets. Dark energy explains.
Yeah, you're right. Dark matter is what I'm referring to.
And dark matter explains what's in between that. That's why we come up with a universe, like you said before, because if you take all the solids, like all the planets, we only come up with like 30%, or not even.
Not even, like fucking
Yeah.
a tiny fraction.
Yeah, okay, whatever it is. But what's in between that is dark matter and
Like
dark
1%.
Yeah, and that's what makes up the rest of it. That's
Yeah,
why we come up with
99% of
no, and that's why we come up with that number 0 at the end, because that makes up the whole. That's the intrinsic value of all of it put together. And that's why we come up with that number 0. That explains it.
0.
It's not a theory, it's a fact.
The thing is that in order to get to the 0, we had to invent something called the cosmological constant, which is the proposed value of the energy in like empty space, vacuum space. And that's just a made-up number.
Dark energy or dark matter. And that's
Dark
what makes
matter-
up all the rest of it.
Dark matter is the question mark, which is meant to explain, or at least account for the discrepancy in
And it does
the
that
observed
job
mass
perfectly.
between.
That's the beauty of dark matter. It explains it perfectly.
It doesn't explain it. It's just a question mark.
No, it's not a question mark. If it was a question mark, they wouldn't have it in their equations and call it that, and it would be thrown out.
No, you
Right,
could
so
still have an
yeah.
undefined term in your equations.
Yeah, but we've made up the term. That's why it's called dark matter. We've made up a word and a term, and that
And a
explains
value.
it. End of story.
Yeah. It's not
We've made up
but
the fucking word. It's like Lawrence Krauss said, something from nothing. He used the term nothing. Maybe he shouldn't have used that term. He should have used quasi-nothing, right? And made up a new word. He chose not to because I don't know why. You'll have to ask him that. And he made up the... That's why he says something from nothing, right? And that's why people think nothing is fucking nothing. It's actually something, but it's actually nothing. That's why we say, oh, let's call it quasi-nothing, because that explains it better. It's like dark matter, dark energy. You use the words, you don't understand it. It's like a fucking black hole. Oh, I can't see it. It's fucking there, and we've observed it, and they're real. And you can deny it and go, oh no, I can't fucking see it, so it doesn't exist. It fucking does exist.
Hey, Adam, I'm bookmarking the latest video you posted. I'll watch it.
It's good. Do you ever watch 60 Symbols?
I've never even heard of it.
You should check it out. Do you watch many YouTube videos or?
Not a ton, but I watch some.
It's a pretty good channel.
Okay, yeah, I'll check it out for sure. Anyway, just check out the quantum eraser thing and let me know what you think about it. Because honestly, like I looked at it and I mean, some of the objections seem plausible, but they all seem to be not quite sufficient to explain the results.
Adam, I watched 5 seconds of your mate sitting on his fucking couch at home with his problems. Yeah? I think he's got fucking more problems than fucking worrying about that. Sitting at home making a fucking... Isn't it strange how he's got a fucking problem and he can put a video camera on himself at home and explain the fucking problems. Tell him to get in front of a crowd, right? Because I'll tell you what, I'll be in that fucking crowd throwing eggs at him. Instead of
John May.
John May. Home, right? Watching fucking pornos, found shit from his ass.
John May, come and meet me in the YouTube app. I have something important to show you.
Oh God, another hash video.
Some cunt sitting at home in front of his fucking fireplace, wanking off on fucking pornos, explaining the fucking problems. Tell him to get his fucking ass up on a fucking lecture, right, in front of an audience, instead of some cunt in his fucking backyard making fucking homegrown videos. Right? Get his ass up there. Get his ass up there. Instead of pulling fucking rabbits out of his fucking ass and saying, "Oh, these are the problems." Yeah.
Hey, it was good talking to all you guys, but I gotta get up and go to work in less than 4 hours, so I'm going to bed.
All right,
Take it easy, brother. Good to meet you, man.
Yep, you guys too. Later.
Fucking some cunt sitting at home. Fucking hell. First 4 seconds. Well, these are the problems. Yeah, I got a fucking problem. My balls are fucking itchy. Yeah. Oh, I better make a fucking video and tell everybody that the fucking earth is fucking going the other way around. Yeah. Fucking idiots. Spout this shit.
So you disagree with the scientists?
He's not a fucking scientist. He's sitting at home. 5 seconds into it, he's sitting at home fucking saying, these are the problems. That's like fucking me watching a fucking video of Ken Ham saying how a fucking boat can float in the fucking water. What would I want to watch that shit for?
He's a scientist.
Who?
Wait, which video are you? Are you watching the video that I posted?
Yeah, I watched 5 seconds of it. He's sitting at home and on his couch. Get his ass up on a fucking stage, right? Right?
Huh.
Not at home, alright? I can make fucking videos at home too. And they're not the sort of fucking videos you're gonna like. But I can make fucking videos at home and explain all sorts of shit. Right? Get his ass up on fucking stage in front of fucking students or whoever.
Okay,
And
so
tell
you
him
want
to
a
fucking
video
do
of
that.
him giving a lecture in front of students?
Well, hey, if you're gonna spout your shit on fucking YouTube and do it at home, yeah, fine, I'll listen to all that shit. I've seen fucking magicians cutting people in half. Do you think that's fucking real science? No, it's fucking magic.
This is a cosmologist, though.
You call it, hey, I don't call him fucking, when he's at home, I'm a cosmologist too.
You
I've
are?
I've got a telescope. It's 2 foot fucking long. And I'm going to make a homegrown video and say, oh, I've discovered the fucking moon. And some cunt sitting at fucking home, spouting shit. Right? Tell him to get a real fucking job. He's probably a fucking bricklayer. Yeah, and I'm a bricklayer.
He's a science professor.
Yeah, and I just told you I was a fucking bricklayer. But I'm going to fucking spout my fucking shit on a fucking YouTube video at home. And guess what? I'm going to build the fucking pyramids. And he's going to spout his shit on a fucking homegrown fucking YouTube video. And he's a particle physicist What's he doing making homemade videos?
Have you never watched 60 Symbols?
No. People who make videos, look, get something right, Adam. Okay, you know, I don't know if you're smart or dumb or whatever, right? I'll tell you something, Adam. I'm not a smart guy, and I admit it.
No, I know.
But I know the difference. Yeah, okay, good. I'm glad you know. But I can tell the difference between someone who's got a fucking telescope at home and some cunt who goes on a fucking mountain and has got a fucking big fucking telescope. And I'm not going to listen to some cunt who's got their fucking telescope at home going, guess what, I fucking discovered a new planet. He's got as much fucking credibility as fucking anybody said, I've got a fucking new gold mine. And call him what you want. Call him what you want. And you already, and I heard you spout your shit about fucking Albert Einstein. He wasn't even a fucking alive before they said, oh yeah, he was right. Right? And then you put shit on him and said, oh, he never won a Nobel Prize. You know, a long time ago, Adam, right? Science hasn't been going for that long. Believe it or not, it's only been going for about 200 years. Right? So we're in the dark ages for fucking many, 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 many years. And it's only been in the last fucking 100 years that we've fucking come in leaps and bounds. Right? So Albert Einstein had no one to fucking prove him right and no one to prove him wrong. And you said, oh, he didn't get a fucking Nobel Prize.
Well, he did get a prize. He just didn't get a Nobel Prize for relativity. Because the paradigm was opposed to it. The current paradigm was opposed to relativity. So he was awarded a prize for quantum physics, but he wasn't rewarded.
Yeah, but it wasn't a Nobel.
I believe so. I believe so.
And was he right on all the other things? Adam, was he right on all the other things?
Was he right about the relativity stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, within the extent.
Um's not an answer, Adam. It's either yes or no. Don't give me this business. Judge Judy's um's not an answer. Don't give me the ums.
It was an advancement of science, yeah. It was an advancement. It wasn't. It's incomplete, but it was an advancement. It was an improvement.
But it is an advancement today, isn't it, Adam?
Oh, sure it is. Well, I mean, we use relativity every day.
There you go. There you go. And guess what, Adam? 50 years from now, we're going to discover some more shit, right?
Well,
and you're going to probably be dead, and I'm going to be fucking dead too. At the end of the day,
I already figured it out, man. You don't have to wait 50 years.
Well, you do when it comes to science. It's like saying, give me a fucking discovery for fucking AIDS. Well, we've waited 30 years. You have to wait because that's what science does.
I know how to cure AIDS.
Yeah, oh my God.
Cancer cures AIDS.
Yeah, so you die of fucking cancer
right.
to kill. Yeah, you're so smart. I can't believe it.
Did you know that?
Oh yeah.
So, but if they have a cure for cancer and you get AIDS, you could cure your AIDS by getting cancer and curing it.
No, Adam, you're a poet that didn't know it, got in a boat and couldn't row it.
Did you write that yourself?
Yep.
That's pretty good.
Can you prove me wrong?
Oh, did you say I'm a poe or a poet?
Poet. I'm a poet.
Okay. I am a poet, actually.
Yeah, that's why I said you got in a boat and couldn't row it.
Okay. Do you consider musicians to be
but
poets?
that doesn't matter. There's lots of things that people come up with fucking theories, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, everybody's got their fucking take on it, but at the end of the day, right, there's always the other people, you know, like the conspiracy theory, you know, like the 9/11 people.
Yeah.
You heard about those, you know, the ones that the US fucking blew up the buildings.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, but we can do all the experiments in the world, Adam, and everybody keeps going, oh yeah, but you didn't use the right explosives and fucking, you know, and all this bullshit. And they're still out there. They're still out there. They haven't gone away. And then they've got the other conspiracy theories about man didn't land on the moon. That was all done in a studio. You've heard about that one, haven't you, Adam?
Yeah. Too many
Yeah.
times.
Oh, mate, I've heard it fucking heaps of times. Right? And then you got the fucking Ken Hams, you know, boats floating on fucking water.
Ken Ham's a good guy.
Yeah, of course he's a fucking good guy. And he's raking in the fucking dollars just to prove it, that he's a good guy. And he doesn't donate $1 to fucking anybody for a wheelchair. That's how much of a good guy he is. He keeps
Okay.
it all for himself.
I don't mean, okay, I should take that back. I don't know if he's like a moral character. I just mean that.
Well, okay. He's none of those, and he spouts his fucking nonsense. And I actually watched a video on how the fuck people can do that. And if they preach it to themselves long enough, they do the coin flip in their head. Because they actually say it to themselves so many fucking times, they do that coin flip, and then they actually believe it themselves.
Ken Ham actually schooled Bill Nye about the Big Bang Theory in one of his debates.
What, are you saying that Bill Nye lost?
It depends on how you judge it, but in the...
Well, I'll tell you what, if you want to judge it, if you're on crack cocaine or smoking crystal meth, whatever, yeah, Bill Nye's a winner or Ken Ham's a fucking winner all day long. Right? Because, believe it or not, right?
Can I wait? Hold on, John. Just a second. Can I give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that you meant it when you said it depends on how you judge it? You meant something honest, like Kent Ham is a better debater. He's been doing it for a long time, but not at any point he made was a point.
Okay, so this is what I meant, is depending on what the topic of the debate was and how you interpret that, I would say that Ken Ham may be the winner. And I think he did bring up two very good points.
I'll tell you what, Ken Ham, on his fucking own website, disabled comments, and he went on that fucking night, and he's probably sculled down about 20 fucking Valiums and another 10 Xanax just to fucking get over it.
Right.
And have a look at the video. Have a look at the video again and watch him how he's fucking jumping up and down, squeezing his bum cheeks together, because that's how much shit was coming out of it. He had to actually squeeze it together, and watch him fucking on his fucking little tippy toes, squeezing those bum cheeks in to stop all the shit coming out, because it was coming out of his ass.
I didn't see that part. I guess I missed it.
Yeah, well, watch it again. It's like your little mate, where you put this fucking video up and he's doing his fucking... I don't even know what the lecture's all about, but he's in his fucking home and he's going to describe how the whole world works in his fucking home. Yeah? Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to make a video on how fucking sex operates, and it's going to be in my bedroom. I'm not going to go to fucking any lectures. I'm just going to fucking... Yeah, laugh. Yeah, that's
well, they're usually at like a university or in a laboratory or something.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't even know if that's his home.
This guy doesn't get filmed in a fucking university or a laboratory.
Oh, sure he
does. The only person who's going to fucking film him is probably his boyfriend or his fucking wife, sitting in his fucking armchair going, this is how the universe works, and this is fucking my version, because no other cunt wants to fucking listen to me. That's why he's got no audience. Get the drift? It's like a fucking band.
He actually likes inflation.
With fucking no one listening. They can't be that fucking good.
He's a true believer too. He wants inflation to work, but he can't get it to work. That's why he's frustrated.
Yeah, I know. It's like the fucking engine with the fucking square pistons. It just doesn't work.
Inflation, right? You're right. It's exactly like that.
Yeah, that's why he's at home fucking doing fucking dumbass fucking videos. I can do shit like that too.
So you agree that inflation doesn't work? It's like square pistons.
No, I haven't seen his fucking video. You posted it, and I told you the first 10 seconds he's sitting at fucking home. 10 seconds. You know, have you ever heard that story? A book cover tells a fucking 1,000 words. Well, his first 5 seconds, and he's at home videotaping himself, because he probably is doing it by himself because no one else wants to, because they've had enough of him.
What was the topic of the Bill Nye debate?
There was lots of talk. Oh, number one, can fucking Noah's fucking Ark boat float? It can't float.
Yeah. Is creation a viable model of
And you're from America, right, Adam?
yeah, I am.
Well, guess what? That dickhead Ken Ham is from Australia.
Yeah.
Right? I'm from Australia.
Right.
And you know what? I'll tell you something, Adam. If he ever comes back, I'm going to rip his fucking passport up and say, get the fuck out of here with your stupid dumbass fucking museum, your paper mache museum for a start, and all the other shit you're spouting. And the only cunts you could probably convince are people from America. That's why he fucked off. That's my theory.
Can I just say something here, though, John? John, you got a weird form of reverse nationalism thing going on. I've never heard of an Aussie that you like. How do you feel about Rob?
He's another fucking nonsense fucking talker.
All right, okay. How do you feel about Banana Man? What's Banana Man's name?
Is he from Australia?
Yeah. The guy with the little shit mustache. What's his name?
Hogan?
Oh, no.
Yeah,
He's from New Zealand.
No. The
You guys talking about Ray Comfort. Good morning.
Yeah, Ray Comfort. What do you think about him?
I can't believe you
He's
guys
not from
are still in
Australia.
here.
He's from New Zealand.
Oh, my bad.
What about Crocodile Hunter?
Hello?
Yeah, you like the crocodile? You like the crocodile hunter?
The crocodile, what, from Australia?
Yeah.
Crocodile Hunter.
Steve Irwin, is that his name?
Steve Irwin. Yeah, Steve Irwin. Yeah, he died.
Yeah, did you like him?
Yeah, because he done fucking nature programs.
Did you like him before he died, or did you like him after he died?
I liked him before he died, and I was actually sad when he died because it was an accident, and I know how he died. Do you know how he died?
Yeah, fucking stingray got him through the heart, man.
There you go.
Fucking ridiculous. One of the fucking rarest things ever.
I know,
like seriously, that is up there with spontaneous human combustion.
But he didn't fucking talk about shit. I'll put it this way. Before I actually saw him on TV, I wouldn't tackle a fucking crocodile. But after he showed everybody, how to do it, I'm going, it's a fucking piece of piss. They can't run. Crocodiles can probably run about fucking 2 feet.
Yeah, go get them in the daylight. They're docile. You can do that shit.
And then jump on their fucking back.
And put your thumb in his butt.
Exactly. And I'm going, and then he's got his fucking wife and kids jumping on there too, and I'm going, is it that fucking easy? But then I see fucking other dickheads like fucking Ken Ham spouting his fucking nonsense with fucking dinosaurs. I'm going, mate, this comes on serious drugs.
Alright, well, I take it back. I thought you just hated Aussies.
No, I don't. If someone comes up, it's like, you probably get it in the States there, what's his name, that English guy, David Attenborough.
Yeah.
Right, you got that. Okay, I can watch that guy all the time, and he's got the best fucking camera equipment I've ever fucking seen. Right? And I've never ever heard him say, oh, the Earth is 6,000 years old and they fucking made this fucking eye and done this and done that. He's talking millions, but he explains fucking why they do it and how they do it and why the birds dance in front of each other and they're trying to do this and where they go and all the rest of it. I'm going, this cunt's absolutely fucking amazing, and it explains how the fucking Earth is, how it's fucking, what's going on. Okay, and there's other things where he's explained, and there might be like 5 or 10% says, look, we don't fucking know this, but it's happening, and we're still working on it. And he's putting cameras down fucking holes and fucking watching this shit and watching that. He's absolutely brilliant. I wish the cunt could live for another 100 years. But he explains it. And there's other guys who do documentaries. Now, they don't get fucking credibility on fucking TV for spouting fucking shit. And that's where Adam puts a fucking video up on a guy who's sitting in his fucking lounge room and saying, this is my version. Mate, don't worry about your fucking work. Go get your fucking Nobel Prize and start doing some fucking lectures instead of sitting at home pulling your cock.
It's not his version, though. He's not saying it's his version.
Oh, well, okay. Well, whose version is it? His fucking kids or his fucking wife?
No, it's the version of reality. It's true. He's just
That's
pointing
his
out.
version. That's his version.
No, it's not a version. He's just pointing out problems with inflation.
Yeah, but that's his problem, okay? It's like I've got a fucking problem too, right? And it's a headache. That's a fucking problem of mine. And I can go to fucking 2 doctors or 3 doctors and say, okay, I can't work it out, and then I'll find someone who will. But that's my fucking problem. He's at home with his fucking problems, right? And he hasn't addressed it. He's actually, what he's doing is giving the fucking internet the fucking problem, and waiting for people to email and say, look, mate, you got it wrong. And he doesn't want to be disgraced, right? And
You
that's
know
why
this all from 5 seconds of watching a video.
But yeah, exactly. You know, the minute you start fucking putting a camera inside your house and spouting off that sort of shit, that to me is, in Australia we call that a fucking red flag. And if you're not aware of it, it's like the smoking gun. Where there's smoke, there's fire. And he's got the smoking gun. He's sitting in his fucking lounge room spouting off fucking nonsense, which I will watch, believe it or not.
How do you know it's a house, though? How do you even know that?
Because I can see he's on a fucking couch. It's a fucking house. What do you think
How do you know
he
he's
is?
not at the university?
What? We're in a house? Yeah, okay, no worries. They've got fucking carpet on the floors, couches, and buffet tables. Yep, they've got all those in universities. Yep, no, you're right. You're right. And yep, no, you're right. They've got all that in universities. I fucking didn't work it out. Yeah, I'm fucking totally surprised. I couldn't have imagined it. Yeah, nice fucking white carpet and a nice coffee tables. Yeah, of course they've got those in universities. Oh, you know, Jarrah fucking coffee tables in universities. And a nice little picture of a garden out the back. Yep, no, you're right. No, you're
Why
right.
not?
You're not wrong. You're right. Everybody else is wrong. I told you. That's why I said to Rob, and I'm saying it to you, go get your fucking Nobel. Don't fucking argue with me. You're wasting your time with me. You're a
not
fucking
wrong.
dummy. I've already admitted I'm a dummy. Get your Nobel Prize. Go get it. Fuck. What are you waiting for? What, you
They
want to
don't
fucking...
give Nobel Prizes to people with original ideas. They want to...
Yeah. They give
We've
them
already
out
been
the
over this like
fucking
5 times.
fucking boat building fucking techniques. You know,
So what did I miss for the past 6 hours?
absolutely fucking nothing. Actually, you're doing yourself a favour by not fucking joining.
Basically an attack on me. Everyone's just like criticized.
Yeah, but hey,
Attacking you, Adam, for the last 6 hours?
Well, my wacky science theories and stuff.
I've got to go and have a pee out of me fucking left ear.
I just wanted to say I wasn't attacking nobody. I was funning with John a little. I was kind of trolling John a little, but I wasn't attacking anybody.
Yeah, mostly just John was attacking me. He's just being John.
Oh, God.
Hey, Adam, I think I recognize your voice. Do you get on camera sometimes?
I mean, I have before, but I haven't, like,
No, I wasn't, like, asking you to. I was just wondering if I might have, like, seen you on a YouTube video.
I've done videos on camera in the past.
Okay, and, like, you've been
been a
in, like,
while, though.
Hangouts? You've been in, like, Hangouts on camera?
I don't know if I've done any Hangouts on camera. I've been in, like, Stickam and stuff. Like, over the years, you may have seen me on camera. I very rarely nowadays get on camera.
Oh, okay. Okay, then no, you're not who I thought you sounded like.
Yeah, I don't even remember the last time I've been on camera.
Also, I don't really know very much about what you're arguing about. I came into it late. I had to pass out for a couple of hours there. So that's why I wasn't attacking it. I I guess what I'm saying is I don't necessarily agree or disagree with what you were saying. I didn't really. I was just enjoying the bravado.
The bravado.
I hate to stop John once he gets going. I love to hear it. I hope one of these days I have a good old-fashioned argument and I get to hear, okay.
That was pretty good.
Thank you. I'm serious. I want that on me one of these days. Nice thing about John is he can get totally crazy on you one night. Next night he can have a good conversation with you. You know what I mean? Just don't talk about that thing that pissed him off the night before.
Right, I'm fucking back. Any more fucking dumbass theories?
What's the matter?
I got a lot of theories, man.
Yeah, I bet you fucking have. I can't wait for your book.
Yeah, I'm gonna dedicate it to you, John.
Oh no, Rob's already fucking dedicated his fucking book.
Oh, really?
Talking about
But he
Rob.
wants me to buy it. He doesn't want me to fucking. He's not going to give it to me for free. He wants me to buy it.
That's fucked up. I've had somebody do that before where they actually dedicated a book to me to try to get me to fucking buy a copy of their shitty book.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I told her too, she got all fucking pissed off and offended and she took out the dedication in the next printing.
I had fucking lots of fucking theories too when I was fucking young.
How young do you think I am?
I think you're about, I'm just guessing, I reckon you're about 28.
That's a good guess.
Well, how far off am I?
No, you're right.
What?
You're right. I'm about 28.
Yeah, but I said, how far off am I?
You
Now-
weren't far off at all. I'm about 28.
Oh, yeah.
You're
You
right
know,
on the
play
money.
games, eh? Oh, God. Hey, you picked a really fucking good player for playing games.
I'm not playing games. I'll give you credit.
I love playing those sorts of games.
Okay.
Yeah. Be afraid.
Okay.
He's very afraid.
That's it.
Hey, do you
Just-
read
I love
papers?
I've got the conspiracy theories. I love them.
Do you read science papers? Can I dedicate my my first paper
Oh,
on it?
actually, I don't. I'll tell you where I get my fucking information from. From the internet, right? But there's lots of information, and there's good, and there's bad, and there's the ugly, right?
Right. It
But I've
can't be
worked it
recorded
out.
in the
I've
house.
worked it out that the people who are spouting their shit, right? You know, like answers in Genesis. If I want to just sort of like get along that line of thinking, that is not a good place to start for getting information. Right? Now, a lot of all the Christians, that's where they look for their information, because those cunts have worked it all out on how to make things fucking fly, float, fucking you name it. They've got all the answers, but they're all bullshit answers. And if you're willing and you're gullible, of course you're gonna fucking believe it. Because like Ken Ham says, if one thing's wrong, the whole fucking pack of cards fucking fall down. So he has to defend the whole fucking whole lot. And I've never, believe it or not, the funny thing is I see a lot of fucking comedy. And I've never seen a fucking comedy fucking thing making fun of science. You know?
Really?
Yeah, I've never seen it, no. I've seen a lot of people making comedy about fucking religion and crackpot theories and all the rest of it. I've never seen, say, someone going, well, let's make a joke about two fucking magnets. Oh, look at that. The fucking north and the south come together. That's really funny. Ha ha ha. I don't see that.
What about evolution?
I've never seen a comedy fucking channel on fucking Evolution. Never. Can you post me the fucking link? And I want to giggle. I don't want a full-on belly laugh. A little giggle will fucking get me going. And it might give me a fucking giggle on how they've put it together. Because I've seen fucking Ken Hammer and who's that? Oh, there's another fucking channel which we don't get here in Australia. Hang on, I'll just go look for it now. I know the one. Hang on a second.
I've seen comedians do bits on evolution, and it's ridiculous. And it's always in like a church or something like that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but it's not even. To tell you the truth,
I wouldn't even say they're necessarily comedians. They're probably like amateur comedians. But yeah, I've seen bits on like anti-evolution.
Tecton TV. Tecton TV. We don't have that here, but I've got it on fucking internet, and they're trying to make fucking fun out of evolution, and it's like, mate, your own video's a fucking joke. That's what makes me laugh. Tecton TV. Fuck. What a fucking joke. I can't even believe it. It was like you said before, Jello. If you got the fucking money, you can put anything you want on TV. I thought, yep, I can see that now. Spout the fucking bullshit and get it on there.
Did I say that?
Yeah.
That's pretty
I think it was you.
Well, if it wasn't me, I agree with him.
No, hang on, it could have been, I think it was you.
It sounds smart. I assume it was me.
Yeah, we were having this fucking debate one night, and he says, look, if you got the fucking money, you can put anything you want on there. It was Brother John.
I think we were talking about Trinity Broadcast Network.
Yeah, and then I've just seen some videos on TikTok, and they're trying to make a mockery of science. It's not even funny. That's the thing. The funny part is that they're trying to make it funny, and their video, in trying to do it, is funny. So that's why I go, fucking hell, these guys for real? Trying to make a fucking boat float, and yep. Yeah, piss in the pants of all the fucking scientists. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, my theory works, yours was wrong. I know. That's why I say, if I ever met Ken Ham, I'd say, now come on, Kenny, now put the jacket on, and we've got a nice little bed for you to sleep in tonight, and take your medicine. There you go, lie down, there you go. Yeah, take some more of these pills, Kenny. There you go. You feel better now? Oh, but the fucking ark's gonna fucking sink without me. Oh, Kenny, come on, here we go. Take a couple more Valium. There you go. Night. There you go. We'll wake you up in the morning, Kenny. There you go. Oh, but what about the fucking animals? Who's gonna feed them? Oh, Kenny, hang on.
What the fuck are you talking
about? But I want all of the fucking animals, and I'm gonna fucking the dinosaurs. Oh, Kenny, come on. Here, another fucking bottle of pills. There you go.
Are you okay, John? You okay?
I want the fucking animals to fucking get off the fucking ark. Oh, fucking hell, I'm gonna build a fucking ark to fucking prove to these cunts. And I'm gonna fucking, the fridges. Who's gonna fucking install the fridges? Oh, fucking don't put me in the fucking bed.
You hear me?
There, Kenny. Oh, there. Relax, Kenny. Hang on, I'll give you some injections. There you go, Kenny.
Jesus.
Oh, I've got a nice little fucking cucumber to put up your ass. That'll stop the water coming in the boat.
Jesus loves you, John.
I want to go in the fucking saddle making business and I can't because you've got to kill the fucking dinosaurs.
John?
There you go, Kenny.
John? John?
Is that you, Noah? Hello, Noah? Yeah?
John?
Is the boat gonna sink? Fucking hope not.
Have you been drinking, John?
There's no drinking on the boat. Alright. Are you ready for the fucking trip? We're gonna take the boat out. We've got green alligators. And the unicorns can't come on. Okay? There's no more unicorns. And that's my world view.
So you guys have been talking about creation?
No, we're talking about fucking floating boats.
Quantum...
Quantum fucking boat floating? Yeah, we've touched on that one, yes. We've touched on the quantum boats, yes.
The hell is delayed choice quantum eraser? What the? I'm looking at the chat and seeing what you guys are talking about.
I'm gonna post a fucking video on YouTube and explain it all from the get-go. And there's no blue shift and no fucking red shift. Alright? There's no blue and red anymore. Take the colours out of the equation.
What's this? You're pulling rabbits out of your ass here? What's...
Yeah.
What is...
There's no red and blue, okay?
Actually, to that, Adam responded with one of the best responses I've ever heard in my life. No, it's not ass rabbits. Like, he won you. Right there, he won you. No, it's not. He won with a defense. Oh my God. That was the most brilliant thing I've heard all fucking night.
You're talking about a lot of okay.
But there's no red and blue, okay? So don't even fucking talk about red and blue. I don't even like that subject. And I like the figure eight. Alright, I love the figure eight. You know why the figure eight's so good? It goes round and round and round and round like a merry-go-round.
So I fell out for about 5 hours, and you guys just wow.
We were waiting for you to come back.
Yeah.
Actually, I fell out for about 3.5.
Yeah, you came back with a different, your other name here, I see.
You changed your fucking
picture. And just it put me down.
You actually just woke me up, Gel, too, because I had the room muted, so I guess when you came back with a new name, then I heard a voice and it woke me up.
You heard a voice?
Yeah, it was Jello, because I had the room muted, and because I...
But you could hear his voice, right?
Well, when someone, I guess when he came in with the new name...
I was no longer muted.
Right, exactly.
Voices in my head, these are the
Brother
voices
John,
in
you're
my...
hearing voices, right? I hear voices in my head too.
Why does that not shock me, John? Do they tell you to be angry?
It's called shock and awe.
Shock and awe.
I get these voices inside my head.
Voices
Yeah, I know.
It's
And I come up with new theories, and I want to do some home videos. I want to get that $1 million prize. Oh, you know that $1 million?
time for a
You know the
cigarette.
$1 million, don't you? You know
Yeah,
the James Randi one. He's got the $1 million too. Fucking hell.
Sorry, I'm going out in my patio. I was opening the door. Going out in the patio. So I can have a cigarette. Oh, God.
Is it daytime or nighttime?
Daytime here. It's almost set.
Yeah, no, that's the quantum fucking influx of the light bending around.
7
It's
o'clock
not
in the morning here.
No.
Yes.
No. You only think that because the way the universe works is there's no night and day.
You're right. You're actually.
It's
You're
just
right.
an illusion, and it's constant, and it's always been there.
You're absolutely right.
That's why you can't see red or blue, right?
Time is an illusion. No?
And you start talking about the blues, I know you're talking about music, all right? So I know that. I'm onto that. All right? I'm onto it.
Time
now,
is
I've got my theory. You got to listen to me, right?
I don't think I have a choice. But go ahead.
Well,
oh,
yeah, you got two choices, right? It's like shut up or listen. Which one do you want?
Or shut you off.
It's my way or no way.
Oh, my way or the highway, as they sometimes say.
Yeah, but and what I say goes, and you can't prove me wrong, right? Now, you know the number one, right? You know
what? Go ahead.
Number one. Number one.
Number one.
Yeah. Who's number one?
Who's number one?
Yeah.
Me.
Fucking me.
Me.
Oh, you can't both be fucking ones at the same time. Nah, that fucks my equation up. Okay.
Oh,
who wants to be one? Who wants to be two?
I'm one.
Jello? Any objections with that? Oh no, fucking he's put his finger up.
I'm one here, and Joe was one there.
Yeah, no, he's a different one. He's a WON one. You're the ONE one.
And you're the other one.
No, I'm 1.5. I'm in the middle, right? Because all I'm seeing is fucking two people, left, right. So I must be in the middle, right? That's 1.5.
Okay, if you want.
But based on my equations, there is no half. So I'm not really here. Now, if I'm not here, I must be there.
Then I'm hearing things.
Yeah, so if I'm neither here nor there, where am I?
Nowhere.
Can you explain that? Now, that is my equation.
Then your voice is just a figment of my imagination.
Yeah, but I'm here.
No, you just said you're not there.
Oh, no, you misunderstood. I'm neither here nor there.
Here's some. Ah, did you hear that?
Where am I? So where am I?
You're where you are.
But I'm neither here nor there.
You're where
am I?
You're where you think you are.
No, I don't. I've got no brain. I don't think. Where am I?
Well, if you're not here, then I'm.
And
hearing,
I'm not there. Where am I?
You're nowhere. I'm just hearing voices in my head.
Oh, so you got the same problem. You got voices in your head. What about you, Joe? You got voices in your head?
brain in a vat, right?
No, he says no. He's fucking quite old. Jello.
If I had voices in my head, I wouldn't trust them.
Yeah, but where would you go if you had voices in your head?
I wouldn't go anywhere. I'm kind of stuck here.
How about ringing up for a taxi and putting yourself in the mental institution?
No, because then I'd have to go, and I'm fine.
And you don't want to go, right?
No, you're right. I want to be here.
So,
This is
you ever had that
comfortable. I'm
experience?
okay here.
Jello, we'll have to get the guys around with the white jackets and, like, put you on that little stretcher. But you're still going to say, no, I don't want to go. Yeah.
You never had that experience, like, where you're, like, kind of half asleep, half awake, and you kind of hear a voice because it's like a dream or something like that? It sounds like you never had that kind of experience?
Yeah. And where you going with this?
I'm not going anywhere. I'm just wondering if I'm the only one.
Yep, you are. Right, you're the only one. You're the first person to tell me that story. So you need to fucking book yourself in. Alright? Now, I've heard many people have that same problem, and you're another one I've come across. You have to book yourself in, right?
Book myself in, wait, a mental institution?
Yeah, I suppose, but make sure you take some pills.
No, that's okay.
Like, I don't know, Valium, Rohypnol, bit of Xanax, for flavour. Yeah. Yeah, not bad, eh? And they'll give you a nice little bed to sleep in.
Mm-hmm. Strap me down.
Yeah, that's it. They go 999. Not Bill Nye. They'll go, there you go. Feeling better now. And then when you go, no, I'm still hearing a little bit of muttering of fucking voice, and they go, okay, your mouth up wide. Swallow these. Ooh.
Hey, John May, you ever see it's a classic movie here. You ever see a movie, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
Oh, yeah, that was back in 75?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Classic movie.
I know, and you know what? There's people still fucking doing it today.
Mm-hmm.
They should remake that now that they've got the internet. They should do a fucking newer version of it. Actually, believe it or not, I don't know if I think I've told you this story. I've got some friends of mine who are coppers.
Where?
Cops.
Oh, coppers. Oh, coppers. Sound like you said compass.
No, coppers, police officers.
Coppers. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, years ago when I had my business, we always used to fucking, I don't know, they're only about like 100, 200 meters from my fucking business. We used to all meet up at a fucking coffee lounge, and sometimes they introduced new guys, and there was always like 3 or 4 of them, because they're walking around my town and they're on the beat, and they know that I go for a coffee in the morning, and we catch up, yak. And I always used to chat to them, like, what have you guys been up to? You been catching any criminals and all that sort of shit, and he's on night shift and day shift and all that sort of shit.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, one of them, I remember this conversation, like, because they're always arresting people all the fucking time for fucking all sorts of stupid things, and sometimes I'm interested, sometimes I'm not. But when they used to arrest certain guys, like say, like they're on drugs and they fucking, okay, I'm going to arrest you. And they'd take them in the fucking cell. And I says, oh, yeah, what happened to this guy? And he says, oh, you wouldn't believe what happened. And I'll go, oh, yeah, because he's been on night shift and, he's got so many stories to tell me. And I said, oh, what did he do? And he goes, oh, he pulled his fucking cock out and started wanking. And I was going, oh, really? I said, what was he doing that for? And he's going, oh, he's probably fucking high on crystal meth and da-da-da, cocaine, whatever. I says, oh, okay. I says, how long did he wank for? And he goes, oh, about 6 hours. I went, what? I says, nobody can wank for 6 hours. He goes, yeah, they fucking do. I says, how can you wank yourself for fucking 6 hours? He goes, trust us, they do it. He says,
you told me this story. You told me this story about 6 hours ago.
yeah, I know. That's why I asked you. I says, did you ever fucking hear the story? And you said, no. I went, no, I don't fucking tell you the story. Yeah. Or did I tell you the other story where one of the guys they arrested, he says, I can walk through fucking walls? Did I tell you that one?
Did he what?
Well, they arrested one guy, I don't know, he's high on fucking crystal meth, whatever, and he says, and he arrested him, put him in the fucking cell, and he's arguing with the coppers, blah, 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 and he's going, oh, look, I could walk out of here any time I wanted. You know, this is what he's telling the coppers.
Uh-huh.
And the copper says, well, how are you going to do that? And he says, well, I can walk through walls. And the coppers go, oh, really? He says, well, show us. And he says, no, if I fucking do it, you guys are going to come and get me and arrest me and put me back in the cell. And the coppers go, no, if you can fucking walk through the wall, we'll fucking just let you go. Don't worry about it. We won't rearrest you. He's go, no, I don't believe you. And this argument goes on and on and on. And this is what happens when you're on drugs. You start fucking making up all this nonsense about walking through walls. And I said to the cop, I said, are you for real? I said, do these people exist? He says, yeah, you better believe it. He says, we've got fucking lots of nutcases we arrest. He says, we can fucking tell you that many fucking stories. And I was going, I couldn't even believe it because, you know, like, we don't even live in nowhere near the population you guys do, but some of these fucking stories I used to hear from these guys are going, what's going on out there? People walking through walls, and I don't know, the classic example, it's only happened here only a couple of months ago, people can fly, you know, jumping off fucking 3-story buildings going, oh, I can show you can fly, and they actually do it, and they actually jump, and they die, and they go, well, we tried to fucking stop him, but he fucking jumped off the fucking balcony, and he said he could fly, and he didn't. And that's what happens, you know, people have got this fucking delusion, or whatever.
Good morning, Grant.
Good morning.
But you guys got the same fucking problem over there, right?
Well, sure. People and drugs are drugs, and you're gonna have the same problems.
Yeah, and there's other people who aren't on fucking drugs, and they've got fucking other delusions and theories.
Adam's got a riddle. What's the riddle, Adam?
Okay, here's the riddle. In certain places, I'm just making this up, okay? In certain places, there's certain delicacies, right? So and this is a delicacy. So I walk into a restaurant and I order a bird penis to eat.
A bird penis?
I order a bird penis to eat.
Okay.
What kind of bird did I order?
Oh, God.
That's the riddle. I ordered a bird penis. What kind of bird did I order?
It'll have to be a male bird.
I think the answer is a little bit more obvious than that.
Is it?
Define bird.
Is it a duck?
I don't want to define it.
Is it fucking Nadia? She's got a fucking penis. And she wants to be and she's a bird.
You're crazy.
How is she a bird?
She wants to be a bird.
She's a human.
It's not a bird.
So
are you on drugs, John?
Is your bird a human?
Is it a red-billed buffalo weaver?
No.
The red-billed buffalo weaver has a pseudo-penis.
Oh, really?
That's what Google says.
I didn't know that. But I didn't order a pseudo penis. I ordered a...
I'm just just doing a quick search. I mean, you know.
Keep Googling and you'll figure it out.
Birds with penises?
Yeah, that's why I said I think the answer is a little more obvious than that. It sounded like something you could look up and find.
I mean, a male bird. It's the only thing I think. You didn't give me any more specifics.
I don't know. Do most birds not have penises?
A restaurant, and you ordered a bird penis.
Right.
But did they give you a bird penis?
Yeah.
Did you eat it?
No, this didn't actually happen.
I got my girlfriend over there looking at bird penises now. That's awesome. She's all, ugh. What was that one with where the penis is bigger than the bird?
No, it could be like something like, it's a style of cooking.
You got
like poaching.
You got my cat excited. She's bothering me now. You said bird penis.
Grill. I want a bird penis style.
The Argentinian lake duck, it's actually cock. It's bigger than himself.
Huh.
Okay.
Talk about being top heavy, man. Bottom heavy, whatever. That thing's gonna tip over a lot.
Come on, I'm surprised Reuven didn't get this one. Come on. He has the answer to everything.
So the answer, I regret to report that the whole joke may be ruined because I'm basing this joke or this riddle on a fact that I heard, but it may not be actually be true.
Then it's not a fact.
No.
But from what I heard, swans are the only
facts can be incorrect.
Oh, sorry, what?
Facts can be incorrect. For example, I'm at home right now, but it's a fact that I have an office. However, I am unaware that that office burnt down last night, so it's also a fact that I do not have an office.
Okay.
Anyways, I heard that this is true. I didn't confirm this before asking the riddle. I should have. But supposedly swans are the only birds that actually have penises. Therefore, if I ordered a duck penis, I had to order a swan penis.
No, we were looking up all kinds of bird penises. That's what I assumed the answer was, and I'm like, quick, baby, look up the only kind of bird that has a penis, and turns out a lot of them do.
I don't know.
I've seen a fish that has a penis.
Yeah,
that's a
you've
weird
got
one.
male and female swans.
Well, it would have to be male.
No, I said you've got male and female swans.
Right.
Yeah.
And you got male and female ducks.
Mm-hmm. And?
So where's your premise where this correlates with what you're trying to say?
Well, ducks don't have penises.
Yeah, they do. Looks like a corkscrew.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird penis, but it's a penis.
No, it's not really a penis.
You got male and female ducks, and you got male and female swans.
The birds don't have penis, then how are they reproducing?
They have a
It's like
cloaca.
saying you got male and female fucking elephants. Male and female fucking dogs. They're still fucking dogs, you know?
You ever seen a fish with a penis?
I have.
No, I don't know.
There's fish that have penises.
I didn't know that.
There's I don't know what a good name for it is, but in the Pacific Northwest we got a fish called the ratfish, and you can look up Googles of that thing, man. He's got a pee-pee. There ain't no doubt.
Yeah, but he doesn't actually fucking. I'll tell you what a lot of fish do. What they do is the female fucking puts the eggs out, and the male fish comes along and blows all his spunk over it. Right? And that's what I used to do with me fucking ex-wife on her face. And she didn't like it. But that's how they reproduce. You know, they don't actually go and fuck. You know, the female fish lays the eggs, and the male fish comes along and blows the spunk everywhere. So that's how they fucking reproduce.
Yeah.
And David Attenborough has actually filmed it, and I went, so they're actually swimming in a sea of spunk. All
Oh my god, I love Google searches. I'm trying to find pictures of ratfish genitalia, and I find one, doctor pulls dead ratfish out of my hair, dream meaning. Someone's trying to get people to tell I love the fucking internets.
Me too.
My final thought is that ducks do indeed have penises. I was mistaken. But most birds do not.
Yeah, I used to have Muscovy ducks. They have penises and they're not afraid to wave them at you.
You need to find out who told you that bogus information and chop them in the throat.
It's true.
Adam, give me another fucking quiz, alright? I'm sick of this one. This one's shit. Give me another one. Come on.
What's black and white and red all over?
A nun in a blender.
Fucking newspaper.
a zebra with a sunburn.
There's like a lot. There's a lot of answers.
Adam.
Yeah.
I said I thought you were 28. I've changed my mind. It's fucking 12.
Okay.
Well, wait a minute. He could be about 240 for as old as that fucking riddle is.
No, right. He's probably fucking. He could be fucking as old as Methuselah. Adam, give me another one. Don't give me the.
Methuselah spent all his life in tears.
You want
to meet a woman or 90 years?
I want another one. I need some brain stimulation.
Methuselah never lived to see 901.
What the?
Adam, I want another quiz. All right? I need some brain stimulation.
I'll give you one.
Okay, who did Albert Einstein put on the top of his list of people to invite to his dinner party?
Yeah, I fucking know this one. I can't remember. Oh.
Albert Einstein.
No.
At the top of the list would be Albert Einstein's dinner party invitation.
I know who it was.
Who was it?
I know this one. I know this is a.
Yeah.
And it wasn't fucking Albert. It wasn't fucking Albert Einstein who fucking done this fucking trick. You know who said this one? The cunt in the wheelchair. I've forgotten his name.
I thought you can't call people in wheelchairs cunts.
You can call anybody a cunt.
Oh, keep that word.
I've called you a cunt. Stephen Hawkins came up with that one. He says, he's got his time machine, and he goes back in time. He says, I'm going to invite all these fucking people to come to my birthday party, but I'm going to go back fucking 10 years, right? And then I'm going to come forward, so therefore they should fucking appear to me tomorrow and come to my fucking birthday party. And
really?
no cunt turned up. And that was Stephen Hawkins who done that little magic trick, and it didn't fucking happen. He had all the fucking tables set up and all the fucking candles and all the bullshit, and no one turned up to his fucking birthday party. So I don't think Albert Einstein done that fucking magic trick, but I know Stephen Hawkins tried it and it didn't work.
Okay, so do you want to know the answer?
You go on.
Yeah, please.
Who did Einstein make sure to invite to his dinner party? His relatives.
Who was his relative?
Are you making these up?
You don't get it.
Yeah, you probably haven't seen the Stephen Hawkins video on that shit. That's why you don't get it.
You know, like relativity. It's all relative. Relatives.
You got that off a popsicle stick.
I don't know if fucking Einstein done it, but Hawking's done it too. Done the same fucking thing.
Did he?
Yeah, there's a video on it. He says, I'm gonna get in my fucking time machine. I'm gonna go back, and I'm gonna do the same fucking trick and post the fucking invitations out. And you come to my fucking party. And then he went back into the future. No one turned up. It's called the paradox fucking thing. You can't go back in time. That's why it can't happen.
You can't.
No, you can't go back. You can only go forward. That's why it's called a paradox.
I thought you could go back in time. You just couldn't shoot your grandfather.
No, yeah, but it's still. It's like, you know how you fucking hear people on the internet and it's got that feedback with the sound. It's the same shit. If you go back, you get feedback. It doesn't work. Don't worry, you don't have to shoot any cunt. You can't. It's got. That's just the way they put it. You just can't go back. You can go forward, but you can't go back.
Because